Yeah, it looks like it's going.
Okay, I'm just waiting for it to show up here.
Yeah.
Bear with us. We're very new to the tech side of things. Not yet.
So it looks like it's up. You see it there?
Not yet. I'm going to keep refreshing.
Live on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I see it. And I did the Skepticamp link. So it should be okay.
Hmm.
I'm not seeing it either.
I see it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, and I did the Skepticamp link.
Oh, yeah, it's a few seconds behind as usual. Did you get it, Janalee?
Yeah, it's working now.
Perfect. Awesome. Great. It's nice when it all works. There's some chat already. The circle of life. Oh, is that Robert that's there? Robert Cameron? And I apologize. In an email, I think I called you Cameron. My son's name is Cameron, and I just had him on the brain, so I apologize for that. You had a hawk swoop in and catch a bird, Larry? And it's now eating it on the fence? Wow. That's crazy.
Had a bobcat yesterday.
Oh. Okay, what happened to my...
I can't get in the chat on YouTube.
You had the chat enabled?
What? Let me see.
Oh, I see chat.
I see it. I just can't get in there.
Oh.
I mean, I don't really need to, but
Thanks, Robert, for the update. Yeah, that's good. Got it.
I did started the 5-week course of earn a bike programs again yesterday, and we had more than half of the students put their cameras on, which is like amazing and surprising.
Nice to see the faces, isn't it?
Oh, it makes such a difference. You know, talking to these like names with a blank screen is just like awful. Yeah, even though you've got like 13 of them, so you can't. It's difficult to like speak to them individually. The fact that you have an actual person there, it means oh, you actually it's real. When it's just blank. And some of the classes have actually no one has used their use their cameras whatsoever, and also very little verbal feedback as well, which is quite difficult to know if you're having any effects or.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as a person who's done a lot of public speaking in the last 20 years, this Zoom stuff, especially when you get spotlighted as a speaker, so just fair warning for those of you who are going to be speaking, depending on your setup, you may or may not see anybody at all. So it's like speaking into a void because you don't see the nods, and you don't see the laughs, you don't see anything. So it could be very disconcerting. I totally get that.
I'm used to talking to myself, so it's all good. I'm usually the only person that listens.
So I have been attending comedy shows, which were live vote. The person who decided to do them over Zoom. Yeah, hi.
You're
Rob,
breaking up a lot.
You're breaking up. Yeah, you're breaking up. We couldn't hear you.
After I gave my little talk a few weeks ago, I sort of got figured from the comments afterward. I figured out that I hadn't really that I was sometimes sort of giving too high a level, that I was assuming too much previous knowledge on the subject.
No, it's good to get
And-
feedback.
Yeah, and if I'd been, if I'd had a whole bunch of little visual cues that people weren't getting something. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Mhm.
That's better.
Oh, I was listening with Bluetooth, so not to disturb my wife. But so yeah, my point was we attended like 5 or 6 comedy club shows every month in the pandemic. And if you think speaking in a presentation like this is bad with no reaction, imagine the comics when there's no laughter. You know, they're picking on audience members they can see, but everyone is muted. It was horrible. I don't know how they did it.
Wow. Did you still enjoy it, or was it actually horrible?
It depended. I think, well, one of the things, of course, as in any comedy thing, it depends how many drinks you've had. And most of the people who they flash to the videos, because the comics did still do what they do in clubs, is like pick on the audience. So they would highlight somebody in their living room and start picking on them. And that was actually more funny than anything else, because in that one time, they would put the microphones in that room on live.
Yeah, there's a whole new set of skills that are required to do those sort of things.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I see you got into the chat, Janalee. That was good.
You know what it was? It defaulted to my personal Google account.
Ah.
And then I was like, what do you mean I need to create an account? I am the account. That's happened to me at work too. And then they boot me out of meetings. Okay.
You sure?
Don't you love me?
Well, our countdown, what are we at now? 2 minutes. So
Yay.
exciting.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Roy, good to see you.
Hi, Roy.
Trying to get that light around my head somehow.
So you
You're
got a halo.
perfect, yeah.
Aw,
I just have
Yeah.
to
Hello,
still-
boy, Alexander.
All right.
Prodigal son.
hallelujah.
That's good.
Yes.
I never thought of you with a halo, actually, Roy.
Not many have, especially in the last 6 years.
So, hello, Mr. Alexander.
Hey, how are you, Jim?
Yeah,
I hear your voice. I got to get you on the screen here.
right. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, there
There he is.
Yeah. I just turned off the video while I went off to get something. The earbuds.
Last chance to grab your coffee.
So I've just actually finished mine, so I should go.
Try.
Yeah.
Gavin, you're set for the day. You have like a thermos. Yeah. Nice.
I should be good and jittery by the time I come on. So
That's how we like it.
that 20-minute time frame. I might not actually understand anything I say, but I'll meet the time frame.
We'll have to play it back on YouTube on slow.
Well, that was certainly my case, because what happens when I am under a time crunch, I talk fast, and I am able to talk really fast. And it was a little bit crazy. And that was some of the comments. They went, oh, that was a really interesting presentation, but boy, you talked fast. So that's one way of getting a lot of information into 20 minutes, but it's
Just
not.
slow it down on YouTube afterwards.
Exactly.
We're at 3 seconds.
Woo!
Okay. Hey, everyone. Welcome.
Janalee, you got 2 windows here.
Yes, that's just a safety net in case for some strange reason we end up with 100 people on Zoom, which I don't think will happen. Oh, here comes Susan Gerbeck, just in time. And I'm going to turn that bell off now. So if you could watch Lois for people coming in, that would be great.
Will do.
Perfect. All right, Janalee.
Okay.
And what I'll do, I'm going to just, you're a co-host. Would you like to mute everybody or do you want me to do that?
Oh yeah.
If you do it, then you won't mute yourself. If I do it, I'll mute you. So.
Okay. Oh, you have to make my other one the co-host as well.
Oh,
my other me.
All right.
So I can't see my screen once I'm screen sharing. So.
All right. I gotta find the other you. There you are.
Wonders of modern technology.
There we go.
Okay.
I think you're muted, Janalee. You have to unmute your other one.
There. Is that good?
Perfect. That's good.
All right.
Unfortunately, there's some sort of buzz or hum in the background of Janalee's clone.
Oh, that one's muted.
It might be a computer fan, so we might not be able to do anything about that. All right, do you want to start at the beginning then, Janalee?
Sure. Welcome everybody to our inaugural Skepticamp, Weekend Reason Skepticamp, which is short for the Western Canadian Reason Conference, which we were supposed to be having live and in person today. I'm so excited that we could do sort of a substitute, I guess, but it will become its own awesome thing, I think, in the future. And I'm so excited. We have such a stellar lineup of speakers today. We're going to have great discussions. We're going to learn lots of cool things, and we really encourage people to chat and get to know each other while you're here. I'm going to ask Adrienne to please introduce herself as the person who brought this all together. Thank you, Adrienne.
Well, yeah, I guess it's my fault that we're doing this, but really it's Susan Gerbich's fault, because she's a big proponent of doing these skeptic camps. And with my connection with her, and after doing two, I thought this is really fun. And I really wanted to share that with our community here. And since we couldn't have our big conference, our big fancy conference, which Susan Gerbich and Yasmin Mohammed are both supposed to speak at, I thought, well, let's try doing a skeptic camp. And so thank you so much. The speakers are great. They look awesome. And thank you so much for coming. We've got quite a few people here already, and I really hope it's a good day. All right, Janalee, you want to go to the next slide?
Do you want to tell us who you are, Adrienne?
Oh, did I forget to tell who I am?
Yep.
Of course I did. Yeah, Adrienne Hill. I'm the co-chair and communications director for the Atheist Society of Calgary, and I'm the one who is in charge of putting together the web page. So if you ever see anything that doesn't look right, because I don't, I'm new to this, just please blast me an email. I've had a few people connect me through the info@atheistcalgary.com, which you just connect to on the website. So if you ever see anything that's not quite right or misspellings, I apologize, Paul Enns, then just shoot me a message and I'll correct it.
Thanks, Adrienne. And Adrienne today is going to be our host. So she's going to be the one introducing the speakers and asking the questions, which we're going to post through the chat, either on YouTube or through the Zoom link, and we'll feed them up to Adrienne, and she's going to keep us moving along today.
Hopefully, yes. New skill.
There we go. I am Janalee, and I'm the president of the Atheist Society of Calgary and the co-chair of our Western Canadian Reason Conference Committee. So excited to be doing this today, and we have a great organization. Hope if any of you are interested in learning more, you can reach out to either Adrienne or myself, and we can give you some information about what other wonderful things we do as an organization. And my job today is to be monitoring the chat and to feeding up the questions to Adrienne. So hopefully I can keep up, and we're going to have a great day. And Lois, we're going to pick on you for a second. Oh, you unmute. There you go. Would you like to take a second to introduce yourself, Lois, and what you're going to be doing
Okay,
today?
I wasn't
Thank you.
sure.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't warn you.
Here I was. I'm Lois. I've been sort of helping Adrienne. She's been doing most of it, but we're working together to put this together. And I'm again on the board of ASC, and my, well, special job is facilitating the group of Life Without Religion, which is a peer support group for people who have had troubles because of leaving religion, or maybe there's a member of the family that is super religious. So that's my sort of specialty. Otherwise, I just help out in every way that I can.
She has many superpowers.
Yes, she does. So I would like to start this morning by acknowledging that the land that we are coming to you from here in Calgary, although I do recognize that there are speakers joining us from many places around the world, and we appreciate that. The Atheist Society of Calgary acknowledges the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, and the City of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3.
Yeah, and this group is amazing, but we feel we need to do this just to make sure everyone is aware, because I was at one Skepticamp where things did get a little nasty. So we are very inclusive. We don't agree all the time, but disagreement is no excuse for disrespectful behavior. So please just be kind with the questions, be kind when we're chatting during break or at lunchtime. I'm sure that everybody's going to be fine. We've never had an issue with this group. It's a great group of people, but I just like to remind people, especially if they're new, to please not use insults or put down other participants.
And we encourage you, if you like what you see and you like to participate, to become a member of the Atheist Society of Calgary, or to please consider donating. We have some costs associated with putting on these kinds of events through Meetup, through our webpage, through
Zoom.
Zoom, thank you. So we're going to be periodically posting the link to our donate button and to our membership button in the chats. And if you are so inclined, we'd really appreciate if you could make a small donation today.
Yeah, and for questions, I learned this from Kenny Biddle, so thank you, Kenny. Please put a Q in front of your questions so our moderators will see it more easily, because there's usually lots of comments as well. And I recommend you don't post them directly to me, because I'm going to be otherwise occupied with just keeping things going. So posting them directly to Janalee or to everyone is fine, because I do have some other people who are looking out for us as well and posting to Messenger. They will be monitoring both the YouTube and the Zoom chats. So we will, and also, because of the timeline, we won't be able to answer all questions, and I apologize for that, but we'll get to as many as we possibly can, as much as time permits. And I think we're ready to go, aren't we? Here's our first two speakers.
Yay!
Except we got Lois coming first.
All right.
Yeah, so Lois, I'm going to just share my screen, and Lois, make sure you're unmuted, and Janalee, if you can mute yourself, that would be great, because whatever that noise is, it's coming and going, and I don't know what that is. So, so what we're starting off with, hopefully everyone can see that. We're going to start off with our quiz for critical cranium calisthenics. I can barely say that. So make sure you have pen and paper, or maybe you can mentally keep track. If you're really good at it, I wouldn't be able to do that. And it should take about 20 minutes to do this. And it is going to be done by Lois and by me. We both did this together. Lois wrote the questions. I put it together in the PowerPoint and we practiced together and we had so much fun. I'm hoping you guys have as much fun as we do. Okay, so I get to start first. And the first question is, what is the origin of the idiom to butter someone up? Is it A, it was long believed, just a second, I gotta make this bigger. I've got old eyes. There we go. It was long believed that putting butter on a burn would help heal it and ease the pain. Thus, to butter someone up makes them feel better, hoping for something in return. Or is it B, in ancient India, when someone wanted to ask for good fortune from their god, they would throw butter balls at a statue of the god? Or is it C, when someone wanted to get to the good graces of a particular person, they would spread butter on some pastries to make them taste better, then give them to the person? Or the last one, D, before sunscreen, some people thought that butter smeared on the skin would offer protection from the sun. When on a beach or at a swimming pool, one person would offer to butter up someone from whom they were trying to get a favor. So I'll give you about 3 seconds to figure out if it's A, B, C, or D. And the answer is B. In ancient India, when someone wanted to ask for good fortune from their god, they would throw butter balls at a statue of the god. All right, Lois.
Okay. Okay, James Naismith, a Canadian-American educator, coach. No, I can't. Excuse me.
Is it too small as well?
No, I had something in the way. And physician, invented basketball. He wrote 13 rules, which he taught to some of his student athletes. He then nailed fruit baskets onto the base of the balcony at opposite ends of the gym, and the game began. When basketball was first played, how was the ball recovered from the baskets? A, they cut a small hole in the bottom of the fruit basket and pushed a pole through the hole to knock the ball out of the basket. B, the basket was rigged with a rope so that when the rope was pulled, the basket would tip over and the ball would fall out. Or C, someone climbed a ladder and took the ball out of the basket. Or D, they cut the bottom out of the basket so the ball would fall through. Which one is right? Someone climbed a ladder and took the ball out of the basket. Of course, that got rather tedious. So pretty soon they learned how to put a hole in the bottom.
Hopefully it didn't take them too long to figure that out.
Hopefully.
Which of the following statements is part of the mythology about the gods Romulus and Remus, the twins? Horus, Attis, and Dionysus. A, they were worshipped in other countries around the time of Jesus' birth. B, they were Egyptian gods. C, they were of the same ancestry. Or D, they were born of a virgin. The answer is D, they were all born of a virgin. It looks like Kenny got that one right. All right, Lois. Oh, we can't hear you suddenly. Yeah, and you're not unmuted, so I'm not sure what happened.
Okay now?
Perfect.
All right. Okay. Which of the following terms is not a synonym of skeptical? A, dubious. B, cynical. C, unconvinced. D, doubtful.
I will do that one quickly because I think everyone had a chance to read it while you're figuring out your mic. And it is B, cynical. And good scientific experiments are designed to blank an hypothesis. And I have to point out here that I'm so proud of Lois. She's an American and she used the British an hypothesis, which I grew up with for English. So I thought that was really cool. She's a true Canadian now. So, so is it A, to validate a hypothesis, B, prove an hypothesis, C, nullify an hypothesis, or D, falsify? And the answer is D, to falsify a hypothesis. think a lot of people think it's to prove it instead, or to.
Are we
instead of-
supposed to just write it down on a piece of paper rather than put it in the chat? Because some people are
Yes.
putting it in the chat.
Oh, they can put it in the chat, or they can do whatever
Well,
they
why
would
change
like.
it to everybody else.
On a piece of paper is fine. We're flexible. All right, Lois.
Okay. Which of the following is not an atheist YouTuber? Holy Kool-Aid, Paulagia, Comic Skeptic, The Beat.
And the answer is The Beat. And yeah, I'd never heard of this one. It stands for Biblical Encouragement and Truth with Alan Parr. So hopefully we continue to not hear about that. But I thought that was very interesting. Thanks, Lois. And who said you only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough? Was it Amelia Earhart, Babe Ruth, Charlie Chaplin, or Mae West? And it is Mae West. I was very surprised at that.
Quite a lady.
Yes.
Okay. Which of the following statistical terms means the same thing as average? Mean, median, mode, or all of the above?
I think a few people here should be able to get that. They're pretty mathematically inclined.
They should.
And what's interesting, so it is the mean, but all three of them are called measures of central tendency and all are used in statistics.
Yes.
The largest living organism on Earth today is what? A redwood tree, blue whale, colossal squid, or the honey fungus? And the answer is the honey fungus. Can you tell us a bit more about that, Lois?
Yes. When you see a mushroom, it's not just a mushroom by itself. It's growing off of mycelia underground. And these mycelia just grow outward and fan out and just form a mesh of little strands through the earth, through the ground. And there's one honey fungus in Oregon that has hundreds and hundreds of mushrooms, and it is 5.5 kilometers across.
That's huge.
Making it by far the largest organism alive today. And it's been alive for thousands of years.
Yeah. A little bigger than the blue whale.
Yes.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, approximately how many languages are spoken in India? 70, 300, 5,000, or 16,000? And the answer is 16,000 languages.
That's so incredible. I had no idea. I knew there were a lot, but I had no idea exactly. So the language Farsi is spoken in what country? Syria, Iran, Egypt, or Pakistan? And it is Persia or Iran.
Yes.
You know, it's a very old language.
Some of the other countries have a form of Persian.
Oh, interesting.
But
Okay.
the main one, of course, is the original is the Farsi in Iran.
Awesome.
Okay. Which is the hottest planet in the solar system? Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, or Uranus?
And the answer is, I'm sure the sciencey group probably got that as being Venus.
As Venus, because of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Exactly.
That causes global warming.
Exactly. In a typical lifetime, how much time is spent dreaming? 4,800 hours, 345 days, 35 months, or 6 years? When I first read this question, I thought it was daydreaming. Then I would have said half my life, but it's actual dreaming. And the answer is, believe it or not, 6 years we spend dreaming.
6 years.
Yeah.
And number 14, which one of the Four Horsemen wrote The End of Faith? Was it Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, or Daniel Dennett?
And the answer?
Sam Harris wrote The End of Faith. He was the first one to write, well, of these four, the books that eventually brought the four together to make them the Four Horsemen. The other three wrote books. Well, Sam Harris's book was in the, 2006, I think. And the others within a couple of years of that. And so they all became known as the Four Horsemen.
But he was the start. And number 15, which of the following is the basis of the distress call, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday? It's an historical dreadful accident occurred on May 1st. B, the French term mayday, which means help me. Sorry if I butchered the French. And C, it is easy to say loudly and easy to understand. And D, a mariner's wife's name was May Daly, and he called to her when the ship was about to collide with a whale. So where does Mayday, Mayday, Mayday come from? And it is B, the French term m'aider, which means help me.
Okay, and what is the origin of representing ghosts with white sheets over the entity? Was it A, ghosts are represented by characters covered in white sheets in the Disney cartoons? Or B, psychics and mediums rigged sheets over simple objects to make them look like ghosts? Or C, in days past, when people couldn't afford wooden caskets, they buried their dead in white burial cloth shrouds. If the ghosts rose from the grave, it would be covered with a white cloth. Okay. Or D, many years ago in Britain, a burglar heard someone coming and covered himself with a sheet and ran away. Children saw him running through a cemetery and told everyone they saw a ghost in the cemetery.
There's two people I think should be able to get this one right.
I think so. The answer.
And, yeah, go ahead.
In days past, when people couldn't afford wooden caskets, they buried their dead in white cloth burial shrouds. If their ghost arose from the grave, they would be covered in a white cloth.
Makes sense. I think any of those would have made sense, actually.
Yes.
Which of the following is not considered to be one of the human senses? A, temperature, B, proprioception, C, balance, and D, anosmia. And the answer is, and those of you who were at book club this week who read the man who mistook his wife for a hat might be able to get this one.
Yes.
Oh, come on. There we go. And it is D, anosmia. It is smell blindness, so it involves the senses, but it's a complete loss of the ability to smell, whereas all the other ones are all about sensing things. And if you want to learn more, read the book I just mentioned.
And 18, which of the following is not an Islamic belief? A, the Prophet Muhammad one night took a trip on a flying horse, Barak, he flew to Jerusalem first and then to heaven and finally back to earth again. Or B, on the day of their wedding, the woman is not supposed to look at the face of the man she is marrying until the marriage is consummated. Or is it C, when you are having a drink and a fly comes near enough to dip one wing into your drink, before taking another sip, you must get the fly, put it back in the drink so that both wings have touched it. Or D, if you self-masturbate, your hand will get pregnant. Which one is not a belief? And the answer is, on the day of the wedding, The woman must not look in the face of the man she is marrying until the marriage is consummated. That is not a belief of Islam.
Can you expand on the fly one, Helen or Lois? Sorry, I'm so bad with names.
Yes, the fly. If a fly's wings have meaning, one is evil and one is the sort of the solution to the evil or toxin or whatever. And so if one wing gets in your drink, it might be the toxic one. So you have to get the fly, put both of them in, so you have the healing for the toxic one. Believe it or not.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And the last question, we just chose a nice odd number, just why not? Which of the following is not a belief of any Christians? A, one Christian sect believes that in the afterlife, exactly 144,000 people no more will live eternally in paradise. B, some Christians believe that the Apostle Paul walked with Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Thank you. I'll let Lois say it. C, early Christians believed that a race of giants once roamed the earth, the result of women and demigods interbreeding. And D, some Christians believe that to get to heaven, not only must your own sins be forgiven, but that you must also be cleansed of the original sin with which you were born. So which one is it? And that answer is B. Some Christians believe that the Apostle Paul walked with Jesus. Apparently, that most do not believe this because
Paul never knew Jesus, never met him, never saw him.
There we go. I'm thank you for interrupting, because then I didn't have to say the garden name again. All right, so that is it, and it is a score of possibly 19. Post in the chat for bragging rights, see how many you got. I don't know if anybody got 19 out of 19. But thank you, Lois, so much for putting those together. It was a lot of fun, and it helped warm up our brains for our amazing speakers. So I'll stop sharing, and that's just in time. Look at that, we're right on time. I'm so impressed so far. And the next thing we're going to be doing is having our first speaker, and our first speaker's name is David Aveline. And if I've said that wrong, I should have asked you earlier. I'm sorry. Hope I got that right. But I'm very excited to introduce our very first speaker for our very first Skepticamp. And he is an associate professor of sociology at Mount Royal University here in Calgary. And he's going to talk to us today about ghost beliefs, which I'm really excited about, because I became really aware about the prevalence of ghost beliefs in Canada, working with the Guerrilla Skepticism project on Wikipedia and writing a Wikipedia page on haunted house. So we should have coffee sometime too, David. I'd love to pick your brain about this kind of thing. Right. So I'm very excited. So David, are you going to be sharing your screen?
I'm in the process of trying to do that now. Just
perfect. And awesome. And I'm also going to spotlight you.
Spotlight me. God, will I be able to see?
Yeah. How's that?
That's fine. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, it's perfect.
All right. Lovely. Lovely. All right. So to begin, a face at first just ghostly. And those of you who are old enough will probably get that, where that phrase comes from. It's from a song by the Procol Harum in the 1960s. The next line is "turned a whiter shade of pale." But anyway, ghost beliefs and the skeptic, which is me, how to come to terms with alternative realities. Now, just a little bit about what the paranormal is. An event or entity that's beyond scientific understanding, or that cannot be explained by science or verified empirically. Now, to me, there seems to be three types. Entities that either exist in nature or they do not. They don't come from some nether universe or other dimension or anything like that, like Bigfoot. He would exist or he would not exist, right? Same with the Loch Ness Monster. Then we have entities native to the world again, but with special powers. That would be vampires, werewolves, and goblins. I actually just read a survey yesterday where 13% of Americans believe in vampires. So that's amazing. And then finally, entities said to exist, but they do come from some nether universe, often said beyond the veil. So that's ghosts, devils, demons, God and gods, angels, succubi, incubi, etc. Anyway, my research is not on ghosts per se, it's on ghost beliefs. People who genuinely believe that they have encountered ghosts. Now, in terms of ghost existence versus ghost beliefs, right, we have no empirical evidence to date that ghost exists. Yet we've got many, many millions of sightings. Okay, so it's a huge part of folklore. And lately, I'd say in the past 10, 12 years, there's been an explosion of paranormal reality shows, you know, where they're saying, oh, we entered the house and then there's ominous music, you know, and we couldn't find anything, but who knows? And that's a show. So not surprisingly, beliefs are common. I mean, here's a couple of surveys. Chapman University survey of American fears. 58% of Americans believe that places can be haunted. And a Pew Center poll, 18% of Americans believe that they've actually been in the presence of a ghost. So, oh, wait a minute. What am I doing here? There we go. Okay, so now my research is driven by the Thomas theorem. Basically, W.I. Thomas, 1928, said something very simple, but it's quite profound. If people define situations as real, then they are real in their consequences. All right. So if people sincerely, absolutely believe that ghosts exist, then ghosts are going to have consequences in their lives. So a lot of people, you know, that I've found are highly distressed. They're haunted by ghosts. They're threatened by them. They're even tormented by them. There was one guy I didn't interview, and he said that he was being held hostage and he was kidnapped by a ghost. Now, to him, that was a real situation, right? Now, some people are highly comforted. One's dead wife, one's dead husband, parents coming to visit you in the middle of the night. That can be really quite comforting. So, you know, unless they're chastising you for something, I don't know. Okay, so here's the people I interviewed. 4 large cities in Canada, 38 people, in-depth interviews, mostly female, about 2/3 female, ranging from 19 to 87 years of age, with a mean age of 48 years, so a little bit above the mean of Canada. Mostly white, with 4 Indigenous and 2 Latinx people. Mostly Canadian born, and marijuana and alcohol use. I asked them this basically because I could hear the echo of people saying, oh, they were drunk, or oh, they were stoned, or whatever. All right. But as you can see, you know, most have never even seen a joint, never smoked marijuana, and 12 only occasionally. Alcohol use, only 1 person drank moderately, the rest basically drank socially or not at all. If we look at the education, 30s had at least some university, all right, and 14 had a bachelor's degree. So we're looking at a pretty well-educated group here. And their occupations are most surprising. You know, police officer, medical doctor, he was a general practitioner, a nurse, a journalist, a business person, and other professionals. So these are people who are highly trained in empirical observation, right? Now, there are also some special qualities here of the 38 people. 8 said that they were sensitives or empaths. In other words, this gave them the ability to see things where others do not. They believe that they could do this. 5 people were part of a paranormal investigation team. Really nice bunch of people. If you feel that you have a ghost in your house, they'll tell you to go to a hotel. They'll sit in your house all night. and try and find the ghost. Two indigenous spiritual leaders, again, saying that their cultural background allowed them to see things where others do not. So what did I find so far? And it's ongoing. Nearly, or even over at this point, 300 ghosts were mentioned. Dead relatives, ghosts attached to buildings, ghosts with unfinished business, ghosts who don't know they're dead. I hope that's not the case with me when I'm dead. Malevolent, troublemaking ghosts like naughty children, causing havoc in the house. Legendary ghosts, maybe some of you have heard of Jimmy the Bellhop, which is something that Banff Springs Hotel keeps alive with their legends, and even some dog and cat ghosts, right? How do people experience ghosts? Seeing, now this is mostly, very few people saw a ghost dead on. Most people just saw the ghost through the corner of my eye. Hearing bangs, footsteps, moaning, bumps in the night, smelling roses, gardenias, tobacco, when there was no roses and gardenias and tobacco around. Two people report having been touched by a ghost. That's got to be freaky. Toxic energy, a feeling of wanting to run out of the house, that, there was evil in this room, etc. Poltergeist, which is like a movement, so radios turning on in the other room, things falling on the floor, and seeing with my mind's eye. One person told me I saw him clearly through my eyelids, which is, you have to think about that. Anyway, so what's my problem here? How does the skeptic researcher make sense of stories and reports that defy the laws of physics? All right. So what I did was sort of an autoethnographic journey of my own thoughts through the research process. It's a fancy way of saying I reflected upon myself and as a participant in this process, right? So now the problem, I'm a skeptic. My mind is open, but I think ghosts are highly, highly, highly unlikely. I mean, if one visited me in the middle of the night, I would probably believe, but that hasn't happened yet, right? And yet I'm listening to stories by people who absolutely believe that they have seen ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts, and you're telling me that ghosts exist. So there's the problem, right? Here's a couple of things that people told me. Angels descending through the ceiling with billowing smoke, 7-foot demons, three-dimensional shadows on the wall that move, poltergeist, ghosts, demons, goblins, and shadow people. Okay. So now my purpose here is, I'm not out to debunk anybody or deflate anybody with their beliefs, right? I want to record experiences as the people themselves see them. So this would really render the existence of ghosts irrelevant. But once I plunged myself into this research, I found that I was rather naive in taking this stance, right? I could not simply suspend my own definition of reality when I heard these things. So as I interviewed people, I found myself with two types of reactions. The first one, I'm privately thinking of logical explanations for what must have happened. And the second one is complete and utter disbelief. So to give you an examples of both of these. There we go. Okay, so importing logical explanations. Here's 3 stories. I'll just read the middle one. I was laying in bed and it was 3 o'clock. This was the witching hour. My coat was on the hook on the other side of the room. It suddenly turned into a little girl. She was a black silhouette with long hair. She lifted her arms and started to come toward me. Her head was whirring rapidly, going back and forth. She came toward me, and just as she reached my bed, she was gone. I knew that it was that little girl that was murdered around here last month. Okay, so I listened to this story, and immediately my mind goes to, okay, night terrors. You're having night terrors, right? I've had night terrors. What it is, if you haven't experienced this, you're just waking up and you have a sense that somebody is holding you down and that you're threatened and things like this. Right now, happened to me a couple of times in my life. Every time I did this, of what must have been the case, I really felt guilty that that here I am, I'm setting myself up as having the superior knowledge of other people's experience. And that's pretty arrogant, right? So I decided to bracket off all of these logical these thoughts of what must have happened in my mind. But I'm unprepared for the next type of story. And that's complete and utter disbelief. So here we have a few. I went into the bedroom and I called out the ghost. He appeared from behind the bed. A dark silhouette. I told him, "You must go." He shook his head and refused. I prayed to the angel Gabriel for help. A cloud of smoke appeared on the ceiling of the bedroom and an angel came down through it. He told the ghost he must go. The ghost nodded. The angel then wrapped his wings around the ghost and they both descended up through the ceiling. They were gone. Bottom one. I was in church waiting for the sermon to begin. People were coming in. And then I saw a demon enter. He stared right at me and he laughed. I had to get out of there. I ran out of the church. Okay, so in that sense, there's nothing that I can grasp onto that what must have happened or what might have happened, etc. So I have absolute, complete disbelief. So how do I handle this? I began with Kant, and this is Kant's critique of pure reason. So he distinguishes, first of all, between noumena and phenomena. All right. The first being the actual reality as it is, and the second being the reality that we interpret. Basically, we will never know what absolute reality is because we always interpret it through our senses, and therefore our senses of absolute reality are going to vary, right? Then we got William James, Alfred Schutz, and others, and they talk about one paramount reality that we all believe that we live in, and sub-universes of some individuals, right? So my problem becomes how to treat people living in the sub-universes with integrity and dignity. So here I have three approaches. I hope I'm good for time. The 3Ds. Debunking. Now, we know what debunking is. That's basically to take a paranormal claim and expose it. And this was quite common in the 19th century, as debunkers. I think this is well deserving if somebody is a charlatan or a scammer or things like this, but not really for sociological inquiry, right? So I did have great difficulty calling my own thoughts of what was really going on, but my purpose is not to, expose people. It's basically to find out what they believe and how their beliefs affect their lives. Number two is distancing. To look at beliefs as originating from a historical, cultural, or biographical embeddedness, not as sophisticated as one's own. So this is the stance of the early anthropologists who went out into the Trobriand Islanders and did all this thick description, etc. But what it basically says is you believe what you do because you haven't been exposed to superior information like I have. So it's it's a little patronizing, and the early anthropologists have been criticized for that. I mean, very simply, if you were looking at the 1692 witch trials, you might sort of think that the beliefs come out of what was known about the world at the time, the witch hysteria, etc. But at the same time, you're living comfortably in what you might consider superior knowledge of the world. So again, it's a bit patronizing, not very useful. Finally, I came across, and these are my words, detouring, I call it. So this is basically to turn off the road mapped out by one's own senses and enter the world mapped out by the senses of the other. So the question becomes, how do these individuals construct reality? And what are the consequences of their constructions of reality, right? Follows the symbolic interactionist paradigm here. Now, to give you an example, if you're watching a movie, and let's say you're watching the latest Godzilla movie, and there's Godzilla for you, very imposing. You're not thinking, you're not in the theater thinking, oh my God, this is just not real. There is no such thing as a giant fire-breathing lizard. What you're thinking of is, oh my God, watch out, Godzilla is coming. Get out of the way or he's going to step on you. Must have hurt when he breathed fire on the bus and it burst onto flames. And we're thinking that. So what we're doing is we're living in that reality that is shown to us. And I find this a very good, comfortable way in studying ghost beliefs. Here's the conclusion. So when researchers interview people in sociology, psychology, or anything, right, you have two assumptions. And the first is that most people, we believe that people are telling us the truth. Now, there are exceptions to that. The census every year has an inordinate amount of people who are 39, right? And also 49, never 40 and 50, but 39 and 49. So, they fix this statistically. The second is that they operate under the same sense of reality that we do. If you're talking to somebody, we assume that we both see the same reality, and that if we were to exchange places, we would see the same reality as well. So my special problem is talking to people who are seeing, not entirely, but in certain respects, absolutely different realities to me. And I find, debunking and distancing, I considered that, but detouring was the one that I decided upon. Okay, so again, seeing no empirical evidence that ghosts exist, I continue to believe that they're not. I could be disproven in the future. I believe is a question that's really unresearchable, and as long as people say they do exist, the question is going to remain unanswered, right? What is factual is that many millions of people believe in ghosts. Hundreds of millions of people in the world absolutely believe in ghosts. Millions of people claim to have seen them. And as William Isaac Thomas said in 1928, if people define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. I feel that's ending way too early. How long was that?
You are absolutely perfect. You are 19 minutes.
Woo!
Well done. All right. So if you can stop sharing your screen, we'll do the question answer.
Okay. Delete. Okay. How do I bring you up?
I might be able to stop participant sharing. I got it.
Okay.
I have the master controls here, so we're all good. And I'm just gonna spotlight me as well. There we go. Perfect. And yeah, well done. That was really interesting. I have a couple questions. First of all, from Brent, how did you find these people? Like, where did they come from?
Oh, very simply online. The volunteer, mostly, but not entirely, the volunteer section of Craigslist. I know Craigslist has a bad reputation for various reasons, but it's a huge site where you can buy a car and sell a couch and everything else. So I put advertisements in the Craigslist volunteer section. So, this is not obviously a random sample. It's a convenient sample. Before I go further, I want to say I'm looking forward to the next talk because actually, somebody did show me a picture of goblins in their basement, and what it was is like two shiny dots on the picture, right? So just to look at that. But anyway, sorry, I digress.
Yeah, no, I think Kenny will be able to answer that very, very well. Yes. Yeah, and the next question is, I believe it's from Janalee, is my mother was both a strong atheist and believed in ghosts. Any research on the percentage of atheists that believe in ghosts? Does a belief in ghosts impact religious belief?
What I've read quite a bit on that, and one would think that if you're an atheist, you don't believe in ghosts, right? Because you basically go on empirical evidence and all that sort of thing. There's no empirical evidence on God. But no, that there are atheists, into all sorts of spiritualities.
Yes.
And that they, that many do believe in ghosts. It's the ultimate irony. But
yeah,
absolutely. So I think your mother is in good company, Janalee.
And I actually missed the first part of her question here is how do these beliefs impact the lives of those who believe? And is there a negative, or should we just accept their beliefs and live and let live?
I
think you touched on that at the beginning with some of the negatives of the fear, right?
I don't think there's, if you're talking about religion, religious belief at the extreme is harmful. And I think we can all know that. It really sort of ruins people's lives and everything else. But I think people believe in ghosts, and I don't think that it really affects society. I mean, I think basically it has maybe some long-term effects in terms of, not giving homage to empirical truth. But nobody's going to blow up a building here, and for their
ghost.
Exactly. They're a nice lot of people. A lot of very rationally thinking people. Again, we've got police officers, medical doctors.
Well, I suffer from migraine, and part of migraine aura that I have is weird smells right before I get a migraine. So I'll smell smoke. Like I've actually said to my family, do you guys smell smoke or gas? And so it's very, very real. So I can understand how people can interpret that as being something other than neurological. It's very real. So
I'll have to look that up. That's an interesting explanation, exactly, for smelling. Is somewhere.
Yeah, I've thought of that when you were talking about that. And so we have a question from Roy, and there's a phenomenon that happened when people are waking up, but not fully. I think you talked about that a little bit. And they claim to see apparitions. It happens a lot in the mornings. Do you know the name for this?
There's a technical term, but I forgot it.
And I've forgotten it too.
Yeah, but it's
somebody
called,
can put it in the chat.
Yeah. Called night terrors, locally, and I'm sure if you get the proper word if you Googled that somewhere. But exactly, I mean, and I've experienced that. You feel, oh my God, there's
sleep paralysis. Kenny says, and there is another term for it as well. I think there is another. The hypnagogic response. I think that might be related to it, but I'm not sure.
Right, exactly.
Oh, I've lost my chat. So in the meantime, I do have
I can jump in with the next question.
Yeah, go ahead. There it is.
Yeah. Grant is asking, and I think he maybe spoke to this a little bit already, but he's asking, did you ask any questions from your interviewees about mental illness or other abilities or disabilities sort of thing?
No. That would be kind of difficult. Do you have a history of mental illness or something? Actually, it might be interesting that you could sort of dispel that immediately. But nobody appeared, maybe with one exception, to have had any sort of a history or any sort of issues like that. But in retrospect, I think that would have been an interesting question to ask. Although it's also a sensitive question, so perhaps I would have avoided it. Again, I would say, these people, if they came here and joined the group of atheists, I don't think anybody would see the difference, really.
Yeah. And I actually had a question when you were speaking. You were talking about how that some people think that the ghosts don't know they're dead. How do they know that? What are the signs? Like, how did they determine that that was the case?
Because they're sensitives, they're empaths. they can feel the emotions of the ghosts. I mean, one woman told me she worked in a kennel because that was comforting to her, because she couldn't be around people, because if she was on the bus, for example, after 5 o'clock, everybody's going home, she's feeling everybody's emotions. Now, to her, whether it's real or not, but so they have this special, connection with the ghost, that even though they see him only through their mind's eye or through the corner of my eye. And we all know, by the way, that, if you see something in the corner of your eye, you often like fill in stuff, a shadow. Whoa. And I've experienced that myself. It looked like a man or something, but it wasn't, and I knew that.
Yeah, exactly. And Janalee wants to know: are you doing ongoing research in this area?
I am crunching the research at this point. I do intend to look further into ghost beliefs. I actually intend, next year when we're allowed to go out, to look at people being kidnapped by aliens. I would find that rather fascinating to look at. So I think I found a group somewhere, so one day I'll contact them.
It'd be very interesting.
Yeah, it's supposed to be rather stressful, if you believe.
Yeah, traumatic, right? Because it's not like they're kidnapped and they have a great time.
No, you get probed and everything. But
Exactly. Well, I thought that was interesting too, even with your ghost belief talk. Sometimes it's a very pleasant experience. So they want to keep that belief, as you say, with a death of a loved one coming back. But it can be very negative, like the fear, there's a ghost in my house, I don't want to go and live in my house. And I think there are cases where that's happened, where people have moved out of their homes because they feel it was haunted. And
some people have actually called priests and other spiritual leaders to come and to come and smoke the house and everything else,
and they can pay for mediums or psychic mediums to come in and pay a lot of money to have it done.
Yes, exactly. Probably as expensive as plumbers,
or more. Another question: have you looked at people who classify these things as dreams versus people who classify them as ghost visits? To compare them. No, good question.
It's interesting. So many people have started a sentence with "when I was in bed," "after I went to bed," "when I was waking up," "after I woke up." A lot of these things happen, in bed. But, and I ask people, could you have been dreaming? I mean, was this a dream? Were you fully awake? And they say, yes, my eyes were open, which of course is no proof of you being awake. But they sort of like look at this experience. Well, was I dreaming it? And so they question themselves. And again, if I saw a ghost in my living room at 3 a.m. one day, I would question. I would go through all the logical explanations, and then we have Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the best. So I hope I don't see a ghost one day. I'd probably jump to hell. But a lot of people said they weren't scared, because they grew up with ghosts. They first saw one when they were 3, 4 years old. And when you're 3, 4 years old, you don't know the difference between reality and para-reality. Right. It's all just coming to you. Anyway.
Well, thank you very much. That was a really interesting talk. And I've seen people doing lots of clapping. Yes, the new way to clap. But now we're going to go on to our next speaker, and I'm going to remove the spotlights here and re-spotlight somebody.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep. Thank you very much. That was awesome. And there we go. And here is our next speaker. And
there I am.
And this is Kenny Biddle. I met Kenny through Susan Gerbeck, who I keep talking about. look at her Wikipedia page, you'll find out all about her. And it was my very first Wikipedia page I wrote was on a haunted house, and Kenny was one of the ones who read over it. And I've gotten to know him quite a bit because I did a page called Spirit Photography, and Kenny writes lots of articles for Skeptical Inquirer, and I used a lot of them. And so he's very knowledgeable about the field of ghost photography. So I'm really, really excited about hearing his talk. And I believe I've already made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen if you have a...
Right. Let me see. Oh, I can do it. I wonder if I can do it this way. I'm not well versed in this. So did that work?
It has worked. And I just have to remove
right.
my spotlight. All right, there you go.
All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about photography and how it relates to ghosts. And it's going to be a crash course, as it says on the title here. And real quick, just a little bit about myself. And disclaimer, I have no idea how long my lecture is because I put it together and I tried to get it, tried to practice, but unfortunately work got in the way of that. So hopefully I'll be in the time frame. Anyway, so a little bit about myself. I used to be a ghost hunter back in the 1990s. Yes, I'm that old. So yeah, I used to be a ghost hunter, and then I slowly came over to the skeptical side when I discovered Skeptical Inquirer magazine, and people like Ben Radford and Joe Nickel had a big influence on me. I am a blogger, writer, YouTuber, podcaster, speaker, investigator of spooky stuff, and I solve mysteries. That's what I love to do. And recently I was awarded a fellowship. There it is right back there for the Committee for Skeptical Inquirer for all the work that I've done with them and science and critical thinking. So I'm really proud of that. So that's a little bit about myself, and I'm going to jump in here. So spirit photography has been around since about 1861, when a Boston engraver named William H. Mumler put out a photograph, much like the one that's in the center that you see here, the woman that's sitting there posing. That is Mary Todd Lincoln, and the ghost of Abraham Lincoln is apparently around her shoulders and looking back at you. So these are all different photographs. There's been plenty of people that have used these kind of photographs over time, especially when it comes to what's called long exposures. And in today's lecture, I'm going to go over 2 photographs and just point out some of the things that I look for. So it really is a crash course, because usually I do like lectures like 2 hours, or workshops that are like 2 hours long. So hopefully you get something good out of this. I'm going to jump right into it. So this first photograph, this was taken in the year 1900 in Northern Ireland. And it's a team of women that used to work in a linen factory. And they're all happy, which is surprising, because I'm surprised, because during the time I think it was really hard labor, but they seem to be very happy. This photograph appeared on belfastlive.co.uk as part of their history section. And it was up for a while. It was under a section called Historic Gallery of Old Belfast Trades. And it was posted in 2016. And I think it took over a year before a viewer noticed something weird. And I want to say from the start that this is a genuine photograph. It is not a modern creation. It's not something that somebody just made in Photoshop and then made it look old. This is actually from 1900. I was able to verify it. But the thing that really sticks out is that if you look at the woman that's on the right side in the middle, she has a hand on her shoulder that doesn't seem to belong to anyone. If you look at the full photograph, you can see that most of the women have their arms folded and they are accounted for, except for the one young lady on the left who is kind of sassy, and she's like, I'm not folding my hands. No, I don't care. But everyone else has their hands and arms accounted for. So where did this phantom hand come from? And I'm going to go over that. Let me see. There we go. So some of the things that I looked for in this picture is, first of all, someone had to be standing there. If there's a hand there, there's had to be someone standing there. There just had to be, because it's not an optical illusion. It really does look like 3 fingers and a thumb on her shoulder. So if someone was standing there, where would they be positioned? And that's what we have to look at, that area right there. And one of the first clues that stands out to me is that her shoulder on the right side, our right side, her left shoulder and arm. If you look down the edge of the shirt, it is a very smooth and thick line, much thicker than her other arm, where you can almost not see any kind of line. So that kind of sticks out to me, and that usually means that it was drawn in. Another fact with this is that there are no wrinkles along the edge. You can see that there are shadows along her sleeve, but yet those wrinkled parts, those folded parts, because it's bunched up, are not reflected on the edge. We don't have any bumps. It's a very smooth line. Let's see, what else we have here? So again, on her left arm, it's also darker than her right arm. And when you look at the photograph as a whole, the natural lighting for this photograph is actually coming from the right side of the picture. So with that in mind, her arm on that side, on the right side of the picture, should be actually lighter than her other arm, but it's not. It's actually in kind of a shadow, because if you look where the hand is, let me see. Oh yeah, I do have a laser pointer. Look at that. So if you look at this woman's arm behind her, it's blocked. The light is actually blocked by her, and you can see that it's darker than normal, which matches this arm. And this is telling me that, yes, there was something here. There had to be something here blocking the natural light coming in, which made this more in shadow. So that was a big clue to me. The woman in the background here, she has a rope here. It looks like a rope hanging down, but it's cut off. The insert picture that I put up here, you can see that in the rest of the picture, all the women have their tools, and the description for the picture says that the woman posed with all of their tools of their craft. And what they did was have a piece of rope around their waist, and they tied off all their tools, and they just hung there. So this woman, her tools are missing. The ropes are actually cut off. And when you look closer at this line right here is very, very dark. And it's thick. It looks almost blotchy, and it doesn't match the smoothness of the other ropes. So again, that kind of tells me maybe this was drawn in, and I'm going to get to why in a minute here. One other clue is that the hair on the right side of her face here, it's much darker than the rest of her hair. And again, the light source for this photograph is on the right side. So I would expect highlights like on the top of her hair here. This woman, you can see partial head here, but there's also a glare, a reflection of light coming off of her hair. I would expect that to be here too, but it's dark. It's very dark. It's very straight. And right about where the pointer is, there is a kind of a unnatural bend in the hair. And from here down, when you actually look at the close-up of the photograph, it's dark. It's very dark. There's no shading whatsoever. It pretty much looks like black paint, which is a big deal to me. And then there's an ink blot. So if we look down here where the shirt, the sleeve actually meets her arm and ends at her arm, there is a significant blot of ink. And that really happens when you're drawing in details and you're not careful with the ink that you're using or the paint. Actually, it was Indian ink that they used. And maybe when you're hanging out too long on that spot and you get a drop that goes down, you get this blot, and that stuck out really far for me. And basically, the conclusion for this photograph is that it was retouched. There was a woman in there. I don't know why she was removed. There's no information on that that I could find, but there was a woman that was standing there. For whatever reason, she was taken out of the photo. And this is pretty much old school Photoshop. They used what's called a retouching desk, which you can see in the advertisement here and this illustration of the woman sitting here. And I actually have one right here with me. I was able to acquire this from an antique shop. So basically they put the photograph, the negative or the plate, on this opaque glass here, and then the sunlight from the window, because they didn't have electric lighting back then, the sunlight would reflect off of this panel here, this mirror, and come through, and you would be able to work like that. It would illuminate the negative, and women would sit there and scrape away some of the emulsion or paint in other details. And this is how they would actually remove people or imperfections. And you can see from the 3 pictures here of this woman here, she had a growth on her neck, and through this technique, they were able to remove it completely. Whereas if you saw the picture on the right, you would have never guessed she had something there. And they were really good. This was not something you could do with a few clicks of the mouse. This took hours and hours on one negative for them. So it's very tedious work. I can't imagine the eye strain of working that long on such a tiny little picture and for the details. So that's basically for that picture. There were a lot of signs there. There were a lot of details that stood out where it was like, all right, this is wrong. This is wrong. There was somebody here, and the rest of this was drawn in. So I thought it was pretty cool, but that's just me. All right, next picture. So this is a more recent photograph. This was taken in 2020, so last year, and it was at a construction site in Birmingham, England. There was a new apartment complex going up, and there was a security firm called Limitless Security that had set up security cameras around the complex to keep an eye on it because it was in the middle of a neighborhood. And almost around, well, it says 1:53 a.m., the security guy got a report saying, hey, there's an alert, there's motion. And they captured this strange photograph. And Adam Lees, who is the managing director of the security firm, he had interviews because he posted it, because that's what you do. When you see a strange picture, you don't try to figure it out first. You immediately go to the tabloids and sell it. That's what you do. So he was interviewed, and he says, I notified security on the site straight away, who did a full patrol but found nothing. It's incredibly strange. I have no idea what it could have been, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. So that's kind of setting up the ominous tone here. And then in another interview, he says, I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain this. People have been saying it's fake, but I can assure you it's 100% real. And the wording in this stood out to me because you can say it's very carefully explained here, because he's not saying that it's a ghost. He's saying that he never believed in ghosts, and that he's saying it's not fake, which is true. It's not fake. It is a genuine photograph. And we're going to get into that. So this is the original photograph. And some of the things that I look for is first the position of the camera. If you notice on the left side of the screen or the left side of the picture, there's a railing there. And that's a normal fence railing. It comes up to just about your waist line. And the camera angle is actually almost level with that, which tells me that it's not a really good security camera. It's not a good placement, because you could literally take a 55-gallon drum and move it in front of this camera and block it, so you wouldn't be able to see anything. So that kind of stood out to me as something's not right with this, and I should look deeper. This is also a photograph. The original interviews where the Lees was interviewed in, he made it sound like there was a video, that these were video cameras set up, and he had a video clip of it. But unfortunately, after much questioning, it was found out that no, there were no videos. It was just a snapshot. And it was really weird, because this is supposed to be like the top of the line security camera or security firm. And they were using these really cheap cameras. And I'll get to that in a second here, because this is not only an infrared picture because of the coloring, it's a very low quality image. And we can tell that it's infrared because the colors are off. The colors are very muted, and it uses infrared light, which distorts colors. So even though it looks like a white dress, and incidentally, that's why it's called the Ghostly Bride, even though it looks like a white dress, that could be almost any color. That could be red, blue, it could be black. But because the infrared light doesn't reflect the colors back just like visible light, we see just this bright, washed out form. So it distorts it, and it gives us an idea like, all right, this is something creepy. So based on the color scheme and the low quality and the low angle and use of IR flash, this reminded me strongly of a trail cam. And trail cams are basically, if you're not familiar with them, they are all-weather cameras that are set up in the woods. They usually track animals, or like hunters use them to see what kind of animals are in the area, like what can they hunt. It's also used by rangers to track wildlife and see what kind of migration patterns and stuff like that. But they are usually very low quality, and they take snapshots. Some of them take video, but snapshots are easier. And I never trusted them because they usually have a problem with long exposures. And what I mean by that is when you take a long exposure, you're basically taking a picture for a longer period of time. So if anything is moving in that scene while you're taking the picture, it gets a little blurred and it could become a little bit transparent. And you can actually see, we'll get to the close-up here. Hold on. There's a close-up. You can actually see a little bit that the back of the dress here is slightly transparent. And that's usually because of motion. But it could be for other things like thin material or something like that. Let's see. Oh, the ghost. This is one of the big things that I realized, that it was not a ghost, that it creates a hard shadow. And what I mean by hard shadow is that if you look along the edge here of the dress, you can see a thick black line that goes along it. And that is a hard shadow. That's what happens when you use a camera flash, which is very harsh lighting, usually very harsh lighting. And it snaps really fast. You get a solid object that's kind of close by to another solid object, and you get a silhouette image on that background. And this is what's happening here. So right away, this is telling me, okay, this is blocking the infrared light. So whatever this is, whatever this figure is, it's actually solid. It's a solid mass there. In addition, I did find out that there was a security light, a floodlight that used regular visible light. And along the bottom here, and I hope everyone can see this part, there's a dark shadow right at her feet that actually extends a little bit behind her. So this is telling me, because the spotlight is actually to the right of the scene, this is telling me that she's also blocking visible light. So again, she's a solid mass. These clues stick out. I'm pretty sure this is a real person. So when I started digging a little bit more, let me see, there we go. So I employed, this is one of the most tedious investigative techniques ever known to man. I looked at the comments, and this is by far the pain in the ass of investigation methods. I absolutely hate it because you're literally going through thousands and thousands of comments on tabloid newspapers, which in itself, I mean, that's just combining the worst of two worlds. So basically, I went through all the comments, and I did come up with some clues. There was a gentleman named Stuart Chapman, and he's an electrician that was working on the project. And he was actually part of the program that installed the long-term permanent security cameras for the apartment complex. And he was saying that he had footage, he knew exactly what it was, and it wasn't a ghost. And he was really complaining about it. So I reached out to him, and we talked over email, and he agreed to send me the video that he had. And this is great because this completely busted this case. And I'm going to try to play the video here. Let me see here if I can play this. This is what we got. And a friend. And that's it. And as you can see, going back to the issue with the infrared light, infrared camera, her dress was bright red, but you would not be able to tell that from the photograph. But this camera, this was one of the permanent security cameras. It's in color, and it was mounted above where the trail cam was mounted. And they did that purposely. And the security camera actually didn't, or the security firm did not know this camera was active, which is funny. I found that funny because the Stuart Chapman told me that he just didn't tell anyone. He activated it, and he had it on his phone so he could watch the video, and that's how he recorded this and kept this. So very cool footage. I love this because so many people were saying that this was a ghost bride, and then there's stories that popped up that had no history. They just popped up when this photo popped up, that the site was the location of a murder of a bride, and all these stories came up to collaborate and justify a ghost photograph, which didn't exist. And I actually tried to reach out to the manager of the security company to say, hey, you know, like I've obtained this video. What do you have to say about that? And he ignored everything I sent to him, which is pretty typical when you expose someone like that. So that's basically it for me. That was my presentation. I hope that was long enough. I have no idea.
That was 19 minutes again. We're on the 19-minute trend.
Awesome. All right. So
I'm glad you're showing where you can be found. That's good. So talk to this for a minute, and then we'll go to questions.
Okay. I totally lost where I was. Okay. So yeah, you can find me pretty much everywhere. Skeptical Inquirer, I do a closer look column. That's the name of my my column. Facebook, I am Kenny Biddle. Three Tortured Souls, that's another podcast that I do where we talk about, we apply science to paranormal topics. On YouTube, under my name, Kenny Biddle, you can find some of the live shows, and then also videos that I take apart ghost hunting equipment and show you what's inside of it, what's really in there. And that's always fun. K&D Adventures is, I go to different places with my wife. We just film our adventures, and sometimes we go to haunted places, and she does the more story and history, and I do the more skeptic bad guy, bad cop thing. I'm on TikTok. If anyone's on there, I do videos, debunking ghost videos. I pretty much take what's there and I explain how they do it and sometimes recreate it. And then Friday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, I do the Skeptical Help Bar, which is a 2-hour podcast. I sometimes have guests on there and let them talk about their special interests and their backgrounds, and we take on paranormal topics. And then Three Tortured Souls is Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's me, Tim Vickers, Dave Schumacher, and we just science the crap out of paranormal topics. So there you go.
Awesome. I'm going to stop your sharing, and then I'm going to.
Awesome.
I love this control, the power. All right. Okay, so the first question, like we've got quite a few coming. So the first question is for Janalee. How much money could someone make from submitting one of these photos to a tabloid?
I don't know. I really, I don't know. I've never done it.
Great question.
You know, I've seen some offer like $100 American. That's the start. And then it goes up from there depending on how like hot it is, because some of these pictures, they really go viral.
Right.
And then you see the original post, and then maybe a day later, you'll see it appear in a tabloid or on a tabloid site with the watermark from the tabloid. I'm like, all right, well, you definitely bought it. You definitely had to buy it to do that. But honestly, other than just a cursory glance once in a while, I don't really know.
Oh, it's a good question. And then the next one is talking about writing up for Skeptical Inquirer those two stories. And I know you've already done that. So if you check out Skeptical Inquirer, you will find great detailed stories, write-ups about those two stories that Kenny talked about.
Right.
And they are also on Wikipedia.
Adrienne, can I jump in?
Yes.
I would go to the queue, but suddenly my keyboard died, so I can't line up. I just want to ask Kenny. In my research, somebody showed me a photograph of their basement. It was a color photograph, and there were two shiny dots on there. And they said, that proves that there are goblins in my basement. Now, I guess I know some logical explanations for that, but what's yours? So two shiny dots. Why would two shiny dots appear on any photograph?
Thank you, David. It's a great question.
Yes, all right.
So, I mean, without seeing the photograph, I mean, there's lots of things that come to mind. Any kind of reflective surface. If you have brass, glass, just metallic, chrome, anything that's in your room. I mean, the background I have here, you can see there's shiny stuff there, the trophies. Yeah. I have a ton of stuff. You have no idea all the crap that I have in this room. But if if I lit off a flash, everything would have points of light. There would be points of light everywhere. You also have, I mean, as simple as buttons on a t-shirt or just like a regular polo shirt. If you have some buttons, they're usually glossy and they'll show up. You can have LEDs. There is so much. We have so many electronic devices now that have some kind of LED that is always on. You know, you can look at your entertainment center and you can see like your cable or satellite box, your VCR, your DVD player, VCR. Wow, how old am I?
I didn't even blink. How old am I?
I still have one because I still get cassettes once in a while to review. So, but all these devices, games, video games, whatever, clocks, computers, my monitors. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and all of them have an LED that let me know whether the power is on or off. So it's still on no matter what, and they will show up.
And the other thing is reflection off dust particles, correct?
Well, yeah.
Dust on lens.
It could be dust in the air. So if there's a flash, it can reflect off.
Dust particles in the air definitely can happen. They usually create the orbs that I hate so much. But they're more blurry kind of circles with that are transparent. Yeah. But you can have pinpoints of light depending on what, because if it's a moth, which has a pretty good size sometimes, but if they're enough distance away, they will appear as a washed out blob. So that's or if they're shooting through glass, if they happen to be shooting through glass, they can get reflections from behind them, or the LEDs that are actually on the camera that reflect off the glass that they're shooting through. I've seen that dozens of times.
Oh, thank you. And Rob asks, thanks, Dave. And Rob asks if the human eye or a camera can see, in quotes, a ghost by the laws of optics. The ghost is, quote, blocking light, actually reflecting it back to the observer. So how is this not understood? In other words, if a ghost is imaged, it must have a shadow indicating some light was blocked, no?
So yes, if it's caught by the camera, then your digital cameras nowadays, because pretty much everybody has a digital camera on their phones and all that, these can also see a little bit of infrared light. And that's a fun thing to do if you haven't been familiar with it. You take like an old TV remote that has the little bulb in the end, and you push a button while you're looking at it with your camera on your phone, and you'll see it light up. It's pretty cool. But yeah, in order for a camera to pick up a alleged ghost, it would have to reflect light. And in doing so, yes, it would create a shadow behind it. Whether you see it or not, it depends on how bright the light sources are. Because like in the picture of the ghost bride, you had a hard shadow on one side, and that was because there was a camera that it shot a flash, and you got that very harsh light coming at it, which blocked the light, and it created that hard shadow. But if you have a spotlight that's way up in the sky or way up on like a pole, that's going to create more of a soft light. You're going to get that soft shadow that's not like defined straight edges. It's kind of much softer. And depending on how far away they are, you might not see it, especially in a photograph, unless you're somebody like me that's obsessed with it, and I will enhance it until I see it. And I'm like, all right, there it is. I can trace it out. I can match it to that person. So yes. To answer your question, Rob, yes, it will create a shadow.
And one last question, I'm going to combine two. There's two kind of comments / questions, and it's from Neil. And he was a graphic designer, and he learned how to doctor photographs just like on your antique stand. So he actually has done some of that work. But of course, then he moved on to Photoshop. And is that technique of removing people, the way they remove people from photos like Stalin's photos? Is that what they would have done?
What? Say that.
Sorry. Okay, so the technique of removing photos,
right,
with your stand, the old-fashioned way with paintbrush and etc. Is that how they would have removed Stalin's photos? Sorry, and I was just saying that Neil also has worked on those types of tables in the industry before Photoshop.
There's also a technique of combining. They're called collages, where you would take several photographs that of the same thing or same people, and you would cut out different parts. And I know they did a lot of that kind of fakery, especially with political and military photographs. They would take pictures, cut them up, and then put them over top and layer them, literally layer them over top of each other, and then take another picture of that picture and then soften the lines in between. And that would create a new photo. So, I mean, we're doing the same techniques. It's just cut and paste or digitally cut and paste. So the techniques, I mean, I got to hand it to them, because I like several of the books that I have on fake photography, like literally creating fake photography before computers were used. It's amazing when you look at these photographs, you're like, that's fake.
Right.
And I really got to look at it, you know, and in those cases, you really have to have the original. You really need to look at the original photographs, because then you can get a better eye for the detail and see where straight lines are. Because when you start cutting up photographs, you're going to have those cut lines.
Right.
And if you don't smear them out or blend them in well enough, you're going to see them. So that's a great question. I love that.
Yeah,
that was
and
good.
So we're out of time. It's time for break. We did well. However, Neil, did you have something more you wanted to ask? And people can run off to a bathroom break, but you can go ahead and ask the question.
I have the same fascination with doctored photographs. I have lots of books of doctored photographs, because when I was first starting in the industry, I had to do all that, and producing a montage was it had to be physical, and each thing had to be done separately, and then you screened it at the end, and it was like a nightmare. But absolutely fascinating. But one of the things, the actual question that I asked was,
sorry, Neil.
What was what actually, it's like percentage have you found something that you have actually been foiled by? The reason why I say this, because we had, when you were doctoring photographs, when you were removing people, you know, in the industry, in Photoshop later on, what you do, because you are staring at this thing at 1600%, right, on a screen, you would pass that on to a second person to then see if they could find what you have done. Right. Because you know, the majority of people would have blur lines, smudge lines, repeat lines, and such like that, which another professional will actually find, right? So have you been, with all your experience with this sort of thing, have you been actually foiled by a photograph that you actually can't explain?
So yeah, once in a while, there's a photograph that I just don't know. I look at it and I'm like, you know, the clues, the story doesn't fit, but I can't find where they changed things. So yeah, I mean, I can definitely say I'm definitely not perfect. I don't have 100% track record of explaining all the photographs, because there's still some I don't have enough information, or I don't have access to a high quality image. Like the 1900 photo that I did first, I had to buy that from the website that owned the rights to it. So yeah, I had to purchase the high resolution image in order to look at the details, because otherwise I had to rely on lower quality images, which didn't show you as much detail, and it was very blurred. So yeah, I get what you're asking. Yeah, there's fooled, or you said foiled, right? Which is us, to us it's fooled. Okay.
Not fooled. Right. Yeah, foiled. You were unable to work out how something was done.
So yeah, there's been plenty of times that I haven't been able to figure it out. And it goes on the back burner. Like it'll still be in the back of my head, because it drives me crazy if I can't figure it out. I will stick with that. And I mean, sometimes it's years later that I'll be like, I just learned something. Oh, let me apply it. There it is. Boom.
Yeah, it took me with an old Zenith camera, with, you know, obviously actually getting photographs developed, but it took me one roll of film. That's all. Like, it was 36 pictures to recreate a ghost, and where I took a photograph of my friend's son, and then took a photograph of his daughter on the same slide, but let the exposure for the daughter longer. So
Okay.
what you had is literally a ghost apparition of his son and a full exposure, or appeared to be.
Right.
And it was simple. I didn't even
Right.
have to work it out. It was just basic common sense, really.
Long exposures are probably the number one cause of apparition photos now.
But it's very easy.
Yeah, it's very easy.
And
Excuse
there's a
me,
fellow.
everybody. I have to go. It's very nice to have met you all. I'd like to contact you, Kenny, at some point.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're so thrilled to have you. Thank you for coming, David. It was awesome. And it is break time, so please feel free to go grab a drink, stretch your legs, etc., or continue to chat. It's all good. And we'll start up again at 11:45 with our next speaker, which is Paul Enns. Exciting. So thanks so much, Kenny. It was awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Kenny.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I've got to have a bathroom break.
And I'm going to unspotlight ourselves. So
Okay. Oh, there I am.
yeah, you're really big now. Now I have to unspotlight you. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Kenny.
It's okay.
Oh, what you got there? Oh, you put the schedule up. Perfect. And you should be able to resize things within Zoom if you want things bigger or smaller. So what's happening here? There. Perfect. And if you change your view to gallery, you'll see everybody else.
I feel like there should be elevator music playing.
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, Susan.
Hey, tell me
What?
the name of that SI article with the first photograph, because I don't know what it's called and I missed it. And it bugs me that I missed it because well, you know what? It's kind of exciting because I didn't know the answer to that one. The second one I did, but the first story you told, I was like, my jaw was just dropped. I was like, what?
What's going
How
on
do you do
there?
that? What was the name of that one, or what? Can you pull it up for me?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Hold on a second. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun.
Ooh, we get sound effects too. That's amazing. Wow, it's too early in the morning for me. Sorry.
Just wait. A couple more drinks and I'll be singing.
Oh, that wasn't. Yeah, that's true. That wasn't singing.
This I want to hear.
It's called The Ghost Hand of 1900.
And the link that you have handy is.
Oh yes, of course I have a link that's handy. Hold on. Copy. And where's the chat? There it is. And I'll put it in the chat.
Of course, the ghost hand is handy.
Bum.
That's very bad.
There you go. I put it in the chat so you can check it out.
I don't see it. Hit enter.
I did.
It's not there.
Oh wait, it only went the wrong one person. Why did I do
Well,
that?
that's great. It wasn't me. Who are you talking
Sorry.
to?
I don't know. I don't know why I did
There
that.
it is.
There it goes.
Okay, you might want to put the other one in too, since you're right there, because that was the ghost one with the
The
wedding
Ghost
was
Bride.
super interesting too. And there you go. I like the gallery view. The Ghost Hand of 1900. That is really good. I didn't realize that they were doing that. I was a photographer for many years, but I don't really know anything about that. Yeah, it's on his article. Mark's here.
I love
Mark.
the ghost photo.
Mark Edward would never like ghost photos.
Oh no, those phony things.
But that is really, I didn't realize, I don't know the techniques. I think that's fantastic.
I keep trying to get her to do ghost photos. She won't do it.
That's one of my projects that I want to do is I want to find some glass plates, and then put them on here and do a print as normal, and then try to take someone out myself and see if I can do it. Because it'll be tedious, but I like tedious.
You
Keeps me busy. Keeps me out of trouble.
On eBay. You can get glass slides on eBay.
Okay.
Why can't you just use negatives?
Because I want to use a glass plate.
They're so fragile. They're so fragile, though.
I personally think it's fascinating how the technology in the spectral realm has kept up with the technology in the human realm, so that the way they present themselves is always changing to match our new technology.
Yeah, that's true. That is very interesting. How is that?
Well,
they still use the internet on the other side. That's what I hear.
Well, at least Thomas John does.
I was just going to say, these psychics, they keep getting all this really interesting information from people's social media and things that we can find on the internet. So now we can't say that he isn't finding them. Maybe the ghosts are looking at the social media of their dead relatives and then whispering it back to him.
Yeah. That's my line, Susan. I put that in my article so we didn't get sued.
Yeah, I've said it too. So it makes sense,
Yeah, it's a possibility. We can't say.
Well, it's just as likely that
falsify it.
That he is not getting the information himself.
Yeah. I also think how much easier it is on spirits. They don't have to go to places and haunt people to watch them and see what's going on. They just turn on their internet in the spectral realm. Sit back and
internet is like in
pick up and have a
world.
beer.
This is 1900. Wow, look at that. Retouching desk. Now, I had never seen that, and that is really tedious.
Here, this is one.
Yep, I learned all about it when I did my spirit photography article.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I actually put a photo of that particular, well, not that particular one, but one of the tables that they used.
And that's on the
site,
Wikipedia page?
On the Wikipedia page for spirit photography.
Well, I must have missed it. How did I do
that? Unless somebody took it off. I mean, that's always possible. And it's so nice to see there's a bunch of people here from trivia, from Susan's trivia. Susan has a trivia on Thursday nights.
You're all welcome.
Everyone's welcome to join. Just Google Susan Gerbic Social Trivia on Facebook, and anyone can join. It's a lot of fun, but I will warn you, it is a marathon.
Yeah, but people keep coming back. 30 people keep coming back every week, some from the East Coast.
Yes.
Lord knows.
Like me.
Exactly, David. Yeah, and another Canadian from Toronto, isn't it, David?
Yep.
There we go. So welcome. It's great to see you.
Hello.
And Janine, Janine was here. Where did she go?
I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
I have nothing. I have no other social life. So Thursday night is like my big night.
Thursday night's a big night.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. I get to go someplace, talk to people, do something.
And there's a lot of laughing, right?
And it's fun.
Lots of laughing. It's
Lots
awesome.
of fun.
It is a lot of fun. And we're about to hit a year, which is really fun. So here's the Wikipedia page for spirit photography. I see it now where you put that thing in there. That is amazing. How many views is spirit photography? How much?
I
wonder how many people are finding that interesting and want to know about spirit photography.
It was second to my haunted house page, so it was regularly getting between 7,000 and 10,000 views a month. So it's doing pretty well.
People are interested in this subject still, obviously.
Yeah, it's
not just Kenny and David.
And Adrienne now.
About that stand for the photo retouching, that does remind me of the light table where you'd put, say, two different maps showing two different things of the same area, overlay to see. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Earth sciences stuff.
Yes.
Oh, spirit photography you rewrote in January.
Yes.
This is still 2021, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you rewrote it in January. It's had 28,000 views so far.
Not bad.
So about 1,400 a week, it says.
Okay.
And
it
then
goes up and down a lot.
And then haunted house. Oh, the haunted house. Lord, you wrote that Wikipedia page
a year
in
ago.
March of 2020, and it's already got 212,000 views. Mostly in October, right?
Yeah, mostly in October. All right, I'm gonna have to cut you off, Susan. We're going to start now with our next speaker. I'm really excited. It's Paul Enns from, I hope I say it right, Paulogia. Is that right?
That is actually correct.
Oh.
You are better than 90% of people.
I tend to say things very badly, so I'm really glad I got it right. And I'm so excited because the first time I actually met Paul was at a CFI talk at a pub, and he had just started his YouTube channel, and he just had over 300 subscribers. I think I was like the 304th subscriber, and he now has 73,000 subscribers. I think that is amazing. And you can see him on the Atheist Experience every once in a while and other shows as well. Hopefully you'll talk a little bit about that, but I'm delighted that you are here to talk. And I am going to, are you doing a PowerPoint presentation?
I am, yeah. Let me see if that, I don't know if you can see that. Hopefully
yes, we can.
Perfect.
It's perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. So yeah, thanks for having me. It's exciting to be speaking in my local, at my local event, as opposed to so, you know, being on the, just being on the internet, being all over the place. As mentioned, I have a YouTube channel. That's the main way people know me. But to give you a bit of my background, I spent decades as an evangelical Christian, grew up Mennonite, went into the Christian Missionary Alliance and other various things. Spent a lot of those years doing youth ministry, Bible memorization ministry, and music ministry. So I was all in. I believed Christianity. And so anywhere anyone invites me to speak, Christianity is kind of the expertise that I have. Though I've had a bunch of strange careers, perhaps stories for another day if you catch me at one of our events. And then it all came crashing around 2016 when I deconverted to atheism, which is also its own story. There's a video on my channel called the Apology's Secret Origins, if you want to watch that. That was actually a couple of Christians who were interviewing me and probing me on my deconversion story. But when that happened, I lost my church, I lost all my friends, I lost a lot of my family. There's a lot of upheaval in my life, and I really, normally I'm not a big fan of people. I decided that I actually needed people, and one of the places I landed, and I think it's fair to say a life-saving thing for me, was to find the Atheist Society of Calgary. So I wanted to give a good plug. If anyone's here in the local area, once we are eventually all meeting together again and through the meetup events, please join. This is a wonderful group. Lois is, I don't know if it's still called Living Without Religion. It was something like that at the time, but again, another one of those life-saving groups that if you need it, the Atheist Society of Calgary is definitely something that means a lot to me. So whenever they ask, I'm going to be there. Then came my YouTube years, which actually weirdly came very closely after my deconversion. I started Apologia in December 2016. I've had on, you can see in this little picture here, the cartoonified array of people that I've had on in my 4 years, but people like Seth Andrews, Aaron Ra, Heman Mehta, lots of people. And I tend to get invited places. So I've been on the Atheist Experience, as mentioned. I've been on the Unbelievable debate show based out of the UK, which is weirdly, there's a great pedigree there. There's the Four Horsemen have all been on the show. And so me being there was pretty incredible. But weirdly, really all I've got going for me is that I used to be a Christian. I used to believe all this stuff. And therefore, I knew a lot about it from the inside. And it's still fresh enough that I still remember what it was like. So when I heard that I should actually mention this, known by my enemies. So I kind of downplay that I have very little education in all this method. But since starting my channel, I've actually had the top Christian apologists feel like they had to stop what they were doing and address what I'm doing. So people like William Lane Craig, Sean McDowell, Gary Habermas, all these people with PhDs have taken time out of their content to address this little YouTuber. Also creationists like Ken Ham, Eric Hovind, Kent Hovind, Matt Powell have all taken me on and other YouTubers like Mike Winger, Inspiring Philosophy. So this is one of the ways that I measure my own success is who am I bothering? And this is just a partial list of the people that I'm bothering out there. But when it came down to myths, what I know about is Christianity, and I knew that most of the people speaking here weren't going to believe in Christianity. Probably a lot of us on the call here think that Christianity is a legend or a myth as it is. So what do we want to talk about? I wanted to talk about myths about the myths and address, if I can, we'll see how my time goes, 3 areas where I think both Christians and people who are skeptical of Christianity are believing things that aren't actually correct from both sides. And hopefully today I can make everyone's discussions better and come up with some things that you should at least stop saying. So the first one is that Christianity is a copycat religion. I'm sure most of you have heard that somewhere. If you have heard of it, you probably heard of it from movies like Zeitgeist or The Da Vinci Code or Religulous. Each of these movies, to some extent, have popularized this idea that Christianity is actually borrowed from ancient pagan mystery religions, as opposed to being a true story. It's made up whole cloth, or at least partially inspired by other religions that predated Christianity. So in the movie Religulous, which some of you may have seen with Bill Maher, I'm just going to quickly skim through this. This is one such claim. There are 10 to 12 others like it, but just to examine one of them. Written in 1280 BC, the Egyptian Book of the Dead describes a god, Horus. Horus is the son of the god Osiris, born to a virgin mother. He was baptized in a river by Anup the baptizer, who later was beheaded. Like Jesus, Horus was tempted while alone in the desert, healed the sick, the blind, cast out demons, walked on water. He raised Asar from the dead. Asar translates to Lazarus. Oh yeah, he also had 12 disciples. Yes, Horus was crucified first, and after 3 days, 2 women announced that Horus, the savior of humanity, has been resurrected. You hear that, and you think, oh my goodness. This was written 1,300 years before Jesus. This story is virtually identical, right? How can you not think that Christianity, at least, was aware of this and borrowed from it when it was so close? And you will see Zeitgeist and other skeptics bring up other gods like Dionysius, Isis, Adonis, Mithras. These are all very common, and they have very similar stories to that last one, where they find the common elements, and when you describe it in one possible light, it sounds exactly like Christianity. But the problem is that when skeptics do this, they are massively overstating their case. And what I have found, all I have left in my life is my intellectual honesty. And if I'm putting forth any arguments that are not actually factually correct or not based well, it undermines everything else. It doesn't actually matter if everything else I said is correct. It's easy to find that one thing that is wrong. And when we overstate our case, we do ourselves an injustice. Now, the parallels are sometimes deceptive. I'm going to actually go back to this description from Religulous. So, Horus indeed was from the Book of the Dead, an Egyptian god. He was born the son of Osiris, but his mother was not a virgin in the same way Mary was. His mother was a virgin up until the point where Osiris had sex with her. This scene is actually the most depicted scene in they're very obsessed with penises in this time period, and this scene is widely depicted in pictography. He was conceived from a normal sexual act. This Anup the baptizer, not part of this story at all. This character Anup the baptizer from Egyptian mythology never interacted with Osiris. So unrelated. Some of these other details, I want to make sure I keep going. Had 12 disciples. So Horus actually had 4 disciples, 4 very close disciples. At one point in his story, he's described as being followed by 16 followers. which I've heard argue, well, 16 is more than 12, so he had 12. Okay, but that's not why put that as a parallel at this point? You're basically putting forth something false. Horus was crucified and after 3 days came to life. No, almost every story of Horus has him merging with the sun god and basically coming back to life every time there was a sunrise that Horus came back to life. It wasn't after 3 days. It wasn't a crucifixion. He merged. There is one story of Horus where his body was entirely sliced up and thrown to the sea. And then later on, it was the other gods didn't like that was his fate. So the pieces were collected and brought up. It doesn't say after how many days. Maybe that's what Religulus was pointing to. All that to say, these details are not good. Yes, you can describe them and you can twist the words to make it seem like there's some parallels, but when you overstate your case like this, you're just perpetuating problems. And that's not factual. And then, of course, it undermines it. The other problem with a lot of the evidence for these rising, dying religions is that the evidence we have for them come from way post-Christianity. They can sometimes come from 400, 600 AD. Even though the stories are allegedly from pre-Christianity, the evidence we have for them comes from afterwards. So we have actually no idea the effect, whether Christianity was changing the way some of those myths were told because Christianity was so popular, or which was the chicken and the egg, cart before the horse, that kind of thing. We just don't have solid enough evidence to plant our flag in the ground. But there is a kernel of truth here that skeptics should be using. It's not about the dying and rising gods. It's the idea that Christianity is not unique. That is true. Joseph Campbell wrote a book, The Power of Myth, and it lays out the way a lot of stories, just the stories that resonate with humans, have a lot of things in common. And Christianity is one of those. It definitely follows that same flow. So you should find the places where Christianity isn't unique. The other thing that we have much more evidence for is that the Bible has been directly influenced by people in the regions, but the Hebrew Old Testament. So, for example, the creation story in Genesis chapter 1 is nearly identical to the Unu Elish. And there's great evidence that Genesis chapter 1 was added later as a response to the Unu Elish. Flood legends. There are over 300 flood legends from around the world that kind of are in the rough ballpark of when Ken Ham thinks that there was a worldwide flood. So much so, and these legends do have so much in common, that at the Ark Encounter in Kentucky, Ken Ham has actually put together a flood legends exhibit. Now they use it to say all these flood legends share commonality, therefore it must be true. Of course, a lot of these flood legends predate the Old Testament. So someone like myself would say, oh, we have actual evidence, like from the Epic of Gilgamesh, that this flood legend definitely predates the Old Testament. So we can see some of those causal links. The book of Proverbs, for example, also contains literally word for word, I believe it's Proverbs 22 to 24 and several others, are literally translations of Egyptian proverbs. There's a lot of Egyptian influences, word for word, in the Old Testament. Those are kind of the things we should focus on. And then if you want to talk about Christianity itself and not the Old Testament, what we should focus on is the fact that this is very clearly a sequel to the Old Testament. So just like The Empire Strikes Back connects very well to the original Star Wars, the New Testament was very much written in mind with the Old Testament in mind. Sorry, check my phone. For example, in Matthew, very often it says, to fulfill X and Y prophecy, Jesus did this. Well, what we would really assume is that, okay, because they were looking for Jesus to fulfill those prophecies, they created events that fulfilled the Jewish Old Testament. So it's a much better example, if you want to say that Christianity was a created religion, to speak of these things rather than the not so great rising and dying gods that were around at the time. Non-biblical Jesus. So here's another myth that gets both sides kind of get wrong. So I hear a lot of skeptics say there's no evidence for Jesus. And I'm sorry if I have any mythicist friends here. We'll talk about it. But we'll say that there's no evidence for Jesus outside of the New Testament. And then Christians will actually jump on and try and say that there's a ton of evidence for Jesus outside of the New Testament. And both are wrong. I spoke about what, the myth was that. So I'm not going to read this whole passage, but the first one that Christians point to is from Flavius Josephus. Now, this was a Jew who ended up being captured by the Romans, but he was a rare Jew who could read and write Greek. And so he convinced his captors to actually allow him to act as a historian to help work for the Romans so that they could understand the Jews better in order to better rule them and conquer them. So he was a very controversial figure, but he did actually speak of Jesus. Now, keep in mind that he was a practicing Jew, not just Jew in bloodline. And if you've been reading through this thing, this is in a section called Testimonius Flavonium. And what I want to point to is in the middle of it, it says, he was the Christ. And then later on, it says, he appeared to them, spending to the third day, restored to life, for the prophets of God had foretold these things, and 1,000 other marvels about him. If you read this whole section, which I won't take time to do today, this is incredibly flowery language that a believing Jew, if a Jew believed this, they would become a Christian. So this passage is largely felt to be either partially interpolated or made up whole cloth and inserted later, because the earliest copies we have of this are from hundreds of years later. So it would have been very easy for Christians, if they'd have been asked, how come there was no historical Jesus in here, to insert a passage like this. If you read the section of chapter 3, if you take this section out, it actually reads very fluidly without this section being there. So when Christians point to this, most historians agree that this actually wasn't written by Josephus. So it's on the Christian side, this is a bad argument. But just because it was probably interpolated later, that doesn't get rid of this passage, which probably was not interpolated. And this is in the passage where it talks about Nero. No, sorry, that's Tacitus. I will change that. So this is talking about the brother of Jesus. So at one point in time, there was an upheaval in the Christian church, and they brought before the Sanhedrin was the brother of Jesus, who was called the Christ, whose name was James. Now, this passage is incredibly matter of fact, and most people believe that this was, and because it's part of a long narrative with this tiny little brother of Jesus who was called the Christ, this actually points to a historical figure. Now, mythicists have ways to explain this, but they can't say that this doesn't exist. This is very good historical evidence as far as it goes. The other very good historical evidence for Jesus comes from Tacitus, who was a Roman historian, who is the reason why we know that Nero set Jerusalem on fire and blamed the Christians. I don't know, was it Jerusalem? Set the city on fire. Anyway, now in his passage, he says that there were exquisite tortures on the class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, from whom it had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. Now, one of the things that Tacitus often uses in his histories is he clearly has access to court records, because he very often will refer to court records and details that are found in court records. It is very unlikely that he would put forth this as fact as rather than a belief, given that he had access to all these things. So there was someone named Christus who suffered at the hands of Pontius Pilate. Now, does that tell us much? No, it tells us next to nothing. And mythicists will say that Christus is actually a spelling mistake, and it may have referred to a different person. Nevertheless, it's quite a coincidence, and it's something that has to be dealt with. There is non-biblical evidence for Jesus that's actually kind of surprising. However, Christians will also lean into this, and they will talk about Pliny the Younger, and they will talk about Lucius. And now Lucius was actually someone who wrote mocking plays. So imagine if you took the Book of Mormon by Matt and Trey and said, well, that's evidence that that the Book of Mormon is true. No, they're making fun of it. A lot of these other sources that keep going and going talk about what Christians believe. They say they believe that Jesus did miracles, or they believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Those are not affirming the historical person. So Christians way overstep their bounds in terms of that. But we as skeptics need to not pretend like there aren't passages that we have to deal with if we want to say that Jesus wasn't a historical figure. I happen to think that he was, for reasons we can go into later if we want, but we should stop saying that. And the last one I'll go into is biblical variance and reliability. Now, this again is a problem from both sides. Now, skeptics claim that many variations in the New Testament, and when I say variations, what I mean is a word or a letter in the manuscript is different from one manuscript to another. Skeptics will claim that many variations means that we don't know what the original authors wrote. Bart Ehrman famously, this is actually his whole job, textual criticism, he has famously noted that there are more variants than actual words in the New Testament. That's a lot. Now, Christians claim that because we have so many manuscripts, that we have to be able to put together and know exactly what the original authors wrote. Both of these claims are not exactly true. There are 5,800 or so known Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. This chart on screen now tells you, though, roughly what century they are from. So you'll notice that we have no manuscripts in the 1st century, very few from the 2nd. We don't get a lot of manuscripts until the 9th century. So we're talking about 900 years after the original events is when we start getting a decent number of data. Now, and then of course it explodes in the 11th and 12th centuries. Well, almost who cares at that point, right? That's like saying we have a lot of copies of Harry Potter, therefore Harry Potter is true. No, this isn't great evidence. And when we talk about manuscripts, we're talking about something that can literally be the size of a credit card. The earliest 2nd century ones are basically credit card sized little scraps that if you read, you can kind of tell based on the older ones that this is part of a verse or not. So we don't have great attestation until the 4th century about what was going on. But I should go back. But a lot of these variations are, if we're honest with ourselves, they are spelling mistakes. They are things where these are scribes writing things, and you can actually find where the scribe copied a line twice. That's called a variation, or they accidentally skip a line. That's again called a variation. So these things, and also in ancient Greek, there's no standardized spelling of words. So you would see one scribe actually spell the same word different ways, even on the same page, because that just spelling wasn't a thing back then. So if you hate spelling, that would have been the time for you. But so again, these kind of variations, they don't mean much. And really you can get back to in almost every case where it's those kind of errors, you can find what the original author probably meant. And there's nothing scandalous in there. You'll hear Bart Ehrman say, it depends on which manuscript you read for certain doctrines, but in reality, Christian doctrine is almost never based on a single passage. And so a dispute about a single passage, really, there's no doctrine anyone can point to say that there's this one place where it's pointed out, except for the area I'm going to talk about next. What Christians and skeptics should talk about are some of the big changes we do know about, not the spelling mistakes, and not trying to put our weight on some of those minor scribal variations. What we need to look about are at least 3 major changes that have happened in the New Testament. The first of which, and most famous, is the ending of Mark. Mark 16, verse 9 to 20, for those who are interested. If you go to Mark 16, verse 8, that is where most of the old manuscripts end. In fact, all the old manuscripts end there. And what happens in that verse is that the women who see Jesus, it literally says, they went home and said nothing to anyone. That's how the whole thing ends. There are no post-resurrection appearances of Jesus. We don't even know how Mark would have heard this, because according to his story, the women didn't tell anyone about it afterwards at all. So Christians later on figured out that this is not a great ending for one of their books, and insert it. You can actually quite easily trace where this ending was added If you go look in your Bible that's on your shelf, the ending of Mark probably is bracketed or in italics, because Christians know this so well that it's probably not original, that they even mark it in their Bibles. Now, why is that a big deal? Well, part of the big deal and the fun is that that's actually the section where it talks about snake handling and drinking poison. So those Appalachian churches that do that, it's based entirely on a section of the Bible that was added later. That's a weird coincidence. But why is that a big deal? Because we know that Christians were willing to add massive sections. The woman caught in adultery, currently found in John 7:53 to 8:11. That's the famous story where Jesus says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." Well, that story is not only not in the earliest manuscripts at all, we found that story inserted in different places. Sometimes it's inserted roughly here in John. It's been inserted into Luke. It's been inserted at different places in John. This is a huge story that everyone loves to tell, but isn't in the earliest manuscripts. Again, it's a whole section that later scribes were willing to, without problems on their conscience, just insert. Another big one are some Trinity verses I spoke of, that most doctrines aren't based on one passage. The only two verses in the New Testament that really speak to the Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, is in 1 John 5, 7, verse 7 to 8. Again, these verses are not at all in the earliest passages. Someone probably inserted them because people were complaining, there's no verses telling me about this Holy Spirit Trinity thing. Now, why is that a big deal? Again, because if you look back to how many manuscripts we have, we start to discover this because we start getting a lot of manuscripts in the 9th century. In those 9 centuries, how many stories were inserted into these fragments that we don't know about? Complaining about spelling one place or another, that's not the point. We should be pointing to these places where early Christians didn't care. They were just insert whole things. So let's not worry about whether Jesus said one word or another. Let's question whether that story was included at all. Those 3 portions, if you are a Christian, should very much bother you. And I do not know how my time was, but looks like I'm a little over. So I will.
It's all good.
Let's do questions. And the questions don't have to be about these myths. I am kind of a New Testament guy. So I'm a creationist guy. So if those are your areas.
Okay, I'm just going to stop the sharing and
Perfect.
Spotlight me. That was very interesting. And we can't let you keep talking because there haven't been a lot of questions. I think people are just really tuned into what you were saying.
They've stayed on their break. That's what I would do.
No, I don't think so. The only thing I have are a couple of comments that came in from our YouTube. And one of them is from, I'm not even going to try to say that, Aaron. And it says,
Christian.
Oh, is that what that is? Thank you, Janalee. Ex-Christian. Oh my goodness, I'm so
Hi, Aaron.
I'm so old. So Zeitgeist was an early part of my deconversion. It shook me up a lot and thankfully intrigued me to look into it deeper. Thank you for sharing that.
But I will say Zeitgeist is a conspiracy theory documentary. The first third of it talks about again, this item. If you find yourself quoting from Zeitgeist, which came out in 2009, you're probably not correct. So if you liked what you saw in Zeitgeist, please go research the actual things behind it, because they articulate it in a non-fair, non-academic way. So
excellent warning.
Yep.
Thank you. And Aurora Borealis says, intellectual honesty is incredibly important, along with being humble enough to accept when one made a mistake. And I think that leads into what you just said about Zeitgeist too. So that's
my whole life was a mistake. So I just spend my time now apologizing.
Well, thank you so much, Paul. That was really interesting. And as always, and we look forward to seeing more videos. Yes, lots of people are clapping. So thank you so much. That was excellent.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to remove my own spotlight and I've got to find Kelly Burke now. There she is.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. I got you spotlighted. Thank you so much for joining us, Kelly. So Kelly, I know from GSOW, our Guerrilla Skepticism on Wikipedia, which she's going to talk a little bit about, if you're not sure what I've been talking about all along. And I met her through the organization, and she is also a regular volunteer for something we do every Tuesday, which is the Great Australian Prediction Project, where we're looking into psychic predictions made by Australian psychics over the past 20 years. Guess how many have been true? And I'll just leave that hanging. So you can probably have a pretty accurate guess as to what we're finding so far. But I'm really excited about Kelly's talk. She has spoken before at a Skepticamp, so I'm so glad she said yes to do this. So go, take it away, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Adrienne. Sorry, I'm just going to share my screen. I guess I don't need to share the sounds. All right. So as Adrienne mentioned, I am part of Guerrilla Skepticism on Wikipedia, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about that today. I'm a fairly new editor, so I am going to mostly talk about what the training process was like and some of the other articles that I've worked on since I finished that training. So for those of you who don't already know, Guerrilla Skepticism on Wikipedia, or GSOW, is a group founded by Susan Gerbic, who is here today. Wikipedia has millions of pages in hundreds of languages and gets billions of page views every month. And so it's a great place for activism because there are so many eyes on Wikipedia. And GSOW focuses on articles related to science and skepticism. So articles about skeptical topics. Adrienne talked about her haunted house article. Articles on skeptical leaders, articles on alternative medicine and pseudoscience and things like that. We have over 100 editors from all over the world, so we work in a bunch of different languages, and we provide training and support. And that's what really sets GSOW apart, in my opinion, because as I'm sure you've heard, anyone can go on and edit Wikipedia. But if you try to go on and edit it yourself, like just starting out, knowing nothing, it would be really intimidating. And you definitely have a steep learning curve. So what's really great about GSOW is we have this whole training program that Susan has developed over the years and tweaked and fine-tuned, and it really helps you get to know Wikipedia in really bite-sized and digestible ways. Makes you really comfortable when you're going into it. And the support. So I'll get into that a little bit later, but we have, a lot of people in our organization that support each other. And I think a lot of people use Wikipedia a lot more than they realize. I mean, I know we go to Wikipedia when we're trying to get some introductory information on a topic, but also anytime you Google something, you're probably going to get a little sidebar like this from Wikipedia. These are taken directly out of the Wikipedia articles. So you can see a little blurb about Adrienne's haunted house article, which is the first thing you see when you Google haunted house. And I just pulled up a couple of these examples. So even if you're not going to Wikipedia, you're probably using Wikipedia and you have a lot of eyes on Wikipedia articles. So that's what makes this so important. So I got into skepticism through all of the podcasts, as I'm sure some of you here can relate to. And I decided that I wanted to get involved in some activism. So somebody on the SGU Discord server suggested GSOW. And so I reached out to Susan, and she sent me a little pre-training assignment. It was maybe an hour or so. And then once I finished that, I started my training, which the training is basically a series of assignments. So you'll be added on into our secret cabal on Facebook, and you'll be added to our training document, and you can take these assignments at whatever pace you want. It's really bite-sized, so each assignment can be done in one sitting, and they each explore different aspects of editing Wikipedia. So there might be one about how to create a citation. There might be another one about how to add links to other Wikipedia articles. There are also some assignments to help you learn a little bit more about GSOW and the history of the group, and some other important topics. And then once you get through that whole training, you have a final project where you'll write or rewrite a full Wikipedia article. One of, I think, the best things about GSOW is our secret cabal on Facebook. So it's just a private Facebook group for all of the GSOW editors. And it is a wonderful place to get feedback, to talk about articles that might need to be created or articles that might need some attention, and talk about Wikipedia policies and things like that. And it's a really cool group because, first of all, there's a wide range of experience. So you have, Susan and other people who have been with her from the beginning who have a lot of experience. And then you have newbies like me. And you also have a wide range of different interests. So you have people who are interested in alternative medicine or psychics or the anti-vax movement and things like that. So it really is a cool mix of people, and you can focus on the topics that are meaningful to you. One particular training assignment that I want to talk about a little bit more is called Backwards Edits. And I want to talk about this because I think this is a really cool thing that GSOW does that makes Wikipedia better, but also makes GSOW accessible even if you don't have a lot of time. So what a backwards edit is rather than starting with the topic and the page you want to work on and then finding sources, you're going to be starting with a source and then going back and figuring out what articles could use that information. So these are some of the backwards edits that I did for my training. In training, we have a whole list of articles that would be useful in certain Wikipedia pages. So you can pick from a list, or if you have your own, of course, you can use that as well. So I did the PPE Portrait Project, which is a project that started during the Ebola pandemic and was resurrected for the COVID-19 pandemic, where healthcare workers could put pictures on their PPE so that patients could not only see a face rather than a ton of PPE, but also help identify their doctors and their nurses and things like that. So I just read an interview about it and put it into the page. Same thing for Cosmos Possible Worlds. I read an interview that Rob Palmer, who is here, did with Adrienne, who was one of the creators of Cosmos. And so I got to read an awesome article, and then I got to include it on the Cosmos Possible Worlds page. And then my last backwards edit was from a podcast, from the Point of Inquiry podcast. And I listened to an interview with, I believe it was the director and one of the writers from We Believe in Dinosaurs, which was a documentary about the Ark Encounter Museum in Kentucky. And so I got to listen to the interview and then include a little blurb about that interview on their page. And what I think is really awesome about backwards edits is, first of all, it's great for times like this when we have, a pandemic going on and there's lots of new information coming out constantly. So starting from the source and then figuring out where that's going to be useful is going to be really important when there's a lot of new information coming out. And I also think this is really great for people who don't have a lot of time, because you don't have to do this extensive research. You don't have to do like a ton of work to pull together a page. It can be an article that you were reading anyway, and you think, oh, this might be really good for this Wikipedia page, and then you can go and add it. So you don't need to have a lot of free time available to be able to do this, because I know that is something that a lot of people share about projects like this is, oh, I wish I could do it, but I don't have the time. So then I moved on to my final project, which was on this journalist, Julia Bellas. Basically, we have a whole list of pages that need rewriting or need writing that you can choose from for the final project. I personally was super overwhelmed by that list, so I reached out to Susan, and she gave me a couple of ideas for pages she thought I would be interested in. And I picked out Julia Bellas because she is an incredible health journalist. She covers topics like the anti-vaccine movement, alternative medicine. She's covered Dr. Oz and Gwyneth Paltrow and Alex Jones, and really focuses on evidence-based medicine. So we thought she could use a really great Wikipedia page. So once I finished writing that, I was finished with my training and I got to move on to some other topics. And right around when I finished was right around when the COVID-19 vaccines were rolling out. So we started working on a lot of vaccine related pages. So I'm a teacher, so I had 2 weeks off right around Christmas. So I reached out on our secret cabal and I said, hey, I have some time. Are there any pages that need working on? I can work really hard for the next couple of weeks. And one of our editors, Leon, reached out and said he was working on the page for the International Certificate of Vaccination or Prophylaxis, or the ICVP, or it's also called the Yellow Card. And what that does is it's basically, you hear the word vaccine passport a lot lately, and that's essentially what it is. So it's a little booklet where you can keep record of your vaccinations. And it's mostly used for people traveling to areas where yellow fever vaccine is required, because that's the most common vaccine required for international travel. So you get the record of your vaccine in there, and then you can show it as you're traveling as proof of vaccination. And Leon thought, as has panned out, that this was going to be a really important topic as the COVID-19 vaccines are rolling out, because there's, as you know now, a lot of talk about vaccine passports and how are we going to show proof of vaccination for traveling and things like that. So he thought he wanted to get this page in really good shape so that when people go looking for information about this, they can see, oh, this is something we've already been doing. And this actually is already set up to include any vaccination. So it actually would have been ready to go for a COVID-19 vaccine. I think countries are looking more towards digital versions now. So they have moved away from this, but this would have been perfectly acceptable if they chose to go in that direction. So it was really important that we had good information on there. And when we initially got to the page, it read like a US travel agency. It was very United States focused, advising people who were traveling on like how to contact their doctor and things that they should look for. So we made sure it was really like an encyclopedia worthy page, and had all the great information. So Leon did a lot of research into the history of it and how it was developed. And then I got to look at what's actually in it and how it's used. And that was a really great experience for me, not only to create this really important page, but also to get to work with a senior editor who's been doing this for a really long time. And so I was able to learn a lot through the process of just working with him. So even beyond my training, I had a lot of support and I learned a lot. And I realized that I can't see the time on my computer, so I'm just going to escape out of this. Okay, cool. We got plenty of time.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be able to see it and then realized I can't when the power.
You're good. You've got like 9 minutes.
Okay, cool. I talk a lot faster than I expect to. So then I moved on and found vaccine information statements, which is basically that piece of paper that you get when you get a vaccine that you probably just glance at and throw out. But a lot of work went into creating those pages because originally the CDC, when they first decided to put out information for people who were getting vaccinated, made like a 14-page document. And they found that people were actually less informed about their vaccines because nobody wants to read 14 pages. So they were able to kind of pare it down to a single sheet front and back for most of the standard vaccines. And so again, I thought that would be useful information as the COVID-19 vaccines were rolling out. To get out there. And so after that, I'm in grad school and also teaching full time. So it's like, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from GSOW. I'll get back into it in the summer. Maybe I'll do some backwards edits. And then I talked to my sister about getting her COVID-19 vaccine. And she was hesitant, and we talked about a lot of the reasons she was hesitant. I tried to give her some good information. And then she said there was this video that she saw that said that the vaccine was going to affect her fertility. And she was worried about that because, she just got married and is thinking about having kids soon. And she sent me this video. And the title of the video included some form of the phrase, "This was taken down from YouTube for telling the truth." So already my red flags go up. And I watched the video, and this woman is talking about how the vaccine is experimental and things like that. And then I went to, the part where she was talking about fertility, and actually looked into it a little bit. And basically all of the leading experts were saying what she's talking about is not a concern. So naturally I was really angry because this woman was preventing my sister from getting a COVID-19 vaccine. I looked her up, and I don't know if anybody here saw it, but back in July, there was a video that went around of a bunch of doctors in lab coats standing in front of the US Supreme Court building. and talking about how we don't need to wear masks and hydroxychloroquine is great and has worked on every patient they've ever worked with, and all types of stuff like that. And I learned that not only was she part of that, but she was the founder of that group, America's Frontline Doctors, and they're the worst. So she was part of that. She wrote an open letter to then President Trump in May of last year saying that the lockdowns were a bigger crisis than the COVID-19 pandemic and all of that fun stuff. And then in January, she gave a speech the night before the insurrection at the Capitol building at a rally. And the next day she was supposed to give another speech that was canceled. And so she decided to give it from the rotunda of the Capitol building as she participated in the storming of the Capitol. So I'm already mad at this woman for convincing my sister not to get a vaccine. The more I read about her, the angrier I get. And I realized that she didn't have a Wikipedia page. And I thought that was something that was really important for people to be able to find. Like I said, when you Google something, you get that little sidebar from Wikipedia about them. And I thought it was really important for people to get good information about her, because if they're going to see a video like this and decide to look her up, it's really important that the information they're finding is accurate and they know that she's been spreading misinformation for basically the entire pandemic. So in my rage, I got to channel it and I wrote her Wikipedia page. It got a decent amount of traffic because, you know, again, those videos were going around and she continues to go places and talk about, you know, medical freedom and experimental vaccines and all that kind of stuff. And the page actually ended up being nominated for the Did You Know section on the front page of Wikipedia, which is a section for new pages, and basically just puts them on the front page with a little blurb. Did you know? I think the blurb for her was, did you know that Simone Gold, right after telling her followers to not be coerced, participated in the storming of the Capitol? And so then the page got 10,000 views in one day. I put it up on Valentine's Day because that's how I spent my Valentine's Day. And since then, it's gotten over 74,000 views. And that is something that is constantly astonishing to me because there is no other form of activism where I'd have this many eyes on something that I'm doing. Granted, you know, those 74,000 might be some people coming back to it later, but still, that page that I created was open 74,000 times. So I thought that was incredible. And altogether, GSOW pages all time have been viewed almost 88 million times. And again, 2 million in just the last 30 days. So these are the pages that I worked on. Simone Gold, Julia Bellis, the vaccine information statement. The other one's logged under Leon because he did a lot more of the work than I did. But again, there's no activism where you're going to have this many eyes on what you're doing other than GSOW. So I think it's really important. And if I can do it, so can you. Because you don't need expertise. I don't have any. I am a former music teacher, currently special ed teacher with no expertise in anything. You don't need experience because we have that, you know, extensive training process that will give you all of the tools you need to be able to work on any topic that you're interested in. And again, it's any topic that you're interested in. So you don't need to work on a certain type of page. It's pages that mean something to you, or pages of people who try to convince your sister not to get a vaccine. And you also don't need a lot of time. Like I talked about with backwards edits, you can just add things to Wikipedia from a podcast you listen to or an article you read. You don't need to have, you know, a full week to put into a research project. And again, that training is all in bite-sized pieces that you can do at your own pace in your own time. So if you are interested in joining us, which I hope you are, you can email abouttimeboard@gmail.com. And I hope to see some of you soon in the Secret Cabal.
Awesome, Kelly. Thank you so much. It made me all excited again. I just think it's such an important project. Obviously, I have an interest in it as well. I just need to find my spotlight, and there's lots of people doing that. All right, here we go.
I'll put the email in the chat.
Yes, that's a great idea. Perfect. Thank you. And there's a couple questions here. I'm going to bring them over here. makes it easier. So this is a really good one. I think one we get asked a lot. How much misinformation or pseudoscience is on Wikipedia, and are you able to keep up?
I think that GSOW does a great job, and you know, the Wikipedia editing community in general does a great job. I mean, I'm by no means an expert on this. Like I said, I'm fairly new. But basically when you create a page, you can add it to your watch list. So you're notified if there's any kind of vandalism or anything on it. And the Wikipedia policies are definitely very like skeptically focused. You know, information needs to be well supported and cited. And if it's not, it'll be taken down. So Wikipedia is definitely a great place for skepticism and very skepticism friendly. But you do see, you know, people coming onto pages and trying to add in their little PR stuff. You'll see people come in and try to edit their own pages, which they're not allowed to do. There was just an argument on Simone's page. So there's a talk page where you can, you know, chat about what's on the page, and an argument about how, you know, her whole page is biased because it calls her an anti-vaxxer, even though she's been speaking about the vaccine. So that's what she is. So yeah, it's definitely very skepticism friendly, but we can always use extra help trying to stay on top of these topics.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're a small number, like I think it showed on your secret cabal, there were 114 of us, and there's millions of editors on Wikipedia. So we're very focused on a very specific area. So there's lots of other editors that are monitoring all these skeptical topics for sure. So the next one is, let's bring this over here again so I talk into my mic. The next question is from Aurora Borealis again, and it's, knowing how intertwined many topics are with religion, does GSOW also have people who work on more progressive subjects with heavy misinformation problems, such as I'm just going to generalize as the LGBTQS and subjects and other subjects along those lines?
Yeah, so joining GSOW, you're not limited to skeptical topics, and you can use that training to go into other topics. I know the editor I worked with, Leon, has worked on some pages related to religion. He just put up a page about a chapter in Numbers that's particularly gruesome, and kind of getting, you know, good information on there about that. So yeah, you can, this training, you know, we as a group focus on skeptical topics, but you're being trained on how to edit Wikipedia. So you can kind of branch out to any topic that interests you.
Yeah. And Susan's very happy if you do that. It's not like she's going to say, no, you stick to this very narrow, which isn't very narrow, but she's not like that. She says, you can edit whatever you like. And if you're passionate about something, as long as it has good sources, good secondary sources, you can edit Wikipedia and do anything. And the training is, as she said, is good for anything.
Yeah, and that's a great point about secondary sources. So like, you don't need to be able to read like a scientific manuscript in the topic that you're covering, because Wikipedia relies on secondary sources. So the news article that came out about that manuscript, that's what we're leaning on. So you don't need any technical expertise to be able to do it.
Okay, so for Robert, it says the problems you come across, are they due to bias/knowledge, or do you think there is a more coordinated campaign like GSOW in reverse? I guess you're talking about sort of the pseudoscience people. I think they're very disorganized, is my sense.
It seems, I mean, again, I don't have a ton of experience, so I'm not the one to answer this question. I see Susan just said no.
Yeah.
Very topic specific, because, you know, pseudoscientists tend to have their like one area that they're really focused on. So you'll definitely see people coming from, you know, the homeopathy camp, working on the homeopathy page and things like that. But I don't think they're as well coordinated as us, because there are so many different factions of pseudoscience.
Yeah, exactly. And I think GSOW gets accused often of ganging up on some of the pseudoscience people, and we're not even involved often in those pages, which is really funny. We just have a good reputation, I guess. So, and I almost forgot before, I keep forgetting to say this, but there is an announcement that I have to make at the end of this. So when we're finished the Q&A here with Kelly, we do have a very important announcement to make. Actually, Lois is going to make it. So just don't leave anybody until the announcement is made, please. So thank you, Lois, for reminding me, because I kept forgetting. So I think, let me see, there's another one. Oh yeah, how do you track everything that you have written in the case of needed future update edits? And I think you kind of answered that, but maybe you want to speak to it a little bit more.
So there are two different aspects of that. So to keep track of the pages, you have a watch list. So I have any of the pages I've worked on my watch list. So even the ones that I've done small edits, just because I like to see what's going on. And so you'll get a notification on Wikipedia for any changes to any of the pages that you've worked on. But we track our views through this awesome website that was created by our friend Kyle Polish. And it tracks the views for each of the individual pages, as well as the overall views for GSOW in general.
Yeah, so we do track it. And one of Susan's policies too, which I really like, is that once you write a page, you just leave it and let other people kind of fix it up. But you still want to watch for the vandalism. You kind of want to watch, they become your little babies, these articles. So it's hard to let them go, but you have to accept that other people are going to come in and maybe take a paragraph out or add another paragraph, etc. It never stays the way you originally did it. So there is an element of tracking, but there's also an element of letting go. If someone wants to get involved in GSOW, what do they do? You kind of talked about that, but I think it's a good point to go over again.
Yes. So I put the email in the chat, which I'll copy and paste it again if I can find it. So email abouttimeboard@gmail.com, or you can contact Susan over Facebook. I didn't ask Susan if I could plug her Facebook, but
yeah, she's pretty good with that, I think.
So yeah, just reach out and Susan will get you started with everything.
Exactly. So Susan Gerbic on Facebook.
Or just message her right here.
Yes, she's in the chat, so you can reach out to her right now. Good point, Kelly. If someone notices an error on their own Wikipedia page, can they do anything about it? It's a good question.
So you cannot edit your own Wikipedia page, but you could reach out to anyone on GSOW and we can take care of it and make sure it gets correct.
As long as there's a reliable source.
Yeah, we can't just change things because you say, this is wrong. Like, I was born here. Like, we need evidence to support it outside of you telling us.
Yeah, there's quite a good example. I don't know if it's been changed. I haven't looked at her page for a while, but on Susan Gerbic's page, it gave a range for her age. So, they weren't quite sure just because of what she'd said in interviews. And even though we know Susan and we know when her birthday is, we still can't go in and just change it because it hasn't actually appeared in print or appeared on a podcast, etc. So you can't just go in and change it.
Yeah, and Rob brought up a great point. I talked about that talk page where you can discuss the contents of the article. If you see something wrong on your page, you can go to the talk page and be like, hey, I can't edit this because it's my page, but I just want to let you know that this is incorrect. And, here's an article that mentions the right thing. So if somebody could edit that, I'd appreciate it.
Perfect. Are there any more questions? I don't see any in the list. So I think.
Yeah. So with the so something like the date of birth, you talk about secondary sources. Wouldn't Obama's birth certificate be enough to?
In that case, probably, because it's been written about a lot. So there's your secondary source. So it wouldn't be too bad. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kelly. It was a great talk. I loved it. And actually all the talks this morning, lots of people doing the clapping. So thank you so much. And hopefully you stick around and see the rest of it. But I know you're busy. She's a busy lady with her school and teaching full time. I'm going to remove the spotlight and I'm going to try and find Lois. There she is. All right, Lois, announcement.
Okay, thank you so much. I know you're all hungry, so this won't be long, but I was chatting with some people and we thought that today might be a good opportunity to express our appreciation for our fearless leader, Janalee, our president.
Actually, I should spotlight her too.
You should spotlight her, yes. And so we reached out to our members and friends and asked them if they wanted to contribute to our expression of appreciation. And the outpouring was fantastic. And a lot of people really care for Janalee and really appreciate the work she's done as the president of this organization. Even in rough times that she's had before and in this COVID time, she's never backed off. She's always supported ASC no matter what else was giving her troubles, and we really appreciate that. So we told everyone that what we wanted to do was to have a potted plant, and then anything else that came in would go as cash. And so I'm going to share my screen now because one of our artist members said, we're not going to have just any old potted plant. We're going to have a specially made pot. And I'm going to turn on a little slideshow of the pot. And the potter, our wonderful artist friend, Julie, who I think is here. I hope she's here. Julie?
I am. I'm here.
Wonderful. Okay. So while it's showing, I want you to describe the plant. Oops, I didn't do the slideshow.
There you go. It's perfect. You got it.
Go ahead, Julie.
Hey, Janalee. I don't know if she can hear me. So
yes, she can hear
yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Hey. So yeah, Lois had reached out to me some months ago about contributing anything, and I had a pot that I kind of liked, but then I thought, well, this is dumb. I'm going to do something that's more, I don't know you very well, Janalee, but I know you well enough to know a little bit about what you might like. So I made a pot for you, and it's made from a combination of a white clay or an off-white clay and granite. It's not actually granite, but it looks like granite, which I thought was a really good choice for you because you are who you are on the outside, which is soft and light, and you're steel, or in this case, granite on the inside. So I thought that mix was appropriate. And then the outside of the pot, what I did was, I don't know how to say it in English, but anyways, it's called bas-relief. So where you paint on the outside of it, I painted with wax, and then you basically take a sponge and wipe away some of the clay that's not touched by the wax, and it leaves a relief design. And so when you look at this pot, when you get it in your hands, you'll be able to feel that kind of fronds, and I don't know, I just was thinking grasses and something soft and something that grows and something that's really resilient, and that was why I chose a grass kind of fern thing for the outside of it. And then the plant itself is called I'm not sure if I say this right either. I think it's called Haworthia or Hayworthia. If anybody is a plant person and you know better, please tell me, because I have no idea. But one thing I know about this plant is the original plant was given to me by my daughter on Mother's Day about 7 years ago, and it has had babies like nonstop. So this plant itself is very resilient and puts up with a lot of stuff, puts up with a lot of drought, and it can take water, and it can take sun, and it can take shade and all sorts, and it just plugs along and does its thing and is beautiful regardless, which I also thought was appropriate for you, Janalee. So there you go. And then I was gonna do a macrame hanger, but I don't know how to do macrame. So, but anyways, I was gonna try, and I was looking all over the place for the type of product that you need, like a light jute, to be able to get, this macrame. But then I came across some chains at a store I really like up in the Northeast, and so that was where I went with it. So it's actually strung with chains. It has holes in the rim of it, and so you can hang it, but it also has a flat bottom, so you can, if you want, remove the chains and set it on a table. So it's again reflective of you, Janalee. It's amenable to wherever it might live. So, and then it's glazed on the inside, and just down to I think about 1.5 inches on the top. So some of it is covered up and very, very, very resilient to the elements, and it is resilient to the elements, but some of it is exposed. And again, I was thinking about you a lot and everything that you do and who you are as a person, and I was trying really hard to make something that would reflect all the aspects of you. So there you go. That's the end of my story.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Julie.
Absolutely beautiful, Julie.
It
Thank
is
you.
lovely. And thank you so much for explaining it all to us.
Yes.
Welcome.
And thank you, Janalee, for all your hard work.
Oh, you guys,
And
thank you.
well, we're not quite done. Janalee, I think you should look in your email.
Oh.
Can you find your email
Okay.
fairly quickly?
I think so. My personal email?
Yes.
Okay. It's loading.
Oh, okay.
The drama.
Can we have a drum roll, please?
Yes.
Right.
Oh.
I want to thank everyone who contributed. It was, like I said, the outpouring was tremendous.
It was amazing.
A lot of you want to know the dollar amount that came in. It's $1,015. We love you, Janalee.
I don't want to cry on TV.
Well, I'm already crying, so it's all good.
Yes, me too. You could tell I couldn't quite make it.
So thank you to everybody who donated. The response was really outstanding.
Yes.
And it's a great community we have here. It's very special. So, oh, look at that. Gavin gave us a heart. That's awesome. I can't see everybody, so maybe there's others as well too. But yeah, on that happy note, happy crying note, it is time for lunch, and we will see everybody back at 1:45. Is that correct? Oh, Janalee, go ahead.
I can't talk because you guys made me cry, but thank you. I'll talk more later, but I just love you guys. And this community has saved me this year. So I can't say enough. Julie, that is so beautiful, and I will cherish it. And I hope that you could maybe just pop in the chat, Julie, your website, because Julie is not only a potter, but a photographer and just an absolutely amazing artist, and also volunteers a lot of her time to photograph a lot of our events. And so we have the privilege of having a professional photographer. And Lois and Adrienne, I adore you guys. You're some of my best friends. And Lois is my adopted mom. Yeah. And they have done a tremendous amount of work to put this on today. So, okay, thanks. I'm gonna go cry by myself. Bye.
All right, let's have a break, go for lunch. And I'll unspotlight us. And feel free to chit chat away here too. Remove spotlight. There we go. And change the view to gallery view. And then you should be able to see everybody.
Hey, Janalee, that you said about that website, did I get it to see it? Does it come up?
Julie's website?
Mudchuckers Clayworks.
Yeah, I see
That's
it there.
at gmail.com. That's not a website.
Oh, Julie, that's an email.
No. Is it Mudchuckers Clayworks?
I don't remember. Let me see if I can find it. I'm getting some images coming up. And there.
I just posted it. It's mudchuckersclayworks.ca. And I also have a really small Facebook site. So it's the same thing, Mudchuckers Clayworks on Facebook. So I don't take a look. Please call me, people, if you want to know more about it, or if you want something in particular, and I'll see what I can do.
I follow you on Facebook, so that's why I don't know where your website is, but
Yeah,
you-
mudchuckers.ca or mudchuckersclayworks.ca. Yeah.
Thanks, Julie.
Yeah,
I
it's in the
get-
chat,
I
the
get-
address.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff there.
Thank you.
I did copy paste. I'll check if there's a typo. Why am I getting that?
Don't know.
Oh,
User Adrienne.
Yeah.
hang on, let me check.
I did copy paste, so it should have come out right.
Hey,
No.
listen, if you're typing mudchuckers and you it has a double D. So if
Yeah.
you only use one D, you won't get to the right place. So it's an homage to my sister who, when we were really young, she was in trouble and she said, "Oh, if I'm in trouble, my name is MUDD Mud." So it's for my sister.
It's not pluralized.
No, mudchuckers. Yeah, mudchuckersclayworks.ca.
Mudchucker.
Oh, that's me.
Clayworks.
So sorry. So sorry. Let me just do this again. It's me. I'll make it right. Hold on 2
There you go.
seconds.
Putting an S
Yeah,
on
that'll
the end
help.
of
Okay.
mudchucker. Yeah, that worked.
The second one's the correct one. Sorry about that, you guys. I don't even know how to type my own website. Everybody
Okay,
in? Yeah.
Oh, that gets it. Okay, so there's the pot with the stems in green on the outside of the pot.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So on the
Right.
top left-hand corner, there's the little hamburger thing, the 3 lines. If you click into that, you'll see the galleries and whatever else I have on there. I have loads more stuff at home. I just haven't photographed it all yet. So
Cool. Beautiful stuff, Julie.
thank you.
Hibiscus pole.
I think I might just have to order something. I don't need anything, but I might just have to.
Yeah. I've been making, so what I don't have on there is I call them Renaissance mugs. So there's a jug on there that has a handle that looks like it has leather or metal attachments and screws, which they aren't. But anyway, I also have mugs. I have 5 mugs that are very similar to that. They're kind of meant to match. And then I just made a patio wine set that has kind of Renaissance jug and 2 little kind of tumblers, and there's more stuff coming. I will get stuff up there. Unfortunately, I've been super busy in the last couple of weeks, so I haven't had time to maintain my own stuff.
And are these all individually done by hand?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know how to make molds. I have no idea how to do that, so I throw everything. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, kids. I'm sitting in a very hot car, so I'm going to start my engine up and start moving.
Let's, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go and grab some lunch, everybody. So.
All right. See y'all later.
Hey, Janalee, are you there?
I am here. Get my screens all set up properly again.
Mm-hmm.
I have my dummy screen, my extra one here, but it means that I'm always turned away from my camera. Don't quite have enough room for 3 in a row here, because I'm still working out of my closet.
Wow.
Yeah. Lois, I can't believe you did that.
Everybody did it. I can't believe we were managed to surprise you.
I had no idea.
Oh, that is so great. It's been going on for months.
Oh my God, you guys.
But you deserve every bit of it.
I'm going to throw you guys the biggest party you've ever seen.
That's not what it's for. It's for you.
I'm okay though. Because of you guys and because of all the support.
Well, that's what it's all about. And you never let us down, ever, ever.
So good morning so far.
It has
I don't know
been.
if anybody else is back up.
Don't you dare use that money for bills.
It's for you.
Be a lot of gin or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a party, maybe, that we are all going to participate in.
Let's see. Paul, I looked up those biblical inserted passages in the Bible that I actually have, and yes, the Revised Standard Version sort of puts them sort of as a footnote that that says some versions say that include this.
Yep, it's so flagrant that they have to actually include it in the Bibles now. So yep.
That was so good, Paul. I just really like that very balanced approach, and it does really bother me when people make these claims. Like, I find this in the disability world a lot. People will say Abraham Lincoln had whatever diagnosis, and I've heard 3 or 4 different ones, and I always think, okay, be careful, because there's no way to substantiate it,
right?
And like, you're actually undermining your own cause by saying something that could so easily be disproven. So
agree.
Or sometimes you have diagnoses that nobody even thought of until after the death of that person. So you just say, okay, the symptoms sound like this guy was one of the secular jihadists for Muslim Enlightenment episodes talked about Muhammad and said, well, the descriptions sound like epilepsy enough so that it seems pretty reasonable, but of course but knowing that is a different matter.
Well, you can't. The thing is first of all, you can't gather the evidence that you need to make the diagnosis, and it undermines the strict scientific rigor that's used to make those kinds of diagnoses now. Like, if you're talking about a learning disability or psychiatric disability, or you know, it's not just made up stuff. It's not just like you meet somebody for 5 minutes and they're going to give you a diagnosis of ADHD or something. That's not how it works. And when you say, oh, I can tell you that this person in the past had it, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah. If you're intellectually honest, you say, well, the symptoms the things that people at the time said about him had doing sound similar to,
This is actually a good question. Sorry, Jim, but for Paul and about Paul, because is it Paul that people say maybe have had epilepsy?
Yes.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I always think when I hear that. Like, first of all, you can't diagnose somebody from 2,000 years in the future. And second of all, if like, are you basing that on the same stuff you're critiquing in the first place in terms of like original sources?
Yeah. So absolutely, you cannot diagnose someone from 2,000 years ago. As Jim was saying, the best you can ever say is that what we know is consistent with diagnosis X, Y, or Z. But yeah, a lot of the epilepsy stuff actually comes not from the writings of Paul, but writings about Paul, which again, we have no idea the level of historicity of those. I've been putting forth recently, working with people who are qualified to do this thing, like based on the writings of Paul, it's very consistent with post-traumatic stress, actually, as opposed to epilepsy. But again, I would never make the diagnosis because that's a huge overstep, and I think overstepping is worse than downplaying your argument. So,
and also, it's not. I don't think it's even really necessary if what you're arguing for is atheism, or the fact that like Jesus wasn't divine, or whatever piece of that you're arguing for. Does it really matter? I don't think it does.
Right. Generally, almost any argument I'm in about this, if you can just basically say either lying or mistaken, and there's a million reasons why they might lie, and there's a million reasons why they might be mistaken. If you can't rule out lying or mistaken, then you're not on very great grounds.
Yeah.
And so anything beyond that is so hypothetical that it can be problematic. It's interesting to have conversations about, but for some people, but it's not a great argument.
Yeah. Like C.S. Lewis's lunatic liar Lord thing. Yeah, they leave out legend. How much of what we're told about Jesus is stuff that got made up later?
Right. It's not a trichotomy.
And mistaken. Jesus could have been mistaken that he was Messiah.
Yep.
But it doesn't have an L. You can need another word.
Calvin and Robbie and I watched The Holy Grail last night. It holds up so well. I was a little worried. It's been a few years since I've watched it all the way through. Because when I watched Life of Brian, I was like, not all of this is good anymore. I can't watch this again. But Holy Grail was awesome.
That's one of the best comedies ever made.
It truly is.
Lying in pods, distributing so many
Help, help. I'm being repressed. Help, help. Come see the violence inherent in the system. Those guys were funny.
Somebody lobbed some watery tart lobbed a scimitar at me.
Me. Yeah. I want someone to bring me a shrubbery. Maybe that's what I'll get. A shrubbery. I actually have an elderberry bush in my yard because of that movie.
Will elderberries grow in this climate? Like you might have to settle for Saskatoon.
I don't think the berries will grow, but the bush is okay. Or it was last year. I haven't looked at it too closely this year yet.
Was it his father or his mother that smelled of elderberries?
Mother. Your mother smells of elderberries.
So do you guys know of the latest news that AHS has restraining order against the guy that's running for mayor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
AHS does?
Yeah. Yes. It's even on the Alberta, website, the AHS website. They have a full write-up. Oh yeah, this guy is a nutcase, and he already threatened a couple of AHS staff. So he's so yeah, they have an actual restraining order against him. And it actually is against him for like bothering anyone that works with the Alberta Health Service. So
is he like against the COVID restrictions, or is that why?
He is really against the COVID restrictions. And oh yeah.
He threatened to come armed to the homes of health workers.
Good.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's good that he got a restraining order against him. So
The problem
and
still is that as running for mayor, he gets a copy of the voter list.
oh,
that's a problem too.
Yeah.
So
And
the
voting
city
list
is
has the
working.
addresses?
Yes, with everything.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is crazy.
So the city is working hard to try to get him to not run for mayor. So
Not gonna happen. So the everything that they have is name and address. And then after the election, they get a list of who voted and who didn't. And you don't get to know who voted. I mean, who they voted for. But it's, as lists go, it's not that critical. It's what used to be in the white pages.
oh, that's true too. Yeah.
But it's still name and contact information for some guy that says that's what he wants for his own purposes.
Well, if he wants to pay the postage for all these letters of whatever, fill your boots. But has he registered as a mayoral candidate yet?
He's not threatening to mail these people. So that's the thing.
It doesn't say whether he's registered or not. You need 100,000. You need like how much is it? $5,000. 5,000? Yeah, it's
not much.
Quite a bit. So if he has the money, then
Don't you need signatures? Civic might be different, but I thought you needed signatures and money.
yes, signatures as well. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's like 100 signatures or something like that. Like it's, yeah, but whether he can get it or not, he's a real nutcase. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Well, I hope Larry, what was that guy's name? Larry, he's run for mayor for 25, 30 years. Larry, he's a whack job.
His name is Larry Heather. and I went to church with him for quite a few years.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
What church were you at?
That was when I was attending the Evangelical Free Church down on Elbow Drive.
Oh, sure. Oh, do you know the Westmans?
Sorry?
You know the Westmans or Andreessen?
Well, yeah, my sister is an Andreessen, actually.
What? Are you related to Lars? Is she related to Lars? And
my sister Marion is married to Niels, and Niels is the brother of Lars.
No way. Well, I know Jim Westman. He used to be the district superintendent of that denomination. And yeah, I know that family pretty well.
He's Barb Andreessen's dad. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work with him. And I was
small world.
Barb's brother's best man.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Barb and I worked at, I used to raise money for the Calgary Pregnancy Care Center.
Yeah, that's where she works.
Yeah. Oh man, it sounds so funny now when I say that.
I'm sorry, Janalee.
Sorry, I was going to say Larry Heather was a nutcase way even back then. Back then, his big argument was post-trib or pre-trib, and I just think those arguments have always really bored me to death. But because who knows? And now, who cares on my part? But he's always been really unhinged.
He's the one who started Morgenthaler with ketchup in Calgary. He's crazy. He's got issues.
They can't put him away?
Larry, no.
Oh, he's not that crazy.
Oh, well, darn.
There's no crime against being crazy.
Oh, well, because if there was, I definitely would have been put away a long time ago. Oh. I'm sorry, Janalee. I just had to bring it up.
Don't be sorry.
Just
that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I'm so glad that they got a restraining order against him. So I'm pretty sure he'll try to fight it, but I don't think you can. Once you have a yeah, I think once you have a restraining order against you, that's it. You can't fight it. So, but I'm not sure. 142. Does somebody have a countdown?
There's the countdown clock. Can you see it?
I cannot. Oh, barely. It's like way in the corner.
Yeah, it's just tiny.
Yeah, tiny. Yeah, I sort of see it. Would that be annoying if I started counting down with the clock? No, I won't do that.
You don't need to up the skill or the stress level here, Vincent.
I'm sorry. I like to joke sometimes. But hope I'm not too annoying.
Were you able to eat lunch, Gavin? Oh, that's good, because quite often if I'm speaking, I can't eat lunch.
No, I stress for, days before, like an exam or something, but
Yes.
then I am zen for like 2 hours before, just because you have to calm down, and apparently that allows my brain to just percolate up all interesting stuff that I wouldn't be thinking of.
Perfect. That's really awesome.
Yeah, so I'm wearing a sports jacket right now. It's kind of like sports, so I tried just doing the rehearsed like just dressed in normal street clothes, and I have my mom's voice in the back of my head telling me no one takes you seriously if you're dressed like a slob. So I can do that.
Me and my pink t-shirt.
Yeah, and then for it, it's kind of like, all right, now I don't have that weighing me down. All right.
Awesome. Kenny's back.
I'm back.
Good to see you.
He's back.
I'm currently running a social experiment. I have a mini haunted museum down in my basement, and it's all the stuff people have given me over the years they claim is haunted. And I just set up a live stream with my phone so people can just watch. And I'm going to see how many comments I get.
There's a
Very
new movie
nice.
on. There's a new movie on Netflix, Annabelle the doll. Have you heard of Annabelle?
Yes.
Kenny? Yeah. It's a fairly famous doll that apparently moves on its own and stuff, and they made a movie about it. Now they have a new one out there, so
yeah,
they're really dumb. Those movies are really, really
Janalee?
dumb.
They are.
All right, so I am going to spotlight Gavin because he is our next speaker and we're ready to go after lunch. I hope everybody had a good lunch. And I'm just about to put into the chat a reminder for donations if possible, and at atheistcalgary.com/donate/donate. There have been a few donations, so thank you very much if you have donated or joined. I noticed there was a couple memberships, so thank you. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker, our after lunch speaker. We should be brains refreshed, ready to go. So I've actually seen Gavin's smiling face an awful lot on our We Could Reason webinars, and it was really great. I actually got to meet him on one of our walks, our weekend walks, and we got to talking, and this is where this came to, is we ended up inviting him as a speaker to our We Can Reason Skepticamp, and we're hoping to have him as a speaker again because his topic sounds fascinating. So,
I can verify that.
Yeah. Oh, yes, because he's run it through with Lois.
Yes.
So I think what I'll do is I'm going to mute everybody, and Gavin, make sure you unmute yourself, and then you can take it away, and then I'll start the clock. So I won't do it right away because there's a bunch of people not muted. So there we go. And I've muted, so unmute yourself, Gavin, and you can take it away. I'm looking forward to your talk.
And there. And okay, there we go. I think I'm set up now.
Excellent. Looks good.
Good afternoon. My name is Gavin McClenaghan, and my talk is How Not to Be Wrong, Lessons from Statistical Thinking. Thank you for the invitation to attend, and thank you for everyone who is paying attention or attending. So here's my basic problem statement. We crave certainty in a world that just doesn't provide it. And as humans, we tend to make some errors when we're looking for that certainty. We don't consider how we could be wrong, and we make a decision and we stick with it, probably well past the point where the data says that we should be changing our minds. So I hope to give you a tool here that will help with increasing some certainty in your decisions, but probably more importantly, it will help you get more comfortable with the uncertainty that's left over. And, full disclosure, I'm an engineer, and that comes with some stereotypes, and not all of them are undeserved. And I'm used to talking to people who are skeptical when an engineer offers to help with a matter that involves factors that are important but cannot be measured. So I want to say that, yes, obviously, if it doesn't matter, don't pay attention to it. But if it does matter and it can be measured, it can provide a solution space for an indication of where you should go. For the stuff that does matter but cannot be measured, we're humans. We can generally fill in those details and work within that solution space to come up with an answer we're comfortable with. And by solution space, I mean, say, for example, I said that there was a treasure buried in Alberta, and if you can find it, you can have it. And my only clue is to give you a photograph. So you start off with a solution space of all of Alberta, and you look at it and it's flat prairie. Well, you know it's not up in the boreal forest, it's not out in the mountains. You've decreased your solution space. If someone calculates the angle and the length of shadows, they can give you a rough latitude, longitude of it. Someone else finds a bird that knows that's only in a certain spot. It starts to define your solution space as it has to meet all of these constraints. So it's better than saying it's anywhere in Alberta. It's in this specific area, narrowed down. So how we tend to see a decision, like when we're given a choice, do we do the thing or don't we do the thing? Or here someone says, this is a fact, do we believe it or not believe it? We tend to think in just the dichotomy of it's just two decisions here. And if we're really honest, we might come up with a pro-con list for each one of those. But how statisticians see decisions, there's actually 4 possible outcomes when you're given a choice between two things. So for example, do you believe something? Yes or no? And does that something turn out to be true? Yes or no? So we come up with 4 separate future scenarios that we don't know at the time. There's the good ones. We believe something and it is true, true positive. We don't believe something and it isn't true. That's a true negative. Again, that's good. But we can be wrong, and we can be wrong in 2 ways. And those 2 ways rarely in life are the same thing. So if you believe something and it turns out to be false or not true, you got a false positive. And we don't believe in something, but it turns out to be true, false negative. 2 different ways you can be wrong. Each one of those ways is generally very different from the other. So as an aside here, when you're talking with someone about how you're going to make a decision, you have to make a decision with them. You don't want to fill out these quadrants with that possible future scenario in ways that you both agree with, that it includes what's important. What's included is accurate, it's clear, it's complete. I'm going to be giving 3 examples here. I'm going to put in my own stuff. So I am breaking that rule of not getting your buy-in on that. And please take this more as a demonstration of the tool and the thought process, and not me trying to convince you of any of these things. Further, I'm taking some examples from real life that I'm hoping will not hurt or offend anyone, but if they hit close to home, I am sorry, and my sympathies on that. Again, this goes back to that quote of important but can't be measured, and important but can be measured. So my thesis, or what I'm hoping to help you out with or give you, is a tool that says, here's the things that are important and can be measured. That will help define the solution space of what you will do. So first example here, a screening test for cancer. And again, if this has hit close to home, my deepest sympathies. But I bring this up as an example for two reasons. One, to show just how different each one of these four quadrants is. And two, to say that bias can be a good thing, that you can be wrong in two different ways, but one of those ways you would prefer, if you had to be wrong, you would rather be wrong in one of these ways than the other. So just a quick scenario rundown of what those scenarios look like. This patient goes to the doctor. For whatever reason, they decide that there's going to be a screening for cancer. If the screening test comes back positive and they actually have cancer, that's a good thing. Not good that they have cancer. Cancer is independent of taking the screening test, but it's good that they know the truth. The more information the sooner they know about it, the more options are available, and the more likely those options are to be successful. It's less invasive, expensive to get that patient into the healthcare system and treat them. But this option, screening test comes back positive, looks pretty much the same for these first two scenarios on the left-hand side. First, the screening test is not definitive. They're going to send you away to a specialist for specialized testing, and you have to book an appointment with them to see them, to schedule the test, to actually get the results back. So for the 1 month or the 3 months or whatever that is after you get the screening test, it looks the same for both of these people or for both of these scenarios. But the difference is after the definitive test comes back, this patient here, or the patient in this scenario, knows that they have cancer, knows what type of cancer it is, knows the extent of it, and that is good, solid information to build a treatment plan on. This person goes through that same stress for that waiting period, but at the end of it, they're told it's a benign cyst or whatever. So that looks different than this. Similarly, the screening test says the patient doesn't have cancer. Both of these look the same. Both of these, the patient goes through life or goes on with their life not thinking they have cancer or thinking that they're healthy. Here, that's a good thing. The patient has made that determination. They're making their decisions on good information. Here, it's bad. The cancer is not being treated, at least not yet. And if this patient went to the doctor looking to diagnose symptoms, they're going to go down a rabbit hole of wrong answers because they've already discounted the right answer. So I hope you could see that this is a probably the worst outcome for truth on this. And this one is not great. You would prefer that the screening test told them they were here, but this is not the worst. Okay. Here's a real example. And this is kind of timely here because going back to probably about February 2020, I have a friend who is concerned with his health, let's say. And the scenario is that COVID-19 was in the news. It had been to several countries, but only a few cases reported in each one. The CDC, WHO, Canada, US, none of those places have declared it a pandemic. Masks were not recommended by any health agency, but this friend and I both know how exponential growth works. And we see that it's in several countries, it's already there. We're kind of concerned with it. So he knew about these things. Do you buy a mask? Yes, top left corner. And these things, and he couldn't really make a decision because he was faced with, he found masks on a website. And normally you can buy a pack of 10 for $30, and it was already up to $300 to buy this pack of 10 N95 medical masks. So he knew this quadrant, do you buy the masks at the inflated price? And he knew what that future would look like. So the masks would be needed, they'd be beneficial, and he has them in hand. You know, they might be needed and beneficial, but they might not be, you know, they're available now and they won't be. So this would be what the right decision for buying the masks looked like. What was in the news, or what was possible in the news at the time, was that COVID-19 wouldn't become a full-blown pandemic, or that N95 masks would be unnecessary overkill for going to the grocery store. But possibly when masks are needed, they will be available at a reasonable price. We know that our government is supposed to have, you know, stockpiles of medical equipment in case of these emergencies. And I don't think it was published at the time, but it turned out that this was some of the thinking in the healthcare messaging at the time, is don't take the resource from the healthcare workers. So looking at these two sets of criteria, my friend could not decide what he wanted to do. And I talked him into considering, how might you be wrong here? So when he went down here, he buys a mask and it turns out it's not needed. Well, the downside to that is he wasted $300, or wasted $270 because he could have bought them later. But still, he's got the masks in case of future pandemic, throw them in a closet, whatever. So hard floor on that error if you spend a couple $100. So what happens if you don't buy the mask now and it turns out they are needed or useful in the future? Well, you know, life would be restricted, or he would take risks that society, or probably more importantly him, would not be comfortable taking, or masks just get more expensive later on. So my friend is very health conscious. His risk balancing is probably a little more extreme than most people. And when he put it in these terms, spending $300 not just for masks, but to take away that hanging over his head, this seemed far more palatable to him. And he decided he was going to limit himself to one of these two futures: buy the masks, and if he needs them, he's got them. If he doesn't, he's comfortable with spending the $300. So, last of the examples here. Let's say we live in a society where there are no seatbelt laws. It's perfectly your decision whether you want to wear them or not. And so how would we go about deciding whether you're going to be a seatbelt wearer or not? And again, I'm trying to use this as an example that things are different and that you can use the factors that can be measured to help make a decision, even though it's not complete and it's imperfect. So, do you put on your seatbelt? If you say yes and you're in an accident, this is good. You know, the otherwise fatal accident is non-fatal, or any injuries that you sustain are either you don't have any injuries, or the injuries you do have are less severe. Shorter time to heal, less time in the hospital, less time doing physiotherapy. You might have a disability afterwards, but it would be lessened or eliminated. Scarring, chronic pain, things like that. Those are the benefits of wearing a seatbelt. So we said that this is a right answer if we said, no, seatbelts aren't, you don't put on your seatbelt, but you don't need them. Well, the benefit here is that all of that time you were going to spend fumbling with your seatbelt, you get to spend on something far more important. Write the next great Canadian novel, build a better mousetrap, you know, visit with friends, whatever that is. You have that time to do something else with. If you make this mistake, you put on your seatbelt, you have wasted that time. It's not available for any of those things. But the big error here is you don't put on the seatbelt and it turns out you need it. You were in an accident. So accident is fatal when it didn't have to be. Injuries are more severe, or they're there and they wouldn't have been. Longer to heal, more time in hospital, physiotherapy, disability, chronic pain, scarring, whatever that is. So that's what the future would look like in this decision matrix. And I want to point out that time is something that's common to all four scenarios. So that's a good basis for a rational examination of this. And I'll certainly give you the the wasted time here when you decide to put on a seatbelt is much different than the time that is taken from you if you're in an accident or you're in the hospital and you don't get to do all of the things that you would rather do. It's imperfect. So how would you do a basis of this? I'm an engineer, spreadsheets. So again, if I was trying to convince you on this, I would get your input to make sure we both agree on this. So a quick rundown, time to put on and take off your seatbelt, say 5 seconds. 4 trips a day, 60 years as an adult because you're not responsible when you're a minor. That's 60 years, 4 times a day, 5 seconds each. That's 5.1 days of your life spent fumbling with seatbelts. So this error right here is 5.1 days over 60 years. And just for the record, if you think 5.1 days is a lot, that's probably the amount of time you've spent looking for your keys, unlocking the door, turning the car on, putting the keys away afterwards. So that's a good basis here to say, where's the break-even point between this type of error and this type of error? Well, that analysis there that would say, if the accident is fatal, but it's within 5 days of when you would have died anyways, this is the more preferable way to be wrong. Or if the total time to heal from all your accidents over the course of your life is less than 5.1 days, then again, this would be the preferable option. But I think it's pretty clear to point out that you make this error once, this can quite overshadow this error. Or put another way, you make this error once, or you find yourself in this scenario once, it completely eclipses the benefit you get out of this one. So here's the takeaways from this. Prior to any decision, what does each one of those 4 outcomes look like? Come up with flesh them all out. You don't be attached to what you want to have happen. Don't be attached to what you think is the preferable option or what you want to have happen. Just try and flesh them out. And how would you determine what quadrant you find yourself in after the fact? So not only what quadrant you're in, but when. Because for each error, can the error or part of it be undone? And if the error can be undone, what's the nature of the cost to undo it? So when you make a decision, decide how much effort or time you're going to spend in making that decision. Because if the errors are minor and can easily and quickly be corrected, don't waste your whole time doing analysis paralysis. Just pay attention to when you end up being wrong and back up and take another stab at it. There's the bias here. Bias we normally talk about is bad, and it's bad when you're not conscious of it. But you can install a bias in it and choose, you can be aware of how things are biased, or preferably you can choose how you would wish to be biased. Bias the errors that you make. And if you're going to, knowing that you might be wrong, what's your plan to monitor for being wrong and for dealing with each of those error types or whatever error type you might find yourself in? So, and if you're going to go full on corporate continuous improvement on this, is this important enough to make the decision to come up with a plan to formalize this and continuously improve it? So what I hope you take from it, the world isn't certain. Think about all the ways your decision could be right and wrong, and consider them, because each of those 4 possibilities of right and wrong could look very different. Compare the things that can be measured, then consider the things that can't be measured. And I'm sorry, How Not to Be Wrong was a bit of a clickbaity title. I'm going to advise you become comfortable with the residual uncertainty. Thanks very much. Any questions?
Awesome. You won't believe this, but as my timer's counting down, you finished right on 0.
Oh.
So You were
19 and
20
46
minutes.
seconds, actually. So
Oh, well, there you go. I just
better.
hit my timer a little bit, a bit off. I'm going to stop sharing this right now, and we'll go to side by side. And there we go. So perfect. Yeah, I was laughing actually because as you're going through the charts, you remind me a lot of my husband, Greg. And I actually wrote down here, do you make decisions with chart/spreadsheets for all major decisions such as buying a car and a house? And then you said, well, how do we solve this? We go to a spreadsheet. So I thought that was really funny. But do you actually make major decisions with doing that kind of an analysis?
Well, I hope for the examples here that you can tease apart. There's this whole process that's available to you. You can make a decision and get comfortable with a decision only going part way down, like the mask. My friend did not do any analysis on what the likelihood of each of those scenarios was. He just had an idea of what those scenarios would look like, and he was comfortable with that analysis. So yes, if you give me an opportunity to write a spreadsheet, I will do it. You know, algorithms, game on. But no, I'm too lazy to do that all the time.
Fair enough. And this is actually a really interesting question from Paul. And he asked, what does the decision chart look like for Pascal's wager?
Okay, well.
Do you actually have it?
No, but let's, if I may share the screen again.
You bet, go ahead.
Okay. So, no. Let's just go back to one of these charts that helps here. So, Pascal's wager, do you believe in God? Yes, no? Is that something true? Yes or no? So Pascal's wager says that, you know, you lose more if you don't believe in God and it turns out to be true, than you would lose if you said God was true and it wasn't. Like Pascal's wager basically says this is wasted time. And I would argue that actually it's this quadrant right here that has convinced me that I am an atheist, because I see all the people that believe in God and I see the mistakes that they make and the errors and the cruelty that they inflict, and that is far better explained to me by the foibles of human nature than what there is for, you know, God has made their lives better, or they are better people for believing in God. So this is not the biggest argument for me. This one is. So Pascal says that this is just, you know, you lose like an hour going to church every week. You know, wouldn't you rather have eternal bliss or whatever? So that's his wager if you put it down. And of course, what I said before is make sure that you agree with all of the things that are put in here. Like, I don't agree with Pascal here. I think this is a bigger cost than what he says, if that helps with the argument.
It's a good answer. Well done. And the next, I keep looking at the wrong side. Here we go. The next one. Oh, I've got the wrong one. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. I apologize, Gavin.
No.
It must be the lunch brain happening. Has to be. So the next one, it says, do you also need to include probabilities to decide which quadrant to avoid and how you measure risk? This also is relevant to the question on Pascal's wager. That's from Dave.
Please allow me to just share the screen again here.
Yes.
Up there. Share. Okay. So often I didn't give any examples where you want to find a balance between these two. So statistics doesn't tell you what to do, statistics measures. So if you've decided that you want to make this error 10,000 times more often than this error, you would use stats to measure how you're doing. So you could use stats if it was available to see just what the likelihood of each one of those was. But again, stats measures, it tells you what's happening. It doesn't tell you what to do.
Correct.
That gives you your answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. And the next one. The sharing the screen keeps popping my screen out. It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. I can handle it. All right. The next one is from Grant. It says largely trends, rarely, etc. versus 95%, 50%, 10%. Have you been into serious conversations per language terms versus actual quantitative measuring, poets versus mathematicians? So we're not too sure. Do you know what he's saying there? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I think, I might be jumping in here, but I think what he's talking about is what do you value here? So when you come up with, a number, it's great that you can measure something, but is it important and how important is it? So each one of those things, again, to my point of if you're making a decision with someone, it's important that both of you or all of you are on the same page on what you're saying is important and how important is it. Like for the example there with the seatbelt, I was very clear on the time you spend wasting putting on your seatbelt is very different than the time that is taken from you by being in the hospital. So certainly, a poet would definitely see that those things are not even close. The engineer in me tends to say they're exactly the same, but I know it's somewhere in between. It's something that you can say, I can quantify this, I can put it down there, I can say where that break-even point is, but there's room for the poet to say, I don't want to be wrong that way, or I find the balance this, or I'm only going to wear the seatbelt while I'm outside of town at highway speeds. Those are sorts of things that people can say, it's not right or wrong, that's their values, as long as it only impacts them.
Oh, great answer. I'm glad you were able to parse that out. That's awesome. And Joel has an interesting comment about the Pascal's wager issue. And he said the other issue with Pascal's wager is which God?
Yes.
Right. You should really be worshiping all of them.
So that's, again, that's a big part of this, a big benefit of this tool is it makes sure you're asking a specific question. So you might want to first go through this of say, is there a God or gods that have created the universe? Yes or no? But then if you say that you want to dig deeper into the top left-hand corner there of yes, there is, well, big question, does this God just want to be worshipped? Does this God have a code that he expects he or she or they expect you to live by? Or does this God just want you to live a happy life? Okay, well, each one of those three things looks different, so you can start analyzing them. But you're talking about, that's a thing of science, is it answers a very specific question. You have to ask the question before you get an answer. So yes, you're quite right with Pascal's wager of you can find many different ways to slice and dice that to get that. But you have to have good faith going into this. Again, it's no use coming up with stats and studies and scientific findings if people haven't agreed on what's important and what's the criteria for finding yourself in one of those four quadrants.
Yes. Well, thank you, Gavin. That was awesome. And I'm just going to finish off with what Larry said here with a comment. And everyone's going, yeah, because we have to go on to the next speaker. There actually are more questions coming through, but the last comment was from Larry. I thought this was really appropriate. Make a chart for every God, and then you have 15,000 more reasons not to believe. So I thought I would finish with that. All right. Thank you so much, Gavin. And yes, it was awesome. And I'm going to remove your spotlight. And I'm going to find Miriam. Aha, I think I found her. There she is. And I will make her a co-host so she can present. And now she's up top. I will spotlight you, Miriam. The spotlight, there we are. And I'm going to get rid of me in a minute, but I'm just going to introduce you very, very quickly. And our next speaker is Miriam Napick, and she's a registered psychologist who currently is the chair of student counseling services at Mount Royal University. And she's going to be talking to us about faith and spirituality and counseling today. And I'm really excited about this talk. I've got lots of experience with my own kids in counseling, and it's counselors are very important people. So I will let you take over.
Thank you very much, Adrienne, and hello to everyone. Thank you to the Atheist Society of Calgary for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here, and I will just launch right into my presentation because I have 20 minutes, and I love to chat, and the 20 minutes is like, okay, Miriam, you got to get it going. Okay, here we go. Is everybody seeing my screen?
Yes, it's great. Thank you.
Good. So, working with faith and spirituality and counseling, isn't this a nice office? This is not what my office looks like. This is what I wish my office looked like. But it's really working with. I think that's the right words that I would want to use for what I'm about to talk about. Oh, let me get my... Okay, so this is my outline just quickly. I want to just clarify what counseling I'm talking about because it's a word that gets used everywhere. I just thinking this is a Skepticamp. I want to talk a little bit about effectiveness, about counseling, what the evidence is. I want to talk a bit about what guides the work because that becomes really important when you start to talk about working with spirituality and faith. And then where do the beliefs of the therapist fit in? So I want to share a little bit about the ethics that guide the work, and then how I use with this notion of cultural systems of meaning, and then specifically how I work with religious beliefs and spirituality. And then, of course, time for discussion and questions, which I look forward to. So the work of counseling. So I'm talking about taking people in certain directions. They come in and they're not where they want to be. Right? And so what are the directions? My focus is often just getting people functioning again. That is often why people come, is because in some area of their life they are not functioning well. But I work at a university, and so development becomes also a really important piece of the work that we do. So simply 18 to 24 is the age group that is most common at MRU. And so, of course, lots of development anticipated at that time, and lots of questioning around things like my faith, and what do I believe, and what identities are important to me. We also, there's this idea about flourishing, and this is an idea that has come kind of in the 90s in psychology. Psychologists were very good at looking at what was wrong with people and not really very good at what was right and contributed to well-being. And so positive psychology moved us in that direction. So you want to have kind of a balance of positive emotions to negative. You want people to be engaged. You want positive relationships, for there to be meaning, a sense of meaning in their life, and to be able to act in the world to accomplish the things that they want. So this idea of flourishing would guide the work. And then I put health last. Of course, health is something we're working towards, but we really can flourish and we can function. And there's lots of development possible, even with a diagnosis of either a physical or a mental illness. And so this idea is really important as well. And now the work gets done by, right now, like you can get counseling from an angel card reader. Right, these people also are allowed to say that they do counseling. So it's not a protected title, but I am a registered psychologist, which is a protected title, and we just happen to be called counselors at Mount Royal University. So in terms of effectiveness, we are trained to use the science practitioner model, meaning we have to use empirically validated interventions. But in as complicated a thing as helping people live more like the lives that they want to live, it's pretty hard to unpack what the active ingredients are. So, and I won't go through all of this because I realized as I was, practicing my talk that I did not have time for all of this. So I'm going to, just shoot through this, I guess. But it really became interesting in 1952. People started to look at, is this really effective? Yes, therapy is effective. Then in the 60s, there was a real behavioral focus. Different kinds of therapies were created. Arnold Lazarus in particular, multimodal therapy. And then this idea about cognitive behavioral therapy came through in the mid-70s with a focus on thoughts and how thoughts impact our feelings and our actions, and we need to change our thoughts. And Albert Ellis in particular had this idea about irrational thoughts. You have to get rid of irrational thoughts, and he was quite aggressive in identifying irrational thoughts with his patients. It's quite something to watch some of his tapes. And then we're kind of at the point now. So these authors, Duncan Miller, Wampold, and Hubble, and they're really we're looking at common factors. Like, what are the things in all these different therapies that get done? What are the common factors? And again, I'll get to why this is important in terms of talking about spirituality and religion with clients. But the thing that became least important was model or the technique. This did not seem to matter as much in all of the things that they tested. There were lots of things outside of the whole therapy context that impacted it. How sick was the person? What kind of supports did they have? What were their hopes and belief about how effective counseling could be? And their hopes and expectations. And the most important thing is this: the therapeutic relationship. So this becomes really important when you think about these complex people who step into your office and you want to build a relationship with them that is going to be helpful for them to do the work that they need to do in order to reach the goals that they've identified. So we are guided by the Canadian Psychological Association Code of Ethics. And what that means is that there are these ideals that we are working towards, these principles that then get translated into guidelines. And the one that is most held highest above all the others is respect for dignity of persons. So this becomes important when you think about me stepping into the office with such diverse people who will have diverse worldviews, that I'm not expected to be value-free or totally without self-interest. I get to look after myself as well. However, I'm expected to understand how that person's experience that I'm meeting with, their attitudes, their culture, and you see the whole lift, beliefs, values, all of this has an impact on me, and that I need to be open and honest about the influence of these factors and be as objective and unbiased as possible under the circumstances. So this is the task. And then in terms of respect for dignity of persons for the client, that they're not to be seen as a means to an end, and that I have to acknowledge their innate worth, and that their worth is not dependent upon their culture, nationality, ethnicity, color, race, religion, etc., etc. Right? So this becomes a really important, you can kind of, I hope you see how I'm weaving together kind of the stance that I need to take when I enter into a counseling relationship with someone. Now, I kind of like what the existentialist psychologist is, a sort of a really sort of components, right, of our human existence. And I think about this and when I consider someone coming into my office and they have a goal, and I think, what's getting in the way of this goal? And what might help them to reach this goal? And so we are of this world, meaning that we have to acknowledge that we are animals. There's a biology, there's all kinds of stuff going on with us physiologically. And so that becomes an important consideration about how that might be contributing to the problem. We are also in this world, we're interacting with people, we live in families and communities, operate in systems, we're in environments that are more or less healthy. All of these things contribute to a client's goals and some of the problems that they bring to counseling. But we are also, they say, for this world. And this is this piece where meaning becomes really important. And so sometimes I'll make a referral to a medical doctor because really what seems to be going on, there's a big question about some biological piece or physiological piece that might be going on. There may be that they're part of this world, they're in this world, and they're having difficulty being with people and asserting themselves. And so we might focus on skills. But we are for this world. Meaning is often the place where religion and spirituality come forth. And so the way that I work with this is, I'm quite drawn to what's called narrative therapy. And one of the things that you do in narrative therapy is kind of explore systems of meaning. So there's a presumption, not of a single truth and a right, that I don't have, the insight to reality and to what's real, but that everybody draws on meanings. They have certain assumptions about how the world works, values, there are cultural norms that impact us. And I become curious about what the person draws on to make sense of the world and their options. So that becomes part of the work. And we can expose and explore their sources. So, if someone is really in the grip of perfectionism, and then we might explore, like, where this idea that you had to be perfect come from. Where does that come from? And so it might come from families. It might come from kind of religious beliefs about being a good person, right? So we expose and kind of explore the sources of these meanings and ways of making sense of the world, with the idea, of course, that we want to examine which ones are actually serving you well and which ones are not serving you well. If this is what you work, if you've set these goals and this is what you're working about, how is this impacting your experiences? And so we might say, okay, well, these are kind of ideas that you've received from people. When we examine these now, as you examine them, what are the meanings and ideas that you think would support you moving towards a goal? So this becomes then kind of an unsettling, right, of certainties, to be able to consider what other options might be available. And then we can really explore, what supports the problem, and what makes it possible for me to stand up to the problem and choose something different. So focusing on personal agency. And then to get to religion and spirituality, it's often like religion is, and science, and what's the debate? And I find that really kind of a muddying kind of thing. They seem to be so separate to me. They're just, not just, but they're from a person's perspective. So not from my perspective, but from my client's perspective, I have to be curious about what any of these mean to the person. And so religion and spirituality may not be relevant at all to the presenting concerns, but it may be that religion is, and it could be all kinds of factors about, identity or beliefs or, imperatives or anything like that. And really, I do the same as any kind of other kind of system of meaning to explore, in what way does this contribute to the problem, to your distress, whatever it might be, but it can also be how does your faith in God support you? And so this question that Gavin asked earlier, what does God want from you, right? So this can be an important question to people. So the God that you have, I have no idea. Like, there's so many gods, right? That people have I guess people often talk about having a relationship with them. So what does God want from you, right? So these become questions that we explore. And spirituality, on the other hand, I do find it easier for clients to kind of identify that. It often is more about, when I feel connected to things, when I feel like I have a sense of meaning, right? When I really feel aligned with others and connected. These kinds of things people describe as spiritual experiences, and we see how we could draw on them as resources for people working towards their goals. So in terms of cultural systems of meaning, of course, they can contribute to distress, right? They can set up people for alienation. It can be recruited by anxiety. So if we feel fear, then we try to explain it to ourselves. And so I feel a lot of anxiety, and what comes up for me, I don't believe in God, but what if I'm wrong? And, Pascal's wager was coming into it earlier. Should I move to Pascal's wager? Is that maybe a better thing? And so we in the grip of these ideas, in the grip of anxiety, brains reach for these ideas, and they can reach for kinds of religious ideas to get really stuck on, and attempt to reach some kind of certainty. These, systems of meaning can certainly obscure options and autonomy. There's just not as many options available to you in certain communities. Certain systems of meaning just don't don't give you as many options. It can certainly mislead. And again, Gavin, I caught the end of your presentation, right? So it makes me think about how these things can, any kind of system of meaning can mislead if you don't understand how you're using it and how it's operating. And I certainly want to acknowledge that can facilitate oppression. So, hierarchies and relationships of power. I pulled this this image off the internet. It's the website. I can give it to you if you want. It's by Driven. But there are many ideas about what contributes to people's resilience and well-being. And when I looked at this, I kind of like this sort of like, oh, so if somebody does bring a religious identity, some kind of belief, it might be that a kind of a sense of their worth because God loves them. And this gives me this deep sense of worth, again, depending on what your God wants from you, right? What is this God that you have a faith in? Community, spirituality, spiritual experiences, they can be resources for resilience, right? So gives us a sense of purpose, goals, a congruence in our life. We have supportive networks if we can be part of a community. The Atheist Society of Calgary is a community, right? And there can be support networks that come out of that and friendships. It can contribute to kind of a sense of persistence. I've heard people say, I know that God loves me and I'm, I just need to try again. And, it's not bad to fail. And so there can be this positive meanings given to this relationship and these beliefs that support this person to be resilient. And so it's not my job to share my ideology with my clients to say what they should believe, although sometimes that's what they'd like. Just tell me what's true. Just please tell me, right? I just need to know what's true because it's very, it can be very anxiety provoking to be uncertain about things and to not know things. And so sometimes people do reach for some kind of, again, cultural system of meaning that settles that anxiety down. Okay, I'm done now. I don't have to think about this anymore. I'm going to surround myself by people who believe the same thing. And that helps me to manage my anxiety. So that's all I've got. I feel free to ask questions. As noted on the sign, skeptics are welcome. And how am I doing for time?
You're doing great. You're 2 minutes early, so 18 minutes. Well done. So I'm going to stop sharing your screen so we can do the question answer. We've got a few questions coming in. And I'm going to spotlight myself. There we go, side by side. And the first question is actually from Lois. And she says, if you find that a religious belief is problematic, how easy is it for you to engage in that conversation? Are there certain taboos about talking about, asking questions about religious beliefs? It's a good question, Lois.
Yeah, not in my office. Right? I want to say, like let's open it up and explore it. Now, if there is a question and you say, what does it really? What does verse? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Verse 16, chapter, whatever. What does that mean? I'm going to say, I have no idea. I have no idea how this is supposed to inform your life. This is not, the religious conversation. This is not how religion can come into the conversation. Mm-hmm. But really, I track with clients about, I ask them because sometimes I've had clients say, well, I would like a Christian counselor. And so the conversation becomes, what is it about having a Christian counselor that you think would be helpful in the work that you want to do and the goals that you want to reach? And so we just unpack that. And if at the end of it, they say, oh, I really think I need to get a Christian counselor. Great, right?
You have to do that.
You can hear about that. But if you think, oh yeah, actually, I'm okay to look at things and to examine things and to examine my my ideas and to upset things a little bit and be curious, then we can have conversations about this.
Yeah, and apparently the questions got put into my chat in the wrong order, but we'll try and make sense of this. So apparently the first part of this question was, from Lois. This would have been me when I was growing up in a fundamentalist home. I was taught that the scripture says, quote, be you in the world, but not of the world, quote. This gives me a sense of not belonging. How would you counsel me as a student?
So again, I'd be so curious. So where did this idea come from? What tells you that this idea is one that's really worth using to guide your life? What is it what does of this world mean to you? Right. So I don't make, we get we have so many assumptions about language, and it's really important for me to slow things down and really understand what people mean. You're not of this world, like that means you actually don't have anything below your neck, right?
Yeah, and apparently it's in the Bible, Lois says. So it's
Yeah.
straight from the Bible.
So I wouldn't be able to say what it means from the Bible, but I'd be curious what it means to that person,
Right.
and then how is it that it's impacting this idea? How is it impacting your life?
Yeah. And it kind of, I was writing down some notes and things like, if something causes a huge guilt from religion, how do you help without offending that religious doctrine? It can be quite tricky, I would imagine.
Well, that's why I say navigate, right? We navigate this. And sometimes I need to make really clear that I can't answer questions about, what really is guilt and what kind of sin you've committed or any of those kinds of things, right? So that's kind of off the table. But I talk about the difference between guilt and shame, for example, right? So guilt is about something you've done. And if you've done something that isn't aligned with your values, then let's look at that, because that's really important to acknowledge, right?
Yeah.
But if you've done something and it's not aligned with someone else's values, but it's kind of aligned with your own, now you've got a whole other thing to work out.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And from Roy, he says, I'm surprised that the word counselor is not a protected term. I thought that changed in the last few years. Can anyone call themselves a counselor?
Still true, but you are right. It is in the works to have counselors be a protected title, and so it's actually been sent in Alberta anyway. It's been brought to.
That's good.
I don't know. I'm not sure what the term is, but yeah, it's been drafted as an attempt to do that, and of course, it's for the protection of the public, right?
Yes.
So that you understand who you're meeting with and what training they've had.
Exactly. Yeah. Anybody calling themselves a counselor, that's actually quite frightening.
Yeah.
And from Neil, he says, as a youth, I was told I was angry. How do you keep your bias out of your sessions?
Well, I think by staying curious, and we all have biases.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So all I can do is see if I can acknowledge my biases, how they're operating, and then to stay curious. And so, again, like I've explored anger and kind of figured out, like unpacked it and said, what is it that what does this mean to you? What do you think other people are seeing? What do you think that they're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
And what for you is that emotional energy about? Maybe it's protest. And if it's protest, maybe it's like a really healthy thing to celebrate, right? So again, like there's so many ways to explore something like that, I think in an unbiased way.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I just got a note saying that my mic was sounding low. Is it better now? You guys can thumbs up, thumbs down.
I can.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Good. All right. I turned it up a little bit. Thank you for that note, Robert. Okay. So okay. Oh, have you noticed any trends, connections between religious beliefs and mental health or distress? Good question.
I would have to go to data that I don't have, right? Like
fair answer.
Yeah. Trends would be something that, I have no data on that. Yeah. So I always just approach it in the way that I've described. And really, even if there were trends, when I sit down with one person, it's one person.
That's right. Yeah, they may not fit within that trend for sure. Every person will be different. Okay, perfect. Well, that's excellent. I think that's all the questions, unless I've missed something. Are we good? Excellent. Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. And actually, based on what we just were talking about too, about the religious connection and mental health, one question that I've had is, can someone with obsessive compulsive disorder be naturally attracted to religion because of the repetition of things? Have you ever noticed that? Sort of going the other way instead of...
Yeah, I don't know about obsessive compulsive disorder specifically, but certainly predictability is something that calms an anxious mind.
Oh,
Right?
so for anxiety in general, it could be attractive for.
In general, yeah. And so, anxiety, you can hear anxiety talking when somebody says, yeah, and we get sort of that inner conversation out. Yeah, and the really key words are, yeah, but what if? Right? Yeah, but what if? And you can't argue yourself out of anxiety, right? That's not how it works. Your alarm system has just decided there's threat. And so sometimes, just like the obsessive compulsive person uses repetition many times to calm, that somehow discovered, and it's amazing how people discover that so independently, right? That repetition of something can calm that anxiety. Then I think that predictability and certainty that sometimes religious communities and rules or whatever it is can also provide.
Yeah, well, excellent. That's very interesting. Thank you. I've been something on my mind for a while, and that comes because my kids have obsessive compulsive disorder as well as anxiety. I actually have severe anxiety as well. So I've often thought that, but it's really interesting, your take. Thank you so much for that. And with that, I guess we can get set up for the next.
Janalee.
Oh, I guess we have a break now, don't we? I'm looking at my timeline here. We get to have a little break so we get to stretch our legs and we can continue to chat amongst each other. And thank you so much, Miriam, for coming. That was awesome. We really appreciate it. And
I enjoyed it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miriam.
Nice to see you, Janalee.
You too. Thank you.
So remove my spotlight and I'll remove yours. Perfect. I think, there we go. And we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
That was fascinating. I could talk with her for ages, but I find that
yes,
I can talk with counselors for a long time, because I said in the question, I was sent as a youth to get counseling from a psychologist, and I had to go with him 2 or 3 times a week, and he was convinced I was angry, and I wasn't angry in the slightest. But which is why I was thinking about biases.
Yes.
The reason why I was there is because I used to fight, and he presumed I was angry because I was getting into trouble, but I wasn't in the slightest bit angry. But she mentioned like protest. And I thought, no one mentioned that. If someone said, are you actually protesting against something? Do you want to do something about it that you feel you can't? And this is an expression. No. What are you angry about?
Right.
What is angry? And then it was almost like, the ABCs of, classic psychological thinking. The first, if it's not the first thing, it's the second. If it's not the second thing, it's the third thing. After that, we'll just go back to the first.
Right. And she listed those sort of procedures that that psychology and counseling has gone through over the history, and I mean, it's it's pretty new stuff, right? It's not.
It's a long time ago now.
Yeah. Oh, Janalee. Oh, okay. That scared me for a second. I forgot you were going to do that. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. No, one of the things that I always thought about, and that was very common when I was growing up, because I was bullied a lot when in school, is people would say, oh, well, they're just jealous. And I'm thinking, yeah, I don't think so. There's something more going on. And I don't know what the current thought is on that. That would have been a good question for her. Is she here? So, oh, too bad. All right. But yeah, I often wonder what the if they actually do know the motivation. Janalee, have you heard anything about the motivation for bullying?
Well, it's certainly been a pretty hot topic. I'm just thinking through. I think that most of the stuff I've read is it talks about emotional dysregulation.
Right.
So it's coming from a place of like somebody, the bully, is dysregulated in some way, and these actions are as a result of that. So they're dysregulated because maybe they themselves are experiencing some kind of abuse,
right?
Or they were never taught how to regulate their emotions. They didn't have kind of that, like that's a role modeling thing. Right?
Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
We're not born knowing how to regulate our emotions. We have to learn that as we go.
Yeah.
Like fear-based, right? And that I think is probably where that jealousy comment comes from, right? Is sort of
fear.
A vague understanding of they're jealous of you, meaning they're afraid of you. Like I can see that connection and why people like that was kind of the folklore answer.
Yes, yes.
You know, of yonder years, right?
And it was meant to make me feel better, right?
Because you're great and no wonder they hate you.
It wasn't a good one to use with me. It didn't help.
No, I don't think it really helps anyone, right? No. It's like what you say when you just don't really know what, but you know, like with a lot of things, I think we have come a long way in terms of thinking about mental health,
right?
And how these conversations have moved into a public sphere. And so we maybe have a little bit better language now, like the emphasis on anti-bullying in schools has really helped, I think.
Yes.
And I can see that, and I know you can see that too, because you've worked in schools with vulnerable kids.
Yes.
And I can see that with my own kids now, in the way that they interact with kids who previously would maybe have been bullied or ostracized.
Yes.
And now they are way more included in groups.
Yeah, that's right.
Or even, you know, something totally different, talking about death. Right? Like we used to not know how to talk about death, and we would shut down. Right. But now I think we have a better understanding that if you've lost someone, you want to talk about them.
That's right.
You know, because that keeps them kind of alive in your heart and your memory or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, some of the work that some of our great counselors have done and some of this research has really shown that it's given us kind of a guidebook, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. We've certainly come a long way. And from the sort of the usual sayings, like you're angry or they're just jealous or
right.
Yeah.
Or I mean the work that you do, Adrienne, in school, in teaching
about
teachers
differences
and students about OCD and about Tourette's.
Yeah.
Giving people the language to talk about those things.
It's huge. It's huge. We've seen huge differences in schools. So hopefully it keeps on. Well, I'm going to go on a bathroom break and I'll see you in a bit.
See you in 10 minutes. I don't know if anyone else is still there, but I feel like my brain is starting to go on overload with all of the new ideas today.
I'm outside and on my deck. It's nice and warm.
Nice.
I'm still here. I was bullied incessantly when I was younger, so by both school and at home. So
Has a lasting effect.
oh yeah, I know that I'm gonna get hate for this, but I'm really enjoying this COVID thing because I like being at home, and there's no pressure on me to
I hate you, Vincent.
be like Oh, well,
I hate you, Vincent.
I guess so. Because there's no pressure on me to, as well as any introvert, there's no pressure to try to conform to outside. I mean,
There's nothing.
Well, I think this is going to stay for a while.
mhm.
You know, I was just talking to somebody about this, Vincent, about how, I mean, I'm an extrovert and like I hate everything about this. You all know that, but we're social beings, and you know, humans die if they don't have interaction with anyone else. Like that's it. Like we absolutely need it. It's necessary for survival. And so what I have been wondering is, for those people, like now we sort of have shown that we can be virtual. We can kind of stay in our houses most of the time and get kind of our basic necessities. And I wonder if people who are going to continue that way are not going to realize the benefit that they get from being forced to go out and have some of those social interactions. Like, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you have a really good point. I'm an introvert and I need my alone time to re-energize. But I have been, but yet, you know, I thrive on interaction, which is, it sounds contradictory, but it isn't. And my thing, all my life I've been this way, like, oh, I don't want to go, and you know, and then I push myself to go, and then it's fabulous.
Yeah.
So that might be typical of introverts.
Well, and you know, like some of those chance meetings that happen, I certainly would never have met you, Lois, if your life was all this virtual stuff. If I wasn't forced to do this, I would never choose to do this, right? Mm-hmm. And this is one of my most valuable relationships in life, is the one that I have with you. And so, yeah, I hope that people aren't gonna kind of retreat into this online world and miss out on some of those connections and relationships that are built. Mm-hmm. And we have to go out into the world.
I read a great article in the Atlantic about that. It said, well, you know, there was a big Spanish flu in 1918, but it was the roaring 20s after that happened, because people were just so, you know, sick of being stuck in there, and, you know, whatever you told us, I don't believe, I'm just going to go wild. So look forward to the party, Janalee. It will be your decade coming up.
I disagree with that.
So after the flu, they were sick of being sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that, Gavin.
Well, after the roaring 20s came the dirty 30s, eh?
I didn't say it was good, bad, or indifferent, okay? I just said, you got a decade, Janalee. Enjoy it.
Okay, I like the way you think. Party at my place.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'll return to
We just might come over and drag you out, Vincent. You know, it's good for you.
Yeah, we could kidnap you,
Wow.
Vincent.
Yeah.
I didn't. No, I did notice that when I was a teenager, my mom hated me being in my room all the time, wanted me out interacting with people. But the problem is the kind of people that she had over. If she would have had better people, then I probably would have interacted more, but she didn't. So,
but I wonder.
So there is that.
I mean, my kid says that too. And I mean, it's you people who are over. So you're awesome. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a kid thing.
But I don't
if
know.
everybody was really great and nice like us, you know, I mean.
Yeah.
Open-minded, non-judgmental.
That's
All the
right.
good, all the good stuff.
Good stuff.
Did I somewhere I was telling this story that, I mean, it's not a story, it's true and interesting. I don't know, I guess it was a couple weeks ago. For reasons I have no idea, I got kind of sentimental and I started thinking about things that were nice when I was a kid. And I thought about my elementary school and how much I loved that school and all the good things about it. And then I thought about my high school and I had the best high school in the world and just great experiences. And then I think it was the next day that I thought back, I said, you know, the idea of church never entered my mind. That wasn't something that I found positive. So I thought that was really interesting. Don't know what to make of it.
I think we all, when you look back, we can all have like a, you know, the rose-tinted spectacles way of looking at things. And
well, but my grade school, my elementary school and my high school, I did have those positive, you know, just warm, snuggly feelings that, oh, I was so happy there. But I wasn't happy at church.
And there probably was a few church members that were just like you. Unfortunately, you just never kind of ran into them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some fond memories of the rituals of church.
Really?
I do. I mean, I was raised Catholic, and there's something very comforting to me about the songs, the chants. I like the little wafer thing. I like the way it tastes. I know that's weird, but I like it.
Oh, geez.
I know.
Was your mother a bad cook?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I do. Even now, if I go to like a wedding or a funeral or something, and there's mass, I still know all the words. I still know when to kneel, and I actually quite enjoy it.
Well,
and I know as the president of the Atheist Society, I'm not supposed to say that. But
Did you say you were Catholic?
I was, yeah.
So, all right, 12 years of Catholic school here. Let me ask you a Catholic question. And I'm actually a volunteer for Recovering from Religion, and this comes up a lot. Yeah. As a Catholic, did you ever actually believe in transubstantiation?
Or well, what age did you lose that?
You'll have to tell me what that is, so I know.
See, interesting. Catholic who doesn't. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. I've gotten to. If you don't believe in that, you're no true Catholic thing. And yet, I talk to other Catholics. Is that the three-part
thing, Rob?
Is that the wafer changes into the body of Christ?
That's correct. Right? That is the miracle of communion. That it is actually the body and blood of Jesus that you're eating, not a metaphor.
Yeah.
And that is a doctrine. That's a doctrine of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I feel like my experience of Catholicism. So I was raised in a really tiny little town in Saskatchewan, and I think we maybe got kind of like the leftover priests, like the ones that really so like we just got whoever would come out to that place, you know, that little town.
I love that term.
Yeah, so they weren't the sermons. They were not good. Like we could hardly understand most of the stuff that. Like Father Lucy was the priest when I was growing up, and he had such a thick accent, and he was just off topic all the time. And I never really listened to what he was saying, but I also feel like Catholicism is for the experts. So you're supposed to go and do your things without thinking, and then the priests are the experts, and they will tell you if you have a question. You don't really, even like that whole idea of confession is about like giving over all of your spiritual, the work of it is for the experts. And so I didn't ever feel like there was any pressure to really understand what Catholicism was, what my religious beliefs really were. Like there was just, but I don't know, that could have been a unique experience, like I said, because we didn't.
No, I'm interested in it because I did not have that experience either. I went to New York City Diocese of Brooklyn, and it never occurred to me that I was supposed to believe that. And then I find out, oh, that's the doctrine of the church. If you don't believe that, you're a heretic. Like, what?
Yeah.
I'll ask my mom, Rob, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, the liturgy was in Latin. So you couldn't understand it anyways.
Right.
Yeah, I
Well,
started going just after that conversion to AIM. There were so many adults who were pissed. They wanted it to stay in Latin.
Oh,
because
interesting.
God meant it to be. Yeah.
Well, it's actually just after 3 now. Sorry to interrupt you, Rob, but we're going to carry on. And I just spotlighted Victor. And Victor is a friend who I met through book club here with the ASC. And we have had the pleasure of celebrating with him and his wife their PhD graduation, or not graduation, but dissertation from the University of Calgary. It's been very exciting because his wife just got it, last week or something. And so when the pandemic started, we should, it's really, really exciting. He's done really well.
That's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
You betcha.
So I wanted to kind of celebrate that, Victor. Sorry. And when the pandemic actually first started at book club, we ended up talking not about the book, but Victor gave our group a fascinating look at how the virus worked and talked about all the misinformation that was already starting to spread. And this is right at the beginning. And we thought when we decided to have a Skepticamp, he would be the perfect person to have. So perfect fit for our Skepticamp. So Victor, if you can introduce yourself and carry on. Sorry, I lost my words there. And do you need to share your screen at all?
I think so, yes.
Yes, and you should be able to, because I did give you, I believe I gave you permission. I'll just double check.
Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Yes.
Share screen. Let's share screen 3. All right. Should be fine. Okay.
And I'll spotlight you as well. Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, the title of the presentation is Vaccination in the Time of Fake News and Conspiracy Theories. And it was very interesting to me to kind of find so much scientific information right now, especially after all this misinformation that we have receiving during the COVID pandemic. Social scientists and also biologists or people in the medical sciences have been exploring this through several different lenses, right? So I decided to focus a little bit more into fake news and conspiracy theories, what do they do and how old they are, right? Well, I would like to, okay. So this is my outline. I would like to start with introductions, some definitions here, then understanding this information, how does this information work, changes in the technologies that we have had in the last 10, 20 years, right? How to respond to this information and take home messages. So as introduction, I may say that, you know, this is how this story starts with COVID, right? Like we have on the 12th of December 2019, a group of 27 people showed severe and potentially lethal respiratory infection in Wuhan, China. This epidemic grew to a total of 162 million confirmed cases with almost 3 million deaths today, right? According to Johns Hopkins University. Here you can see some data. The disease control strategies have become a political hot topic. Compliance have been found to be associated with certain political ideologies, as you can imagine here. In this situation, fake news and conspiracy theories pose an important challenge to proper public health communication. How the state, the government communicates with us definitely suffers static, if you may, thanks to all these fake news and conspiracy theories, right? Which we will call now disinformation. So people have access nowadays to several different sources of information, not only from the government, but also from internet, from different media, etc. Right? The problem with the sources from the media is that, or from the internet, is that many of them do not double check the information. There is no gatekeeper at all that regulates the publication of information. Recently, Twitter and Facebook, they have put some things there, but still there is no effective, 100% effective way to do this, right? These I copied from this website, which is the Center of Science and System Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University in the United States, Baltimore. So this was really a great achievement of science in the sense that they centralized all different informations from around the globe so that they could produce geoinformation system so that we could track the virus in real time. This is the first time something this big has been done, especially now with COVID, right? So here in this graphic, you could see the last update, which is today, and the number of cases, around 162 million infected people, right? 3 million deaths, 3 million, more than 3 million people deaths, and fortunately more than 1 billion vaccines already applied, doses, not non-immunization, right? Because there are some vaccines that require more than one dose, 2 doses in order to have proper protection. But with 1 dose, you should expect to be better protected or to have a better outcome than someone that did not receive any vaccination, right? Here you do see the daily cases. There is some spike towards the new year, 2021, and then another spike now, considering all the things that are happening in India, for instance. The same here, this is the daily deaths. So far right now, we are having around 12,000 deaths per day worldwide, right? So if you want, you can copy this and you can just check on the Google browser, Center of System Science and Engineering, and you will see this tracker in real time. So a little bit of definitions here. What are fake news? Fake news are false stories that appear to be news. They spread on the internet or perhaps using other media like Twitter or cell phone messages perhaps, and usually created to influence political views or just as a joke, right? Conspiracy theory believes that an event or situation is the result of a secret plan made by powerful people, right? Disinformation, false information spread in order to deceive people. And this disinformation would be a subset of misinformation, which is a bigger concept and englobes basically false information that perhaps doesn't have the objective to deceive people, but just is false by itself, right? So we have that fake news and conspiracy theories produce disinformation, basically. Now, this is not new. These couple of concepts, conspiracy theories, fake news, disinformation, has been around for hundreds of years, right? Perhaps the Black Death, like here, for instance, also known as the plague, was a pandemic caused by the bacteria Yersinia pestis that occurred between the 1350s and 1400s and killed 25 million people in Europe, right? With a high level of mortality, 30 to 60% mortality in Europe. Right now, COVID it's estimated to have perhaps around between 1% to 4% mortality in some situations, some locations, right? Now, the thing is that many people believe this conspiracy theory that the disease was caused by Jewish people. They were poisoning the wells, they were doing some crazy stuff, and that was the reason so many people were dying, right? So this led to thousands of Jews being killed as a consequence of this, right? And this is a pretty famous picture, the burning of Jews in 1349, right? So in this situation, these people arrive to false conclusions. Basically, these false conclusions leads to the illusion of control of the problem. Oh, we kill already the Jews, and this problem will be solved by itself because the Jews were the real problem, something like that. But the real causes are not analyzed, and this fact of transferring guilt or scapegoating makes that helps is not getting helps to not getting the real causes being addressed, right? And the problem keeps on going. The long-term impact of this particular situation was that the cost of not taking proper measures of actions and taking the wrong measure of action also can be measured in life lost, impacts the economy, and obviously loss also in quality of life, right? So this is another example that I found, and this is has to do with the active accent movement, right? This is a short video from YouTube. Perhaps we can check it out quite quickly. I don't know if you do here.
Thousands of parents to skip vital vaccinations for their children. Okay. Andrew Wakefield's already been stripped of his medical license. Now he's been called a fraud. 13 years ago, he published research in The Lancet magazine, which claimed the 3-in-1 measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, MMR, was linked to autism. Now, after a long investigation, the influential British medical journal says the report has been discredited.
I think what we now know is that the Lancet paper, which was always felt to be bad science, is a deliberate fraud that was perpetrated in order to try to show a link between the vaccine and autism.
The investigation found Wakefield altered facts about patients in his study. Despite having supporters, the UK medical professions watchdog, the General Medical Council, stripped him of his medical licence last year, calling him dishonest and irresponsible. Yet speaking to an American TV show, Wakefield claimed there had been a ruthless, pragmatic attempt to crush any attempt to investigate valid vaccine safety concerns. After the initial research was published, the number of children vaccinated against measles, mumps and rubella dropped across the world, putting lives at risk.
There's no doubt the vaccination rates tumbled and dangerously so, that there were outbreaks and that a few children, I think 2 children, did die as a result.
Wakefield now lives and works in the US, where he has a number of high-profile supporters. No study has shown any clear link between vaccines and autism. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, London.
So in this particular situation, what occurred is we have a prominent scientist who published a paper in which he claimed there was a relationship between autism and vaccines, right? So later on, there were a lot of red flags associated with this particular finding. And one of them was that he actually was paid by a lawyer of a family that was suing a particular pharmaceutical company, right? And not only that, but he had also already kind of being in the process of licensing a new MMR vaccine. So his strategy was, in any case, to shed or to spread misinformation about the current vaccine so that he could use his vaccine as a replacement, right? So later on, the scientific community catch on this and remove call out the paper. The paper was retracted after more than 5 years, I think, because these things take a long time. And finally, it was known that this was basically a lie and there was a lot of scientific misconduct, but the damage was done. I mean, there were some people reaching false conclusions. The public perception about the vaccines, that they were safe and effective, was damaged. And autism, which is usually diagnosed around the same time as MMR vaccine, some people were linking to that, but the fact that these two things usually are associated in time is usually ignored, right? So the real causes in this case it's not that they weren't analyzed, but definitely autism remains to be a problem, and the so precious research money that had been used to debunk these lies would have been used for better purposes, right? Like going deep into what causes autism, or even how to enhance the assimilation or the integration of people with autism into our society, right? So long-term impact, many children have not been vaccinated and all diseases have come back, right? This is another video. This is about the use of masks for control of COVID-19. This is a very well-known politician in the United States, Ron Paul. conservative, right? And he's having a discussion with Dr. Fauci.
You're defying everything we know about immunity by telling people to wear masks who've been vaccinated. Instead, you should be saying there is no science to say we're going to have a problem from the large number of people being vaccinated. You want to get rid of vaccine hesitancy? Tell them quit wearing their mask after they get the vaccine. You want people to get the vaccine? Give them a reward instead of telling them that the nanny state's going to be there for 3 more years and you got to wear a mask forever. People don't want to hear it. There's no science behind it.
Well, let me just state for the record that masks are not theater. Masks are protective. And we have
immunity there, theater. If you already have immunity, you're wearing a mask to give comfort to others. You're not wearing a mask because of any science.
I totally disagree with you. The point I'm saying is that there are variants in now circulating. The point that Senator Hall was making was that if you look at wild type only, there is some clear-cut credence to what he's saying. But we are living right now in a situation where we're having a dominance of 117, which was the original UK. We have a very troublesome variant in New York City, a 526. We've got 2 variants in California, a 427, 429, and we have a number of others. So we're not dealing with a static situation of the same virus.
So in this situation, there are again false conclusions, right? Like the damage here is that to the public perception is that certain measures are not necessary, right? In this case, masks once one is vaccinated, right? We need to understand that there are now the so-called variants, right, that are circulating, and we need to be careful. We need to be careful about them spreading more than the limit for control may be, right? Especially because it is proven that some of the vaccines that we are using are not as effective for these variants as they are for the classical virus, right? So in this case, effective actions would not be implemented if we were to believe all the things that this congressman is saying, right? So the vaccine works so far for classical viruses, but variant viruses have evolved to evade immunity generated by natural infection with the vaccine. So the strategies need to be implemented, and in this case, the United States has so many people with these particular variants that the use of masks is necessary in some situations. Long-term impact costs can be considered in life lost, health care expenses, and economy as well. So now that we have seen some examples, how does this information work? The core of this information strategy is to divide or exaggerate differences, especially in a diverse or multicultural community. So we can see this perhaps much more prominently in the United States, because the United States is highly politicized right now, and that definitely hit us just by just a position, just for it to be close to us, right? So by polarizing our societies, narratives such as us versus them are more suitable to being promoted, and also to move certain agendas, right? This is one nice paper that I was reading, and they were kind of pointing that out. This has to do also with the changes we had in the last 20 years. And if you go to traditional news processing, people that are kind of old-timers can figure this out better, perhaps. Before, you have that these news were created by professionals. They engage into self-censorship. Oh, we need not to do this, we need not to do that. Those certain subjects are not to be kind of explored, or we need to investigate more, right? So we have a process of editing, publishing, and amplifying that is responsible, reasonable, reliable, and then you have the consumption of such news on the other end, right? So this allows that professionals can publish, edit, and amplify, and you have a reasonable, responsible editing and publishing, right? Now, in this internet age, the things have changed a little bit. Now, not only professionals can create, but also amateurs literally anyone, right? Then you do have some degree of self-censorship, but the process of editing, publishing, and amplifying has been kind of reduced to its minimal expression. There is no one who kind of filters that information, and everything gets amplified and goes into consumption, right? So we have that here. Now, the social media is the main driver for these fake news because there is little filter for them, right? So, for instance, these surveys were obtained from this particular presentation, which is really great, and I invite you to check it out. Technology as enabler of fake news and protection tool to combat it. 10% of the readers of top news come via social media, but 40% of the readers of fake news come from social media as well, right? So social media, it's very important in order to transmit these fake news. Now, this is another interesting survey, and the University of Oxford, for instance, was measuring the level of fake news in Germany and also in the United States, right? And in these two particular situations, they could identify that the ratio of real news versus fake news in Europe was 6-1. That is, people were more likely to retweet or share real news 6 times more than fake news, right? Whereas in the United States, it was almost 1-1, right? So this I found quite interesting to share with you. And now, how can we stop misinformation? We all have a role. We have to assess the veracity of the information, be critical, search for evidence, think before you post or share, report false content to the platforms, being Facebook, Twitter. Now they have implemented good systems for you to know what information may be misleading or not correct, right? But still, it needs perhaps certain polishing there. Think how to talk to others about the dangers of sharing false information. This is quite interesting because I had another WhatsApp group. We are veterinarians there, and we usually share some information about COVID and perhaps elaborate some letters of opinion to the government so that they could implement some things. And one would think that being all from a university or having a master's at least, and you would imagine that the level of misinformation would be kept to none, right? But that was not true. I mean, from time to time, we do hear or we see people that they receive something from the internet via Twitter or Facebook. It sounds good. It sounds that is real, but then it's debunked by someone in the group, right? So fact check, that's important. Always fact check. Check the content of the information, check the outlet, what is published, the author, the sources, the pictures. Think before you share. Question yourself, do you have a bias? Perhaps you're having a bias that is, this is very important and very difficult to do as well, right? When discussing, do not insult people, even though I have always kind of sometimes engaged into conversations that lead into discussions, and some of these items, sometimes they elicit huge sentiments, right? We have all been mistaken, so many may have understandable, albeit misguided concerns about a particular situations. For instance, people who, by medical malpractice, they had their kid vaccinated with the type of vaccine that contain an allergen, right? So those are understandable concerns, but misguided because not all vaccines are like that. There are some vaccines that are not having those particular ingredients and may produce or trigger an anaphylactic reaction, right? Engage always in finding common ground. Patience and empathy should always be kept in mind. Be respectful of others who think different than you. I found this cute photo, right, of two friends here, a chicken and a turkey. So freedom of thoughts, opinion, and multiculturalism are fundamental characteristics of the Canadian heritage and identity, right? The take-home messages: be skeptical and look for evidence, treat others with respect, use your mask according to local regulations, and get your vaccine. As your family doctor, should you have any questions. So far in Canada, there are 4 approved authorized vaccines, 2 mRNA vaccines, Moderna and Pfizer, BioNTech, the AstraZeneca one, and we need to be cautious that there is some small percentage of bad reactions, and the Janssen COVID-19 vaccine, which is a single dose one. Finally, we have so far 118 vaccine candidates according to COVID Track, 15 approved vaccines in several different locations in the globe, and we are on the way to finally get this pandemic under control. Thank you very much. Now you can wake up and.
That's very funny, Victor.
Thank you.
All right, so I will. We'll have a few minutes. You went a little over, but not too. It's not bad. But thank you. That was really good. And let's get you and I. So you have to speak quickly to these questions. And I think what we can also do is we can continue the questioning. If you can stay to the end, you maybe afterwards you can answer if there's a lot of questions, because I see there's a few here. So the first question is, oh, sorry. Come on, my screen froze for a second. The first question is, what do you think that people seem to want to believe? Why do you think that people seem to want to believe the disinformation over truth, which was determined by science?
Yes, there is an effect there, and basically has to do with what your preconceptions are. There are several research about this, and what they say is that you are more likely to believe some information that goes along with your way of thought rather than something that is not. And to overcome that is difficult. You need to have in mind that you have a bias sometimes, right? You need to have in mind that sometimes the people you trust may be wrong, may be equivocated, right? So can you imagine, for instance, if you have I don't know, you are a very Republican, for instance, in this particular example, being United States and Trump and everything, and the leader of the Republican Party says, hey, they have stolen the election, right? So even though all the information, all the evidence points to the contrary, 80% of members of the Republican Party believe in that there was some degree of election fraud there, even though there is no evidence of that. Yeah. And it's psychologically, it's very interesting to see how we function.
Yeah, exactly. And Lois, I'm going to skip Rob's just for a second, because Lois asked, where do you find valid information? So maybe what you can do is, while the next speaker is talking, put some of your answers to that, maybe some links into the chat. That would be really helpful, because I think that's a really good question, but would require quite a bit of time. So if you can post that in the chat, that would be great. And then the last one is, Rob was saying that the mask wearing video that you showed with the Republican, I think it was a Republican representative, and Fauci. Yes. Yeah. So that's old news, because I believe the CDC just stated that if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask unless you're on an airplane, etc. I think there is some options. So if you could maybe speak to that a little bit.
Yes. So in this particular situation, if you are fully vaccinated, yes, you should have protection. There are some situations in which we need to be cautious that there are some variants appearing, right? So yes, the variants right now are at a very low percentage, perhaps. But hey, COVID was a very low percentage 2 years ago, right?
That's right. So and we're certainly seeing some of the variants here in Alberta. That's a bit of a concern for sure.
Yeah, it is a bit of a concern. So what we understand in the scientific community is that this coronavirus most likely will behave as other coronaviruses in humans, in animals, for instance, right? So in this case, in chickens, which is my specialty, that's my areas of study, there is a coronavirus which doesn't affect humans. They are completely two different coronaviruses, two different species, millions of years of evolution of difference. So there is no cross possibility of jumping species there. What we observe is that the vaccines work well, but then the virus also is pushed by evolution to evade the immune system. So there are a couple of papers even that have proven this. And for instance, they grab a bunch of birds and they vaccinate the birds with this classical vaccine. And they have another group of birds which are not vaccinated, right? And you have a wild virus and you release the virus into both populations. So in the first population in which there is no vaccination at all, the virus all replicates, jumps from bird to bird, sheds a lot of virus. But after some time, let's say after 20 days or 10 days, you can obtain the virus again and you sequence that virus and you compare that virus with the virus that you inoculated, right? So in the group of birds that you didn't apply any vaccine, it was almost the same virus, almost no change at all, right? But in the other group in which you vaccinate first, and you put a field virus, yes, the field virus was contained. You obtain less virus back. But from the virus that you obtain back, those who survived were because they were slightly different from the original, right? So if you take that concept and you put that into the world, what is happening in the world right now, with some people getting vaccinated and some people just walking without masks and saying, no, that's COVID is a scam, that is not true, right?
Yeah.
And you do see that the virus gets much more chance to mutate. So right now, there are some concerns about some variants. One of them is the British one, as Dr. Fauci was mentioning. There is one in Brazil, and there is another one in India. At least I think these three are the most important ones. And the India especially, because that one has like 4 or 5 points of mutation. Right now, there are some research going on just to understand how much of protection can you have with the current vaccines, right?
Yes. Well, so, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm afraid, Victor. This is fascinating. Yeah. I want you to keep on talking, but
sure.
We do need to get. Yes, time. It's such a short time. But thank you so much for your talk. It was very interesting and a little bit frightening. So, but no, it was really, really good. Thank you very much. And please do put that information in the chat. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, and you can even continue on with your conversation about the variants too. That would be, I think everyone would appreciate it.
Okay, I will put some.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And now I have to find my next person here. And there she is, Patricia. And I'm going to spotlight you. Aha, there you are. Hello, Patricia. Nice to see you. And
nice to see you too.
Yes, we met once before. You gave a talk a couple years ago, I think it was. So I'm really excited you're back. Yeah, pre-COVID for sure. And I'm really excited about your talk today. You're going to talk to us about science-based medicine and the information, misinformation around it. I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Okay, so I thought the talk's going to be a little bit similar to the one I did a couple of years ago, but a little bit different. So I'm going to start the same way with just a brief history of what is science-based medicine, what's the history of evidence-based medicine, how do you find good evidence? I think that was one of the questions. Why don't aren't more people interested in good evidence? Why do people get led, into the sort of the multi-trillion-dollar alternative medicine pathway, and the similarities between sort of religion and alternative medicines, and then how to use evidence or science-based medicine just in daily life and just making decisions on your health and how you live your life. So very briefly, this is a bit of a Canadian story. The first sort of official or publicly published interest in science-based medicine or evidence-based medicine, making decisions based on evidence, was brought up at McMaster University in 1990. I think people are surprised at how recent that is. And then there was a Scottish doctor named Archie Cochrane, and he in 1993 questioned, worldwide and from country to country, why are we doing things? Everybody does things differently. It seems like wherever you trained, it's the opinion of the people who trained you that would guide your decision making. And so he put out a challenge to say, how can we be better? How can we make better decisions and use evidence? And another fellow named Ian Chalmers started something, and it was named after Mr. Cochrane, and it's now called the Cochrane, just called Cochrane now. It used to be called the Cochrane Review and the Cochrane Collaboration. It's gone through a couple of names with Cochrane in it. It's a global network of health and social care practitioners to help decision-making by producing high-quality, relevant, accessible systematic reviews, I should say. What's a systematic review? That means you look at studies done in all different countries, and you look at the sort of the quality of the studies when you're weighing the evidence. And so they will look at, they'll look at studies from all over the place and say, well, what is the conclusion we can make from these studies? What actually works, what doesn't work, what's worth doing, what isn't worth doing. So that is an excellent source for information for people, and they do have on their websites the plain speak interpretations of all this as well. So that's not in medical jargon. Basically a well-educated person could understand this, and that's an excellent place to look for. They kind of sort through things for you. And when they look at studies, like what makes something relevant and reliable in a study and what doesn't. So for example, from worst to best, so obviously the worst evidence would just be straight opinion. I just think this. Then anecdotal, that's also pretty poor because everybody's experiences can be affected by whether it's the placebo effect or pre-existing bias or other factors. So anecdotal evidence, and that's what you'll often find on alternative medicine websites. You'll say, here's Mary, and everything was terrible, and then she took my snake oil, and now Mary is, winning the Olympic marathon, and there's Mary. But that's not reliable. They look at was the study sponsored? Was it sponsored by a pharmaceutical company? And how was the study designed? Was it double blinded? Was it properly blinded? Were other variables controlled? Was it randomized? These are all really important questions, and they kind of do that for you because it is very difficult. The other thing that has come up, and this comes back into the topic of fake news, is there are now fake journals, and they're called predatory journals, and they look like they have sort of medically names, and they sound like they're medical journals, and they're not. Anyone can put anything they want in them. You just pay them, and they'll publish what you want them to publish. One guy owns 36 of these, and the editor of 12 of them is his dog. So gives you an idea. Then there are correlation studies. So saying, and a lot of studies on lifestyle and diet are by necessity correlative studies, because you really can't double blind food, right? You can't say, did you eat broccoli or not? Of course, you know if you ate the broccoli. And when you're looking at journals, are they peer reviewed? is the study peer reviewed? Even with that, you can get mistakes in journals, and you'll find different studies will sometimes find different things, and that's perfectly normal part of medicine. That's kind of the good part, is that we are always looking for new information, always trying to prove ourselves wrong when we're doing a study. And so that's kind of basically what evidence-based medicine is all about. And then the idea is that as physicians or practitioners that are believers in evidence-based medicine, we try to make our decisions based to a large degree on the evidence. What is the evidence-based medicine? We also, of course, take into consideration our own experience and our own expertise and training, and then try it as well to incorporate the patient's values in making clinical decisions as well. So that's really important too. And so how would you use that in your daily life? I mean, certainly you can look at things like Cochrane. You can talk about it with your doctor. We sort of look at biases in medicine. And this is not just in medicine, but in everything. We're always more willing to add things than we are to take things away. And that's whether it's solving a puzzle or doing anything else. So it's always good to look at things and say, do I really need this? Do I really need to be doing this? Questions you might want to ask your doctor is like, do I need this test or this treatment? Is there an alternative that's maybe less costly or less of an impact on my life? And what would happen if I didn't do anything? Because sometimes you don't have to necessarily make any intervention. So those are always good questions to ask your family doctor when you're making those kind of decisions. The other thing that we're seeing now, and certainly in Alberta, I think pretty much everyone here is in Alberta, people can look at their own lab results on My Health Gateway. Not all of your test results and information are available on that, but you can. And it's important to not overanalyze small differences in lab results. There is sort of, there's a tendency that we all have where we look at something and we think a result is exact. And this is where a lot of sort of overtreatment or a lot of anxiety can come in that you can probably really not worry about, that you can just kind of get on with living your life. One is the normal variation from day to day and season to season in people's lab tests. For example, anyone who's diabetic knows about hemoglobin A1C, which is sort of a test that gives an idea of how your average blood sugar has been over the last 3 months. And people will get, quite worried. Well, my A1C was, 0.1 or 0.2 higher or lower. But really, first of all, there's the analytical variance. So that's just the variance in the measurement. And then there's also the sort of pre-analytical, the variance, a physiological variance. And for example, your A1C is always going to be lower in the summer than it is in the wintertime, and everything else being equal. So don't get too excited if you brought your A1C down a whole bunch, and don't get too upset if it goes up a little bit. There's a really good, and again, looking at sources, there's a really good accessible website in the British Medical Journal. If you just Google in "your results may vary" or "your results may differ," and it goes through what is the variability in a certain test, and how much difference do you have to see in a test to say, is that actually a significant difference, or is that just the overlap of physiological and lab error in a test? So those are sort of some basic things just as far as personal health, and again, just decision making. And then I just also wanted to touch briefly on, again, there's the sort of beliefs people get, and again, this comes down to social media, and very much what Victor was talking about was the biases that get sort of magnified, and you'll see all kinds of things where, people will come to a belief, and whether it's vaccines or, for example, a gluten-free diet. About 1% of the population has celiac disease, and they absolutely have to avoid gluten. Maybe another 5 or 10% have some gut sensitivity to gluten and other carbohydrates like gluten. They probably feel better if they avoid them. But everybody else isn't going to receive any benefit, for example, from getting gluten out of their diet. And it's interesting, a lot of foods that are gluten-free are actually higher in fat, higher in sugar, higher in salt, to make up for the fact that they've had to make this with a grain that's more difficult to bake with and be palatable than something that everybody is used to that has gluten in it. So, and there's an interesting study done on childhood obesity, where it's children fed a gluten-free diet actually have higher rates of obesity than children on a free-range diet. So, and then again, we always have our confirmation diet bias. So if you've made the decision you're going to eat organic food because you believe it's better for you, then probably you're going to say, well, then gluten-free is better for me, and well, non-GMO is better for me, but if you look at the evidence and you look at studies, there's no evidence that any of these things are better for you. But you're going to believe in it very strongly. And a lot of sort of alternative medicine and sort of the hyper-organic, hyper-natural, homeopathic, naturopathic belief systems are very much like a religious belief. You believe that they're faith-based. You have faith in them. Even if there's no evidence, you will have faith in them anyway. You tend to get very angry or upset if people challenge that, because it's like challenging your beliefs. And people become very protective of their beliefs because they're their beliefs. And then they'll engage in the cognitive bias of, well, you're only saying this because, you've just been trained and, under the influence of big pharma, and therefore everything you say must be wrong. Well, it doesn't really make sense. And no, big pharma doesn't fund University of Alberta Medical School. So those are some of the cognitive biases that we see. And it can even, and these kinds of things can come up even within in traditional medicine as well. And it's quite interesting to see at some conferences, you'll have, physicians really strongly disagree about, about whether an intervention or a treatment or a drug is worthwhile to use, and whether a condition needs to be treated. I can remember a couple of really interesting examples, and it's actually almost unseemly how upset these doctors got. One was on salt. And there's an interesting study, several studies that have shown that this sort of, again, there's a sort of mania for, you can't have any salt. You must have less than 2,500 milligrams of salt a day, and Canadians eat too much salt. And there's a couple of interesting studies show that really how much you eat salt, basically, it's okay. You can eat more than 2,500 milligrams of salt. There's sort of a J-shaped curve on salt intake if you don't have enough salt. Or if you have too much salt, there's increased mortality and morbidity at both ends of that. But then there's a big, wide, happy place in that J, where you can have anywhere from probably 2,000 milligrams of salt to 3,500 or even 4,000 milligrams of salt a day. And as long as you're a healthy person with normal kidney function, any salt you don't need, you're going to pee it out. If you're sweating a lot, you're going to sweat it out. And yet, you'll see this sort of this salt is like a national crisis, and so this one speaker, brought up these studies that showed that salt's not too bad, and people jumped all over him. Oh, you must be funded by big salt or the salt industry, and he wasn't. He's actually a very good researcher, and then sometimes big pharma, I don't want to say big pharma, but there becomes a perception that we're sicker than we are, and that we need to do more things than we do. I remember seeing, an ad on TV, and when they showed this in a room of doctors, we all started laughing. Are you suffering from pre-diabetes? Well, think about that. If you didn't have a blood test, you wouldn't know you had pre-diabetes. It isn't a disease. It's a lab result. Nobody suffers from a lab result other than they worry about it if somebody tells them that's pre-diabetes. It's not a disease. Diabetes is a risk factor, type 2, I'm talking about type 2 diabetes, for certain cardiovascular diseases. but it's not a disease in itself. Or then I saw a nurse say pre-hypertension. Well, what's pre-hypertension? How low does your blood pressure need to be healthy? So in general, we can mostly go through life and be okay. We're pretty healthy and happy. We don't have to have a BMI of less than 25. Research shows anywhere probably between 22 and 29 is okay. So, we can stop dieting all the time and feeling guilty if we're, not really thin. So these are some of the issues that I think are important for people to think about and use in their daily life. And I think that was about my 20 minutes. Did anyone have any questions?
You're very close. Yeah, thank you. I actually have a couple questions, and there are some questions. Yes, there's people clapping. Let me share the spotlight here with you. There we go. Perfect. Actually, I'm going to ask the first question. And I just recently saw a specialist, and none of the medications that were tried were successful. They made things worse. And so I was asked if I was open to alternative therapies. And I kind of thought, okay, how do I approach this? But are you finding that people in the medical profession are actually kind of getting pulled into that alternative therapy?
Yes.
I was very surprised. I mean, he didn't, once I expressed myself, he didn't go any further, but right. I just was really surprised by the question.
Yes. And I think sometimes some doctors feel like they should support alternative therapy so people don't think we're closed-minded, but I think so that's one thing. Doctors can have different levels of how shall I say, awareness and interest in the evidence as well. And it's interesting, I work right now in a clinic that does a lot of teaching. And some of the stuff I hear some of the residents say, I look at them in just astonishment. I'm like, what? You really believe that? And then there is also the influence, I think, for some doctors and some clinics as well, from pharmaceuticals. And from the people around you. I mean, doctors don't live in a vacuum either. So if I know one physician whose wife is an alternative practitioner, he often prescribes the type of alternative treatment that she offers. And so he's obviously being
interesting by
her beliefs.
Very interesting.
And again, I think, I don't think enough time is spent in medical school on, again, educating young doctors. And I always try to do this, but educating young doctors on some of these pitfalls as well. And I think even just in the school system, if we want to look at how to sort of turn this around, is
critical thinking, right?
Critical thinking, and science. And I know that a lot of people earlier today talked about that too. So I'm not going to go over that again.
Well, thank you. And Neil has a question. I worked for the supplement industry that use extremely spurious studies as basis for their product's efficacy. What is being done to prevent this and maybe regulate to prevent poor information?
That's a really good question. The supplement industry, again, it's billions of dollars every year, with the exception of vitamin D in northern climates where we have these long winters. There are no studies that would support the use of, for example, high dose vitamin supplements. In fact, even some of the earlier studies that got everyone excited about high doses of vitamin D are really not panning out in long-term results either. And there is very little quality control in health food products, and they walk a very fine line on how they advertise their benefits. And they say, this is not a medicine, this is not to treat any disease, but yet it says, will make your thyroid better and things like that. And some of them are actually harmful. In fact, many of them are harmful.
Right.
For example, vitamin E, and that everyone was very excited about this back in the 1980s when I was first in practice, that vitamin E was going to be this wonder drug. I can't remember, it was some celebrity doctor who said it was. And it turned out any study where they added vitamin E in the study, they'd end up having to break the code because you'd see significantly higher rates of morbidity and mortality in these groups, and they'd break the code, and it was the vitamin E group, with or without other drugs.
Wow, that's pretty serious.
Whereas it's an important vitamin to have in your diet, taking an extra supplement doesn't only not help you, but it actually harms you.
Oh, that's interesting. And I believe and this leads into the next question really nicely about science-based medicine. That's one of the my favorite websites that I go to. And they just recently published a result about a Canadian review of the supplement industry. So you should check, anyone wants to read further about that or look into it, I highly recommend going to that website and looking at what they found in this Canada review of the protections and the lack thereof for the supplements in Canada. Exactly. And Rob actually asked, what is the difference between evidence-based medicine and science-based medicine? He refers to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe podcast, perceives it different, and says that science-based medicine is better than evidence-based medicine.
Yeah, I view them as synonymous myself. I guess the science-based would maybe be looking at medicine just from the basic science of the thing, and whereas I tend to go with the evidence-based medicine myself.
You haven't seen a sort of a big difference between them. No. I think they define them differently. Rob, maybe you can find that and put it in the chat for us.
I haven't heard that.
It's actually in the chat. I put the whole definition from the SBM site.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So they have a very specific definition. So it'd be interesting to see what you think. Maybe if we have coffee later on, after we could actually see each other.
So just looking at one of the questions here, that said body weight's less important than what fraction of that weight is fat. Yeah, that is true.
Good. Yeah, good question. And also Grant asks, what are the credentials of Quackwatch? Are you aware of Quackwatch?
Yes. I know Quackwatch was started by, again, a single physician who was really fed up with, a lot of the nonsense that was out there.
Yes.
I haven't actually visited Quackwatch for a while. He does tend to have a lot of references. I said I haven't visited his website for quite a long time.
I think it was taken over by CFI in the US, if I'm not correct. Am I correct, Rob and Susan? You could maybe let us know.
Yeah, so there are a couple of other things. And again, looking at social media, I think one of the things that maybe would help is if people do share or retweet true things or more science-based things. So, for example, there is Tim Caulfield is a great guy. Yes. He's an Albertan and he's a medical ethicist, and he's got fantastic stuff. So he's on Twitter. James McCormick, who is a pharmacist, and he's actually with UBC now, but he's also an Edmontonian. He's got something called Best Science Medicine, and they're on Twitter. And so again, if you share those and forward those and like those, they get out there. That's how the algorithms work, right? And then they'll show up in more people's inboxes. The UBC has something called the Therapeutics Initiative. It's really good as well. And those are good things. There are some Canadian sites as well. There is the Winnipeg has a CDC, just like the Americans do, and that's a good site for information on infectious diseases.
And so Susan,
sorry, I just wanted to say we do try to post some of that stuff on our Facebook page. If anybody's following our Atheist Society of Calgary Facebook page, so then it's easy to repost.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. Particularly Tim Caulfield, he's certainly a name that I'm very familiar with. He's got some great stuff. But yes, according to Susan Gerbeck, William Landon is handling the Quackwatch site now. So it is still going, but under somebody else. The other fellow retired. So Janalee, it says here, I thought there were some studies about omega-3s now. Do you know anything about that, Patricia?
They actually, well, they don't hurt you. And it depends what you're studying. And again, but if you look at, let's say, cardiovascular risk, and I think that's where a lot of the attention went, they have no benefit.
Interesting.
The pediatric ophthalmologist that works with my stepdaughter, said that there are some studies that it is beneficial for her eyesight.
Right. Oh.
And I trusted her because she's a doctor.
Yeah.
So now I'm wondering if I should trust her.
Well, again, it looks like, what are you studying, right? So they may have a study that shows it's helpful for her eyesight. However, the studies that look for cardiovascular benefit, so decreased risk of heart attacks or strokes, were negative studies. So it didn't help prevent heart attacks or strokes. It may make your eyes better, or your hair shinier. I mean, it might have some benefits. I'm not saying that they're not good for anything. So you'd sort of have to, again, if you're looking at supplements, what are you trying to prevent? What are you trying to treat? Sort of what benefit are you looking for, and what harms do you want to avoid? And that's whether it's a supplement or a prescription drug. Those are the big questions.
And I think that they say if you're deficient in something, like iron would be a good example with women, then it is a good idea to take it. But I also know that I was warned when I was low in iron not to stay on it for too long, because there's problems with that as well. So it's always balancing those things.
Yeah, more of a good thing isn't always better when it comes to vitamins or minerals. And again, if you're anemic or low in iron, definitely there's a benefit for treating it. Iron overload is quite toxic.
Yes.
Can cause problems with the liver and the heart. Irons also comes in those lovely little red things that look like M&Ms.
Yes.
And a bottle of iron pills can be lethal for a small child. So that's why they keep iron behind the counter at the drugstore too.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much. You are our last speaker, and it was awesome. It was a great way to finish. Thank you very much. And we just have a few more announcements before I'm going to stop the spotlight here. But and Janalee, if you want to come on board, we just have a couple of announcements to make. Janalee's done a great job with a video she's going to show us, and then I have a couple more things to say, and then we're done. So thank you. So please stick around just for a bit. Are you? Yeah.
I am Susan Gerbic. I am the leader and founder of the Guerrilla Skeptics on Wikipedia. We're trying to change all the Wikipedia pages we can that are concerning science, scientific skepticism, and the paranormal.
Hi, my name is Yasmin Mohammed, and I'm the founder of Free Hearts, Free Minds, Confessions of an Ex-Muslim.com. When my family found out, they threatened to kill me, and then they disowned me. And that's here in Canada.
This is Mark Edward. He's a magician who went undercover as a psychic medium to research how they scam people.
I used to do everything she does for a living, and I can tell you exactly how it's done.
That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Is that all your own work, Janalee?
Well, Jeff did one for us last year or the year before, whenever we were supposed to first do this. So he did some of the work, some of the original editing, and then I kind of started from there. So
that's fabulous.
Thank you. So everybody better show up for us next year. It's going to be super fun.
Mm-hmm. With or without masks.
Either way, we'll make it awesome. And I just would like to take a moment.
Finally get vaccinated this coming week.
Yeah, good. I just want to take a moment to express a huge thank you to all of our speakers today.
Yes.
It is amazing the quality of information that was shared today. And thank you so much. Everybody did this as a volunteer. And we appreciate it so very much. And a huge shout out to Lois, who's been busily doing all the tech stuff, the behind the scenes stuff. And a giant thank you to Adrienne, and this was her baby. This was her idea to fill in when we weren't allowed to have the conference. And I was skeptical, I'll admit, because I'm not an online person, but it's been awesome, and the time has flown by. So thank you so much, Adrienne.
Yes, I want to thank everybody for coming, for showing up. And I also want to give a shout out to Paul Enns, Richard Saunders, Kenny Biddle, and Susan Gerbeck for promoting this event as well. They kind of went above and beyond to kind of get the word out. So I want to send my appreciation to all of them as well. And to everybody who came, thanks so much for coming. It was a fun day. I hope everybody had as much fun as I did. It was really awesome.
Seamless.
We had no tech issues. Can you believe it?
I'll just read out. I just want to read a few of the comments that are coming in from YouTube. So there's a question, will there be a video on demand available to watch through again later? Yes, it'll be on our YouTube channel. Jeremy says this is a great show. In the future, please air the show online, even if it's safe to meet in person. Absolutely, Jeremy. This is our plan going forward. We want to include people from as many different places in the world as possible, and this is a really good option for that. Yeah, and another similar comment about streaming. So yes, thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. We've had people in and out of there all day.
Yes.
And I think we can stop
recording. I think that's